Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a new week and a new edition of High on Politics. Hope you guys are doing well. Hope you guys had a good weekend and just are kind of, trucking along here because, that's kind of what's going on here. Had a pretty good weekend. Was able to relax a little bit, spend some time with the missus. Did some farmers market stuff. That was kind of fun. Did some good eating at home and just overall, had a really, really just relaxing time. Got to hang out with a friend yesterday and just overall, it was, like I said, pretty chill. However, it does kind of suck because I kind of feel like I didn't get as much of a break from the politics as much as I usually do. So I failed pretty hard this weekend to stay away from the politics. So, hoodie looking fresh. Thank you. I appreciate that. What a beautiful young lady. I'll like this stream. All right. You know what? If that's what it all right. Hey, thank you. Appreciate that. What's up, Hermit, by the way? How's it going, guys? Televani, welcome. Also, thank you for the thumbnail. I wasn't sure earlier if you were going to be able to do it, so I put something together, and I realized that I named them the same thing. So, if you do not see the Televani thumbnail up yet, then just have no fear. It will be there. But thank you again. Really appreciate that. Natch, what's up, dude? Good to see you. Hey, by the way, guys, we got the chat up today, so we're not having similar issues as to what was going on Friday. Got a break from the politics before the politics breaks you. Yeah. As I said, I definitely failed. I failed pretty hard on this one. I feel kind of like I went on vacation and ended up having like much more stress on the vacation and just came back and it was like a waste of a vacation kind of thing. It wasn't like a full waste of a weekend, got a lot done, but still my brain is not relaxed. I'm definitely a little more amped up about the things that are going on in politics because it's starting to impact my life a little bit. I'll go into that a little bit more into the show here, but don't want to start off on negative vibes. You know what's up. Speaking of positive vibes will flow through this channel if you hit that like button. And if you haven't already subbed to the channel and you're enjoying what we have here, we got a nice little crew here. Hey, you know what? If you vibe with me, that's the word of the day, then yes, stick around, please. All right. Greetings, salad. Are you eating salad? Only because it's impacting you, shaking my head. No. I care and follow things too much as it is. But no, it's impacting me even more now. Not like it wasn't impacting me before. But yeah, let's just say the U.S. medical system is at its shit. Just get these constant reminders of why I'm just like, oh yeah, this is why universal health care needs to be a thing in the United States. It's absolutely insane that we claim to be this great nation that just refuses to take care of its people. And somehow, some way, they've gaslit a lot of people in America going, well, those are takers. Those are the takers. It's just like, no, not really. That tells me that you've never been in medical debt. Because once you see how little sense medical debt it will radicalize you. It will. And if it doesn't, then I don't know what will. I really don't. Because that has to be the contingent that's just that well off to where they couldn't fathom having a medical emergency bankrupt them. Like, that's kind of the, like, you want to talk about the K-shaped economy? That's the crux with a K. No, for real though, it is. It is the crux of the entire argument right there. Because it's, dude, why do you people go through life? I'm not sure if this is you, man. I don't want to judge you. You just popped in here, but whatever. But why do you feel like you need to feel like what makes it you feel better knowing that other people feel bad? Like, are you broken? Because that's a broken person to me. I don't feel good when I see people feeling bad. If I see somebody crying, I would like to help them. If you see somebody crying, are you automatically going like, what did you do to deserve that? You know what? Let's rub your face in it. Because if that's how you are, then surprise, you're a bad person. You're just you're an awful human being. You're just awful. You suck. Sorry. The rest of humanity doesn't they do not function like that. And that's weird because I'm not one of these guys that thinks that everybody's just inherently good. But I will just say this much. Once people do learn empathy, and that's kind of what our entire structure of society is actually like based on finding empathy for others. Otherwise, we would be a lot worse off. But I see an adult crying and I cringe, you pussy. Oh, okay. Yes. Hey, man, they're coming out early today. Mafune, what's up? People are takers because they expect their right to live to be institutionally respected. Well, yeah. The fact that you have a bunch of people out there that don't think that water is a right. You know, housing isn't a right to these people. Food is not a right to these people. Nothing. Apparently, that's. But the thing is, guns. That's a right. They understand that one. You know, which is so fucked up because it's just like, well, okay, why can't we take care of our society? Like, I see. This is the benefit I've had of being like somebody that could travel. And I'll tell you what, after you go to another country, you kind of learn that America isn't as great as you think it is. America's not great. I'm just saying it's not as great as you think it is. Like, it definitely has its ups, but it's got some fucking problems. And the fact is, if you're one of these people that you can wear your American flag t-shirts and, you know, your American flag boxers and, you know, put your shit stains on them, even though you guys care about the flag code when somebody's kneeling to disrespect the flag or make a political statement. You know, again, you guys are more than willing to sacrifice the right to free speech when it doesn't, you know, benefit you or if it offends you, which is so weird because you guys are the ones that were like, snowflakes this, snowflakes that, melt, melt, melt. Yet you guys melt at the first sign of any fucking person disagreeing with you. And you don't know how to engage in any substantive way. Look at, actually, hey, Lemon Don. Perfect example right here. Comes in here hot, comes in here fucking insulting people, insulting myself. Doesn't actually engage with anything. He's just being a dickhead. But that's kind of, the thing is, most people are waking up to that, man. You're not going to get people to vote for Republicans and maintain Trump's power based on fifis. And your fifis are wrong. They are. You're just an asshole, dude. Like, calm down, brother. I don't know if you need a hug or something, but Jesus. You're all emotion, zero logic. Okay, Spock. This motherfucker's sitting there lonely as hell. Dude. This dude's crusty, too. You know it. In more ways than one. I know, gross, but ugh. You mean every other country doesn't pledge allegiance to their flag and from kindergarten to 12th grade like good cultists? No. No, they don't. That's why I think it's very, very interesting. I love that you even used ad hom. Dude, tell us that you fucking watch Andrew Wilson and a bunch of debate bros and know absolutely nothing of actual engagement. Whatever, bro. That's cool. Keep it up. You're going to be lonely for the rest of your life. You know that the people that you engage with online, like in your little circles, that you like, you got your little troll factories. You guys don't even like each other. You guys aren't even a community. That's the funniest part to me. You guys like, you think you are, but how many of these people are actual friends to you? Like, hey, man. I mean, I wanna ask you like something, and I mean it. Do you have someone that you can call if you like are feeling like you're having a little bit of a heart attack or something? Like if you're having a medical emergency, do you have somebody that actually cares about you? Or are you just gonna rot in your apartment because you are just a social fucking pariah? You have done it to yourself too. You blame the world. You blame women, you blame the lefties, you blame the wokeness, you blame everything, but you don't blame yourself. You never see that it's just you. You're an asshole. The way that you go out and engage with people, you're just a prick. Why you gotta be a prick? I don't know. I don't know if your dad didn't hug you enough, if your mom told you that you're kind of a piece of shit. I don't know. I don't know your backstory, but I'll tell you this, I'm getting an idea that you have a very sad backstory. You don't strike me as quite the happy man or happy person in general. Pep correction there in their mama's basement. Oh yeah, forgot the mama's basement thing. Yep. Thank you. Is there a reason to come into a room and be a belligerent dickhead? Yeah, having crippling a crippling lack of self-awareness and also insecurity to a degree that Sigmund Freud would go, oh. My God, oof. This man said things about his mother that makes me question things. For real, man. Like, dude, I went, all right, that's one thing I did this weekend. I went down the TikTok rabbit hole about, like, moms that, like, they don't know how to separate, like having boy moms. That's what it is, the boy mom, like, TikTok thing where it's just like, holy shit, dude. There's some straight, like, we'll watch it in the fun half. Holy crap. Like, I did not realize that this was like an influencer sphere thing where it's like these women, they have very, very unhealthy, and I can't even use the term. Like, I can't even use the term what they're feeling for their kid, which is disgusting. But the thing is, it's also not being called out. And it's like the fact that you got, women on there going, yas, queen. Like, I think that that's a fucking problem. Okay. So we'll talk about that, and we'll also talk about how TikTok has definitely warped the brains of your average person to a degree that kind of scares the crap out of me. For real, dude. Every time. This is, I got back on Twitter. I took a break. I was just posting my stuff, but you can thank Alex. By the way, shout out Devil's Advocate Productions, but also, fuck you, Alex. And, I'm joking, man, but god damn it, why are you making me use Twitter? Like, damn it, dude. Like, he's doing this thing where he's like, we gotta like use Twitter Spaces or whatever the hell. I can't. I hate Twitter. I hate it so much. I don't want to use it. I don't even want to be on it, but I have to be. I'm a creator. I know, right? Like, that makes sense. Why can't I just be a creator here? They even have a space here where I can post things, but no, that doesn't make sense. Whatever. I really am bad at this, like, part of, like, the entertainment spaces and just, like, self-promotion. I am so bad at that part. Because I hate it, man. I really do. I don't, like, listen, if you want to hear what I have to say, then come watch my show. Like, I don't understand how this works, where it's like, oh, I'm supposed to go out there and always just tell you guys what's on my fucking brain. Like, nah, thanks. Twitter sucks. I don't use it. Yeah, well, good for you. I'm proud of you. You know what? Pats on the back. I'm not like, I'm passive aggressive. Pats on the back. Like, well, like, not quite like you're choking and just like I'm helping, but a little bit of that where you're just like, was that a little bit of extra? Like, hey. It's like, yeah, I'm mad. Hello, lovely people. What's up, Bravey? Good to see you. Hello, Rebecca. Well, good to see you, Card Collector. How are you guys? Welcome to the show. If you guys are new here, welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. My name's Pep. If you do not know my show, I do some politics. We got a pretty chill hang here, though. Tim Pool didn't rage quit anything. Stop lying. He totally did. He got up and he rage quit. I mean, hey, I'm not the one who put that out online. Where do you think I even got the thumbnail from? Like, I took that directly from the video. So yeah, he totally did, man. That was also really funny that he was trying to, like, sell himself as a moderate. Like, dude, wait a minute. If you're a Tim Pool fan, how do you feel about being abandoned? He totally abandoned, like, unless you were never right-wingers, too. Were you guys always centrists? How's that work? He was proving a point. How's that proving a point? Walking up, like, getting up and walking away, and then leaving it like, are you coming back? I can leave. Man. You know what's actually funny? I legitimately have had conversations with Tim Pool's dad, which is so weird to me. Shout out Mike Pool. Nice guy. Like, straight up, he's actually a pretty nice guy. Bro, what the piss you up babbling on about, you hippie? I don't know. Why are you still watching me if you don't like me? I've never really done that thing where I just watch somebody that I must intrigue you. You must be intrigued by something. I don't know what it is. You're disingenuous. Do you even know what that word means? Please define it. Seriously. But we know what you're gonna do. We know what you're gonna do. Oh yeah, Tim Pepper. Oh, that's right. We have somebody that's very happy about the Tim Pool content and him becoming relevant again. Yeah. Oh my God. I have to spit all the dust out. I was put on the shelf. I thought I was never coming back, and I'll be honest, I even found myself agreeing with this asshole. Oh my God, leftist politics. Thank you, Tim, for coming back, and I'm gonna watch with glee. I am Tim's #1 fan. My name's Tim Pepper. Nice to meet some of you. You guys don't know what's going on? Well, stick around. I hate this asshole now. Stockholm Syndrome. I was starting to agree with him. I even thought that Dave Smith was wrong the other day. I don't know what's going on anymore. I don't know if I'm a libertarian. Wait, he said he's a moderate? I'm a moderate pepper. You can call me a hot pepper. I'm not quite spicy. Kickflip. Yep, he's back. I can fix him. Yeah, if you guys don't know, I got shipped Tim Pool's favorite, or his favorite fan, or his best fan, or whatever you want to call him. His top fan. If anyone knows Tim, tell him the M6 fan challenges him to rock off for the rights to his stage name. Zach. I mean, you know what? I'll try and remember that. Like, I'll try and keep that one in the humor -50. Ooh, damn. Well, I guess my I rolled negative on my perception today. Damn. Let's see. Maybe I can make you laugh. We'll see. Damn, Emma, why so mean? Or Emir. Roll again. Here, let's try. Oh my God, she has a Maga hat on. It's not a Maga hat, actually. It's a Nintendo hat. That's why I was kind of like, wait a minute. Why so mean? Like, see, that's the thing. I wanted to make sure that even if it's a red hat, I want to make sure. Oh, wait. Libtard. Hey, you should love that one. Pulling out the hits. Wait. What if I combine the two? Snowflake, Libtard. Oh my God, dude. I'm like so close to like going Maga. Guys, that was fun to say. Oh, wait a minute. I think I get it now. Oh man, what was I missing? Good night, Pep. You got the graveyard shift. Well, shift. All right. Well, take yourself a nice little nap, and then yeah, come on back for a little bit later in the show. I'll be here. Did you make sure Tim Pool actually rage quit before lying? I don't know. Why do you guys all of a sudden care about, you know, fucking, like the rage bait, fucking titles or any of that shit? Like, come on, man. If you're gonna sit here and go, well, you know, I like Tim Pool, but there's one thing that he did even say that he does, and that's the, you know, he plays the game. Well, so you can, so only he can play the game? Because he did rage quit. Again, I took that I didn't get that still shot from nowhere. Although, wait a minute, if you guys are here, I just realized that's on my other stream. I have a horizontal stream up as well, if you guys prefer that format. Well, yeah. He did rage quit. I mean, even if it was for, what, 5 seconds, 10 seconds? He got up, walked away, even to prove a point. But I love how you're here defending your boyfriend, though. Like, does he know that you're here doing that? Like, oh, man. You deserve some roses. Maybe a blowgie. I don't know. I don't know how you roll, but you might want to, like, ask him. Like, because I've never gone to bat for some dude I don't know this hard. So, like I said, do you stand outside his studio with, like, a boombox, like, Say Anything style? You know, you're just fucking sitting there wait. You're blasting his band. Ooh. Yikes. Yo, what's this stream about? I do like politics, news, but we chill first. I'm sitting here just kind of engaging with chat. I took the weekend off, so I don't know how you roll. Poorly. I have very, very, very poor rolls. I mean, you don't want to play D&D with me. I wish I was kidding about that, by the way, but I do have very poor rolls when I play D&D. I don't know what the hell is up with me. I'm talking to a liar about lying. I don't care about Tim Pool. He's mad. Oh, you a big fat liar. He lied in his title. Oh, no. You know what's really funny? How you guys are here to defend Tim Pool, but not one of you has been like, no, Andrew Wilson, you know what? Everybody still loves Andrew Wilson. It's like, no, I think everybody hates that guy now, which is kind of funny. Way to catch up, guys. Way to catch up. You live on TikTok as well? No. I was banned twice from TikTok, so I do not live stream on TikTok. I will be live streaming on Twitter soon. That's why I keep telling you guys you need to follow me on Twitter, because make this worth my while. I swear to God. I'm going to take so much shit, because you know what you're going to see? You're going to see a fucking blue... Because apparently, I'm going to just let you guys know how this works. You need to get a premium account to even stream on Twitter. I didn't know that. So, apparently, I got to pay for that shit. And if I do that, I get a blue check, which, lame, you're paying for a fucking blue check. But that's not what I'm actually paying for. But yeah, because I know you guys will see the blue check and immediately just be like, oh, Pep sold out. It's like, yeah, well, technically I did. For a reason, so. I love all these small leftist cope channels. Yeah, you know what? There are a lot of them. Hey. At least I don't feel like I'm here changing the world, because I'm not. I'm here to hold your hand through it and maybe make you guys laugh along the way, but... Yeah, I feel bad for the ones that really, like, and I'm not trying to denigrate them at all. I legitimately feel bad, where it's just like, God damn, man, because that's where you will get burnout. I get it, and I've seen it. I will just say that there's a creator I was recently talking to who was talking about how they are getting burnt out because of the type of content that they do. But they do a lot more serious stuff than I do. So, I don't know. We've been seeing more and more of it happen. Also, Hermit, by the way, thank you for your maintaining your streak. I hope Ken joins you as well. You can't... Yeah, okay, so here's the thing. You win TV. I just saw your comment. You can't technically say that. I found out that you cannot say that word on YouTube, so... the I word, where, you know, there's some, familial love, in a very unhealthy way. Yeah. Did you know that? Yeah, I didn't know that. But it was on that magic list of, hey, don't say that, because that will get you suppressed. So let's not do that. This is why I stick to gaming and talk about the, Yeah. I've thought about doing like some gaming streams over on Twitch just to have some fun. Maybe talk about politics along the way, but yeah, we'll do that later. Uh-oh. What's up? Oh.
You literally did mention Queen Andrew in my anxiety roast, and I realized I needed to shit.
Did you write Andrew Wilson on it? You should. Oh my god. We should just rename Uni's colostomy bag to Andrew Wilson. Queen Andrew.
All it talks is hot air.
All it talks is hot air and bullshit. I like this. See, my wife, she got jokes, guys. She got jokes.
You missed I was gonna rage quit my run with that. I said I want the
Well, don't do that. I don't. I'm just gonna say that I don't want to see the give Uni a mic soon, guys. Soon. She'll make her debut, but that's the thing. You guys are gonna hate it, but we're gonna have to reach like we're gonna do like a subathon or like a donation-a-thon to get her on here. So, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. Yeah. No, actually, it should be Andrew Mountbatten Wilson. There you go. Oh, I like it. I like it. I like it. That's what her bag is called. Yep. God, that's so funny. Yeah, you guys heard her for once. Oh shit. And now she's using YouTube lingo. That's how you know that she's been spending too much time in the streams with me. Why'd you move over here, sourpuss? Tinkerbell, you're just like, wait a minute, where are you going? We were having fun with you. Give him a crown like Jughead, please. Oh my god. I mean, dude, that is just that's on point right there. I also like Tim Pooh. Oh dear. Well, okay. We've already gone there, guys. We have. This has gone from pep talks to poop talks, which we know that happens occasionally. But I don't need to. I don't need that to become like an exclusive thing that we do almost every day. Because I just kind of, I don't know. I feel like I should start trying to like make my stream accessible to people. Ugh. I don't know. As I said, I'm very proud of the stream that I do here, and I'm very proud of the fact that I don't take this too seriously. But I'm also, I don't know, I got a little bit of that. What's it called? Insecurity. There we go. It's insecurity about just the fact that yeah, there are other channels that really they do this very well, but they also are very serious. Starting to get like intimidated by that. I think that after like talking to like Ben Dixon and stuff, like I hope that, you know, Pastor Ben, when he watches my show, he enjoys the content. But occasionally I start thinking like, oh, is this the stuff where I'm kind of pigeonholing myself? They don't engage with their chat. Is that what it is? Well, I like engaging with my chat. I don't understand it. Like I get. Well, again, they got a lot to say and a limited time to say it. I mean, that's another thing. Like I'm a marathon streamer. Like I don't know if you guys have figured this one out yet, but I don't really have a time of when I end. I just start, and then we go for however long we go. I mean, what would you guys say my average is? You guys watch a lot more of me than I watch of me. Oh, that's meta as shit to think about. Huh. We'll have to discuss that one a little bit later. Being serious is a great way to end up exhausted and non-functional at the end of the day. That's kind of how I felt about it. Pep's superpower is the breaking the concept of time. Yeah, I think I mean, that is the superpower I have. Whoa, dude. Yeah, right? I did in all seriousness, that is like meta as shit. Or it's just like, yeah, you guys, you actually watch me more than I like, because I only really like I have my obviously like my OBS screen and stuff like that up, but like 10 or 11 p.m. usually long streams. Yep. Oh, that's right. I forget you're central. Yeah. So what? So that's 6 hours, 6 to 8 hours about. Jeez. Yeah, I do long streams. This is why I gotta chop my stuff up, is because it is really difficult for people, like, if something happens on my stream and we're just all, you know, we're very cliquey about it, guys. I mean, you guys all have wrenches, which apparently that is causing some issues. People see that and they just run. You've gone way into my afternoon sometimes. No shit. Oh. I keep her. Oh, wow. So technically I'm time traveling, because I already know I'm doing that right now. I got Australians in the audience, which is cool as hell. I don't think most of their households are in chat. I'm the only other one here, and I'm here with you. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think that's why it works too, is because you act like that's, guys, newsflash. I'm not sure if you guys know this, but my wife actually enjoys hanging out with us, and she enjoys being part of these streams. Like I said, she will eventually be like on stream, so we will be figuring that out. Oh, what's the wait, moon garden? I want to plant a moon garden, all white flowering plants and plants that bloom at night. I love moon gardens. Yeah, those are cool. The problem is, like, with some of those like themed gardens, is the second that they're out of season, they look awful. My neighbor has one of those. Hey Anna, what's up? Thank you for joining. How you doing? Hope you had a good weekend. Also, guys, if you are just joining us and you haven't already hit the like button, here's your daily reminder, or your, let's see, what do I do it like every 20 minutes? Ew, no, I'm one of those YouTubers. Ew. Oh no. Also, I'm gonna make an announcement here. All right. So, Uni has taken it on herself. You guys remember how I was gonna do that merch thing? Well, something happened with the with the person that was going to do that. Unfortunately, they ran into a health issue that it's just not feasible that they were going to be able to commit any amount of time to my channel, which I appreciate everything they did. Shout out to Rectangles. Thank you so much. I know that she still pops in occasionally, lurks, but realistically, she said that she just needed to step away, and no personal reason, no disagreements between us or any of that, just having some medical issues. Also, keep her in your thoughts, guys. Like, it sucks. She's got like mystery stuff going on, and I know Pinkerbell, you were mentioning how you had something similar to that, so yeah, they're trying to figure out what the heck is going on with her. Rebecca, she predates you being here. She was like she was actually my channel manager. Without her, I would not have my channel the way that it is right now. She's the one who set up the Discord for me, because she just understands all this stuff a whole lot more than I do. She's the reason that I have a Twitter, because she did convince me that I was going to need one. So yeah, she was essentially my channel manager. And she was also taking care of like the merch side of things. She actually has an awesome design that will still be featured. It's the Put Some Pep in Your Step. It's got a little cartoon version of me, having a good old walk. It's cool. It's and I love the design. But yeah, it's Rectangle. Or at Rectangles. I used to call her Rectangel because I didn't know how to read. And also I didn't get the reference, and then I would, oh! I felt very silly about that. But yeah. But yes, now Uni will be taking over the merch side of things, and we're going to be doing some special order stuff. This is going to be really fun. So things are going to be a little bit different than your average channel. Oh, crap. Wait. Yeah, I'm losing my insurance at the end of the month, so it will probably... Oh, great. Well, can we... Damn it. Tinkerbell, I'm sorry that you're going through that. I want to circle back to that, because, yeah. Yeah. This is, again, going back to why we need socialized medicine. That will be a thorough, like, thoroughfare, or... wait. I can't get the word right. That will be something we talk about in between other things, because it's very important, and this subject is not going away, so... Yeah, I really hope you get that job. Yeah, because that's insane. That's insane. Yeah, so, I got... You know what? I'm putting out the good vibes for you. I think you got this. But... Wonder couple powers activate. Yeah, I guess. But yeah, my wife is going to be taking care of my merch. But here's the thing, guys. All of my merch is going to be printed and made in-house. So she has these really cool ideas. I don't want to ruin them quite yet, but I'll say the one. She does like little, clay ceramic type stuff, and she wants to make the microphone from my logo, which is that's going to just be my logo. I'm incorporating that throughout the channel here coming up. My profile picture will not be changing. I still love that. And if you guys didn't know, that's hand drawn. I literally have the picture behind me, took the picture with my phone. Didn't even do it on a digital tablet. So yeah, she's going to be printing all of the shirts. She's going to be making some stuff that you guys can order. I know that she's going to do it through an Etsy site, and we're going to link it to the YouTube channel here. So yeah, I hope you guys are looking forward to that. And yeah, it's going to be some really cool merch. So merch idea, Pep's Hot Sauce, working on it. I'm working on it. That's a dream that I've had, and now that I have the ability to do this, yeah. Oh man, I can't wait. Yeah, and that's the thing, guys. It's gonna be super, super limited. So I'm telling you, once we do the first drop, it's gonna then be like to order. As far as like she will make you things to order. We might even be doing like a little blind bag thing where you can get different color peppers, like pepper microphones. So I don't know. At Pep Talks, you want some embroider work? I can probably hook you up. Oh, no kidding. Hey, really? We will talk, Bryant. We will talk. You know me in hats. You get me a good flat brim? Let's go. That will be, hey, I haven't even thought about that yet, but yeah, definitely. Fuck, I'm so excited. Oh, hell yeah. No, I love it, guys. Thank you. Pepper surface piercings. No. Just, well, my brother, oh. Well, that's cool, though. That's freaking awesome. I didn't know that. Yeah, I used to actually do some stuff, because that's how I used to get my hockey jerseys printed. I worked with a printer. But that's cool, man. Hell yeah. Well, I know all about vectorizing, so I can definitely send you the appropriate files. But yeah, I hope you guys are looking out or looking forward to that, because we're starting it here like within the next few weeks. It's going to be up and running. Obviously, I want to give her some time to get like the first wave of little pepper mics and stuff like that. But yeah, the rest of this I will let her kind of do on her terms whenever she wants to debut this, and then yeah, maybe she'll be on stream for that too. Used to have barbells all the way down my neck. What? Holy cow. Yay. No, thank you. It's kind of like Nancy Mace. She got 9 tattoos, and she's like, the pain helped get me through it. It's just like, bitch, did you think about therapy? Like, I'm all for tattoos and I'm all for ink therapy, but did you try the first one, like just therapy? I don't know. Might have benefited you if you're like, the pain is what did it. Like, that was a little weird. Yeah, bro, I had over 28 at the same time. Boy. Yeah, okay. Well, see, I had a biopsy done where I had the needle hit my bone. That was my deciding, like, I'm never getting any tattoos. Just in general, like, I already had made that decision. I'm not gonna be over dramatic. Like, I made a decision a long time ago. I just don't want tattoos. Because it's a form of I get it. Listen. I'm not, as I said, guys, I am not here to shit on tattoos or Nancy Mace even getting the tattoos. What I am saying specifically is that just again, this right wing, just, can I just call her a chud bitch? Like, I feel like chud bitch should be a new thing that we can kind of coin here. So this right wing chud bitch is just so just up her own ass with everything that, like, her answer to her problems, and again, instead of going through, therapy to look into, hey, why did you have these problems in your, relationship, and why do you have all of these problems in your professional life, and I don't know, it kind of seems like you're just overall a very reckless, dumb person. Maybe, I don't know, change that a little bit. Nah. You know what I'm gonna do? Sleeves. That nasty bean eating bitch, Nancy Mace. Yep, there we go. That's a lot of beans. Dude, that was a legendary tweet by Kyle. God. See, now that's, I would love that. I would love a tweet to go viral like that, just for, a simple, funny joke. Because that's the thing. I just want to be honest about, like, why I don't want to be on Twitter. I don't want to do the thoughts thing. And, like, I don't feel like every fucking passive thought I have is important enough to put in a fucking poop tweet. I do that here. Like I said, I'd rather keep that as content for the stream. But I don't know. I guess if you guys want to interact with me, that's also a good way to do it. But I could care less. I fucking hate social media so much. I hate it. I hated it when it started. I didn't have a fucking Facebook until 2011. And I had the ability to get one early too. Yep. No. Didn't want it. I didn't want any of that crap. And I was one of the last guys in my entire friend group to get a Facebook, because so many people were just like, dude, why don't you have Facebook yet? And I missed a few parties where they were just like, why weren't you there? I was like, no one invited me. They're like, did you see it on Facebook? I'm like, God damn it. It's like, I guess I need that now, don't I? La chud. Hey, Kyle, what's up, dude? Hope you had a good weekend, man. Nancy Mace looks like she gathered the Dragon Balls to wish that she lived like Tyler, but accidentally said Steven Tyler. That is scary accurate. You know what? Good poll. Good poll. Mafuna, that was hilarious. You want tarot tattoos? I love tattoos. I love the art form of them. I love drawing them. If anybody ever wants a mock-up of something done in my very, sketchy, blocky style, that's the kind of thing that, I have done. I'm honored to say that I have art pieces on people's bodies, which is cool as fuck. But realistically, I couldn't do it myself. I think I've said this before, man. I get bored with my art so quickly, and I notice imperfections, and then I don't like, I would just constantly be getting cover-ups, and it's also, I'm not sure if you guys know this, expensive as fuck. So, um, yeah. I'm good. I'm good. I saw how addictive it is. My sister, she's tatted up. Like, my sister has so many fucking tattoos. It's awesome though. So, there's a whole deck of tarot cards with tattoo art. It's the tattoo tarot. Yeah, I've seen some pretty cool tarot cards. Marvel actually had some pretty cool collector tarot cards. Not gonna lie. Dieter, what's up, dude? Where are you up to, effer? I'm going through, just fun stuff. Pointing out why we need socialized medicine. Trying to actually, Dieter, I wish you would have popped in about 20 minutes ago, because I kept going on about how I'm not one of like the activist serious streamers where I don't take myself serious enough. So like I have this imposter syndrome that I like I don't think I'm ever going to be able to get over it. So like when I'm on with you, Jeff from Good Morning Comrade, like you guys are out there, like he's doing union organizing, and I'm just sitting here making dick and fart jokes, telling people, hey, we should probably like pivot to the left a little bit. I can see how I'd be a little bit wearing on people. You can obviously tell I've been a little self-conscious as well, but I admit it. I forgot about the one on my back. It's not cute. It's better that I forgot. Oh no. Black, white, psychedelic tree roots. Those are cool. Yeah, no, I've always liked that kind of stuff. Like I like the sketch designs. One of my favorite like tattoos I've ever seen was literally just, it looked like the interior of my sketchbook, where you're just doing figures and anatomical drawing, but it's just basic, like, circle, cross, hatch, and that kind of stuff, like shadowing methods. I love it. But yeah, you have the Marvel. Oh, nice. So you got them. Yeah. We sold them. My buddy sold them at his comic shop, and he was just like, "Why am I ordering these?" I'm like, "Trust me, man. You're gonna sell them." And then he sold them the first day he got them, and he was just like, "You weren't kidding." I'm like, "I told you." I'm telling. It's like when you have like, there's this crossover with nerds specifically, and especially for comic shops, where it's just like, "No, man, you were the first Sandman fucking fan to walk in there." Would be like, "How much are those?" I kind of want those now. You're not an imposter, bro. Just more fun than creators like me. Oh, I appreciate that. I'm an entitled wasp that thinks because of his privilege he actually can help society. If I can just get people to listen to me. Oh, I kind of like to think that I can do the seed planting thing. I may not see the trees grow, but I'm happy to plant the seeds, because I don't know. The trees can't grow if you don't plant the seeds, right? And like, I understand that there's like need to cultivate, and also, yes, you should definitely stick around to try and water them, but that's kind of how I feel in life, for real. Like, look at me being all philosophical. But I do truly believe that, like, as an uncle, as just a content creator, as a person, as a friend, as a spouse, as a family member, if I can just plant the seeds of, those little bits of personality, like I kind of like look at the way that when my mom died, this is why I'm not as devastated by her loss, I guess, is the fact that I look at every time I feel the grief, it is something I actually cherish, because that means I love my mom and she loved me. So, I lost something great. That's what life is, But also, in general, I always, like, she planted so many seeds of, like, her, just, her personality, and where, like, if I see something that reminds me of my mom from myself, I take that second just to go, cool. I don't know. Maybe that can help you guys, but Christine Marshall, hello. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is this the account I think it is? Oh no. I probably should have not called that one up, but whatever. Stanley just farted. Stanley just farted, and it was one of those ones where it was the air where you could hear it go like. Ooh, I'm a little worried about that one. Oh my god. Fucking stare. No. Oh my god. Fucking dog. Oh. Fucking reeks. Oh my god. Spray some lavender. Light a match. I don't have any. Ay, ay, ay. Now the stream started. Oh. Oh my god, it smells like sulfur. Dude, my eyes are literally watering from his fucking fart. Dude, that was bad. Oh, wow, cleared the room even almost. Like, this one gave me a little bit of a headache. Where do you get so yeah, he actually does have like he got put on his old man food. Okay, seriously? Yeah. Dude, it fucking stinks. Ugh. The lavender helped though. Problematic GI tract. A little bit. No, literally, he just got put on his old man food. So yeah. I have an air freshener. I actually have a air purifier right down here. It's doing its job, but the problem is when he farts, he does it from down there. My air purifier goes over here. It sucks the air in front. The intake is on the bottom, and then it blows the air out the top. So I'm essentially just getting a purified fart. Fun times. Eucalyptus spray. Yep. I love the way you put it. Once the people live on in what you've learned and kept from them. Yeah, I mean that's literally how I feel. Trying to go back to it after Stan just freaking derailed mine. I was having a good point there, Mister. Ugh. Sup, Bubba? Bubba. Damn. What's up, man? Okay, that's. I don't know why. That's what I used to call my old dog. He was Bubba's. That's why he's Boo Boo's. I miss my Bubba's. He was a good boy. He was a little terrier mix, a little mutt. He had the tongue of a chow chow. It was cute, man. He was a really, really good dog. He was smart as shit. Not trying to be mean, but he was like way smarter than Stan. But you know what? Like I was saying, going back to my point about how that you learn something and that's how you keep something. Well, he did that with the old dog. Have you covered David Hogg at all? I'm trying to connect with him. Impressive dude. Ish. I thought people were like mad at him on the left. I don't know why. I think whatever, because he was trying to placate to like the milk toast M's. I'm not sure if you saw Josiah's fucking video, but did you know milk toast is spelled MILQUE? Yeah, because he was like, yeah, Donald Trump misspelled milk toast. I'm like, you know what, dude? I'm going to be completely real with you. I would too. And then halfway through his video, he thought that he was going to misspell it. And I was like, fuck you. Fuck you. For trying to, look at how stupid Donald Trump is. He can't spell. He got the one word where I was just like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that everybody in America would spell it the same way. Like milk toast. Like milk in toast. When I was a kid, I used to have tons of stomach issues. Same. Yeah. I found out that I was internalizing my stress and I essentially made a stomach ulcer. That was fun. That's why, yeah, I had a colonoscopy by the time I was 15 because they could not figure out what the fuck was going on with my stomach and my internal, issues. They also thought that I had colitis, but I think that it's safe to say I don't. Which, yeah, they kind of like they gave me the protocol just in case, like kind of thing, where I ate like a lot of probiotics. I didn't eat anything that was spicy for a long time. Black pepper was pretty much cut out from my diet, just to make sure. Strawberries, I couldn't have those for a long time, and pretty much any seeded fruits. That fucking sucked. I ate so much yogurt that to this day I still have a problem with Dannon yogurt specifically, where I'm just like, ooh, like Dannon vanilla yogurt. I don't know, man. It just any other yogurt I'm fine with, but yeah. Are there unseeded fruits? Well, technically, like the ones that don't have like the little seeds. But yeah, technically no. I mean, but like eating an apple, I had to take the skin off type of thing, and I had to go super low fiber, super low fiber. Metamucil was I took Metamucil before I was 20. Like that was the thing. Like my dad would always make fun of me for that. Where like anytime he had to go shopping for my stuff, where he was just like, yeah, people don't second guess that, they just think I'm buying this for myself. It's just like, nope, buying this for my 15-year-old. It's just like, thanks, Dad. Appreciate that. Little did he know that it was actually the stress of my home life that was causing all of the issues. Go buy some effing health insurance instead of begging for money, dumbass. That's not how it works. Tell me that you don't understand how health insurance works. Like more. Buy health insurance? Brother. Why are you why are you so against socialized medicine? Like what's up with that? E-begging. Does he tell every OF girl that too? Like, come on, fuck on. My stomach issues are random. I mean, dude, I've literally seen people drop, hundreds of dollars watching that fucking at whatever. Like, yeah, save me. Save me. Fucking save it. Spare me is what I meant to say. My stomach issues are random. I can't eat random foods because if it'll throw a fit. I also have tons of... Yeah. Hopefully you can decrease the stress to kind of figure out if it is stress-based or not, because it could just be your gut biome fucking reacting poorly to all the stress. I had to lose my job to get healthcare, buddy. Yeah. Oh, you're an Aussie. You should know they are not bears. Wait, bears? Who's talking about bears now? How did we go from healthcare to bears? Wait, what happened to Kolinsky? I find myself rarely watching him these days. He's repetitive. Actually, Dieter, I was just talking about how I'm personally getting out of that, like, form of content. Like, I was watching Pondering Politics last week, and I couldn't get through the video. I can't stand it. Like, there's adding too much. Like, when you're covering clips, there really is like this, okay, like, now you're just pontificating, and it's just, at some point, I think that someone like Kyle would be doing better if he was live streaming throughout the day. He'd probably be doing better financially too. But I don't know. Whatever. If it works for his lifestyle, great. Kyle is at that point though. Even if we stop watching him, he's never gonna. He's not gonna run into problems. So, Hog is about electing next generation anti-establishment progressives in the Dem primaries. Oh. Well then, I don't see why people disagree with him as much as they do. I don't know, guys. Like, this is where I've said it, Dieter. Sometimes I feel like we just, like, our side of politics, you know, the DSA and people that are, they call themselves DSA or at like farther left, sometimes, dude, we can just really not see the forest for the trees. Like, I'm part of it too. I find myself doing this sometimes and getting all up in arms, and then I'll get brought back to earth because I at least have that benefit where I have enough people that are curious about politics in my life that they like to talk to about this stuff, but they're also like hyper super normies. And when I say hyper super normies, I'm talking about like when I see I did something this weekend that was fun. So I asked my buddy, I was like, "Hey man, can I see your YouTube algorithm?" And he was like, "Yeah." It was scary how there's just zero news, zero politics. It was all video game related. It was like Brandon Sanderson, like podcast lore, D&D stuff, like just hyper super nerdy shit, which I love. I mean, the thing is, that's what I love that stuff. And I kind of found myself going like, man, I'm not sure if this is healthy or not, but I kind of felt like it's more healthy than mine, because then we compared and contrasted, and he was just like, dude, you get like maybe one video every 5 videos that isn't political. I'm like, yeah. He's like, you might want to reset your algorithm. Because, yeah, I think he wasn't wrong. I don't watch Kyle Kalinske anymore. He feels stagnant. I don't like his attitude most of the time. Kind of annoying, to be honest. Yeah. No, it is. It is. Because how can he sit there doomering in his $1 million house and, you know, going to tennis lessons and fucking golf games and fucking gymnastics meets? Just... It feels like, yeah, dude, like you can sit here like telling us how bad everything is, how the world is burning, but then you're sitting there living, you know, the suburban fucking American dream. Like, fuck you. There's something significantly annoying about that. That's why, like, I've made the comments about Crystal that I have, where I'm just like, man, sometimes it really does seem like this just isn't bothering her, which that bothers me. That tells me that it's just like every other newscaster. They function on a different level because they are on a different level. They are literally on a different fucking tax bracket. Ken, maintaining your streak? Wait a minute. You didn't get the streak. What's going on? But also, what up, Ken? Love the Forrest Gump emote, by the way. It's called the American Dream because you gotta be asleep to believe it. Yep. I go to Kalinski's for laughs, not serious commentary. So the thing is, he's not doing it for laughs anymore, and I think that's part of it. He's not doing the fucking Dickie McGee's fucking commentary as much as he's doing this fucking blatant outrage porn. Oh, good save. But yeah, man. Yeah, George Carlin's American Dream quote. Yep. Bless President America the Beautiful. Well, aren't you just having fun? Well, I hope you are. Nah, George Carlin nailed that shit. But George Carlin was also one of the last ones to really, like, what I don't like is how the right and the left do this, where they try to claim Carlin, where it's like, nah, bro, he used to say, like, this, he was political, but he was also aware enough to be like, no, if you need to put me in any camp, I'm literally just an independent thinking American. Plain and simple. He's like, I'm not part of your fucking sports team. And that was part of the problem, was he saw the way that they were disingenuously trying to use him as part of the sports team. Patriotism is a virtue of the vicious, exaggerated patriotism, the most insincere form of self-conceit. Oscar Wilde. Yeah, no, I remember that quote. Yeah, okay, so I think that's kind of where I got my idea about, like, modern patriotism and how I'm just like, ew. Like, it's just, ew. Dude, his Modern Man monologue. Oh, yeah. Dude, I have the Modern Man monologue on vinyl. I have that upstairs. I should show it. I'll post a picture in Discord. I have my 2 favorite George Carlin vinyls. One of them is still wrapped, and it's from 1968. pretty cool. Well, that's sweet. Yep. That was one of the benefits of working at the estate company. I got to get all the cool shit. George Carlin would be a DSA. No, he wouldn't be a member. I remember he had a big thing about signing up for anything because he was just like, anytime that you're signing up for anything, anytime I try to do a George Carlin voice, I just do Tim Dillon. But what he said was, anytime that you sign up for any of these progressive orgs or any political movement, that you're essentially just giving the government your name and information to put on a watch list. And I was just like, he's not wrong, you know. Like, now did that deter me? No. Like, I still signed up for the DSA. Dude, I was part of the 9/11 truth movement. Trust me, I get this from multiple angles where I was like, he was definitely onto something there. George was more progressive in his like politics and the way that he saw things, but the problem is too many people look to him through a political lens when that's never what he was going for. He was trying to break you from looking at things through a political lens, which you need to do occasionally. Like, this is what I'm all about, is trying to take myself out of politics, and this is where disingenuously you will get people from both the right and the left that will say, oh, you're a fence sitter. Oh, well, then that just means that you don't have convictions. No, that has nothing to do with it. It's literally about being able to disengage and not drive yourself fucking crazy through always framing everything through fucking politics. You know, like, that's part of the problem. It really is, because on the right you have the opposite of that, where, you know, well, no, actually, it's not. It's just they focus in on different shit. Rebecca, thank you for renewing your... Oh, you gifted a Pep Talks membership. Hey, really appreciate that. And Bloodstone just received a gifted membership. Hell yeah. Appreciate that. Thank you. AQ's someone who spent 30 years on at a time turning off is a gift. When I see someone wearing an American flag, anything right now, I throw up a little bit at my mouth. Well, the thing is, like I was saying this, Dieter, like, I've been thinking about, like, maybe getting an American flag because I don't want them to think that they just own that shit. And that's literally us conceding based on the fact that they got there first, which, fuck you. Fuck them. Like, listen, I do not care about being nationalistic, you know, but I consider myself an actual patriot. Like, I guess I love where I live. It's okay. You know, it's not been the worst. But I also I'm not like, rah, woohoo. Like, I do not have a very dismissive attitude about it, where I'm like, it's whatever, it's land. Woo. You know? George didn't vote, though. He considered voting a scam and a waste of time, arguing that participating in it meant giving up the right and to complain about the results. He said that in one of his stand-up specials, but I remember his daughter debunking that. She said that after his death, I forgot who she was getting interviewed by. I think it was NPR. Because they were talking about his politics. And she even said, like, no, that's not the case. But I disagree. Not voting takes away the meaning of your complaint, as you're not an active participant. Yeah, no, I kind of agree with that. That's how I've always been with my dad. My dad's a non-voter, and he has so many, like, fucking high opinions of politics where I'm just like, hey, if you have these opinions and you think you have this figured out, number one, why don't you participate? Number two, why don't you actually get involved? Like, I remember asking my dad that as a real little kid, where I'm just like, why don't you try to, like, lower the taxes? You're always bitching about the fucking taxes, but then I never see you actually do anything about trying to lower your taxes. You sit here bitching, just bitch. Fucking A, man. And these are the people that fancy themselves like these fucking... Again, my dad's a business owner, and he fancied himself being, you know, a little bit smarter than your average bear. I figured it out. Fuck you. Love you, Dad. The thing is, This is how we talk to each other. So, voting is just one strategic thing that you can do, in my opinion. No reason not to. Disenfranchisement and just in general feeling like it doesn't represent. No, this is what I was talking about. This is where my buddy, he has voted before, but stopped voting because he felt so betrayed by Joe Biden and just the Democrats in general, where he was like, you know what? I'm done. I'm done voting. He didn't vote this last election. He told me that he felt like we got robbed of our choice. He thought that it was bullshit that we didn't get a primary. He didn't even know the term primary, by the way, when he told me about that. That's what really sticks with me. He's like, yeah, we didn't even get a pre-vote. I was just like, you mean oh. Because I had that moment of wanting to be kind of like condescending about it, where it's like, you don't even know the name of it, but it's just like, you're right. That doesn't make you any less right. The harder choice and the right choice are usually the same. Ish. I mean, I try not to look at things as fucking linearly, I guess. Everything changes. It does. Like, look at the way our political system has changed since the 1700s, which pisses me off that people don't recognize that. And then they disingenuously use the party swap and all that shit. Like, let's be real. This is where I've always been pretty adamant about this. Like, for everybody that doesn't like the two-party system, I will always say that the problem, technically, is that there's always been a two-party system. Always. You just don't recognize it as that. You have people that literally feel for other people, that care about their communities. Then you have people that don't, who see the cracks in the system, but instead of fixing those cracks, they want to exploit them. You know? They'd rather, actually, perfect example. Like, they see the cracks, and instead of fixing the cracks, they want to fucking chisel the cracks so all the water can be channeled to them, and then they dam it off once they get all the water that they need. And all of a sudden turn into a dam analogy. And a good damn analogy. Pain is cheap. What you do next is not. I'm going to say something that's going to come off as profoundly ignorant, and I am well aware of how it's going to come off. But every once in a while, I like, this is where I think, like, I'm not trying to, like, make an excuse for me to stay stupid. It's what it's going to sound like. I already know how this is going to go. But every once in a while, I hear quotes, and I hear these things, and I'm just like, okay. And based on that, has that changed your understanding of life? Because Dostoevsky? The thing is, I have always looked at Dostoevsky and fucking Nietzsche, and all these, like, philosophers. Nietzsche was an asshole. He was an asshole. Pretty sure Dostoevsky was also an asshole. Had some good ideas, but realistically, some people, like, they do this thing where they'll accidentally, like, demagogue them, and and all of a sudden it becomes their scripture. And, like, the reason that I can look at it this way is because that's how I used to look at the Bible. That's how I used to I literally would use Bible verses disingenuously too. Like, if I heard somebody's argument, I would study a bunch of Bible verses just so I could throw it at them and be like, yeah, well, here. But Mage has some good questions. What's up, Mage? Okay, pain is cheap. Wait. Why I can relate to Nietzsche? Well, again, he's an asshole. Well, I don't know. He was also, like, proto-incel, if you ask me. He has a lot of that. Like, reading his stuff about women. Come on. Like, that's where I've always, like, I don't like this. I don't like when people are disingenuous in the way that, like, they will prop up historical figures like they're monoliths and they don't have problems themselves. Specifically when it comes to, like, using what they like about Lenin's the biggest one. I have a problem with this one as the layman here, where it's just like, listen, Lenin might have had some great ideas and contributed to, like, the communist idea and all this, like, this revolutionary communist shit, but realistically he was an awful person. who committed atrocities, and he was just a piece of shit. Like, this is where I also come at this from somebody that, you know, as a actual pacifist, that I wish we could just have some peace. That'd be good. And then, you know, but I'm also what you would call a passive pacifist, I guess, because I recognize that that's just not realistic. Schopenhauer, oof, now that's sexism. Yeah. To a lot of people, these quotes help guide their train of thought and help people understand the perspective you're looking through. Well, and that's where I'm saying, as long as you have the clarity on like what you're doing with it, but this is where I was saying there's a major difference between the people like that use it like that and the ones that use it as essentially a form of gospel. And this is where I'm just saying, like, I'm calling it like I sees it. Now that you mention it, yeah, you're probably right there, Pep. No, thank you. I appreciate that. Lenin set the left back so much with his infidelity to democracy. Yeah, no, like, and that really pisses me off. And I didn't like how, like, I was essentially told, like, well, yeah, well, you know, I just remember, like, this is why I think I got mad at somebody saying that they were a Maoist recently, because I was just like, that reminded me of this edgelord I used to hang out with that used to go around telling people that he wasn't even a communist, that he was a Leninist. Just like, why do you do this? Like, why do you do this? Because what you're trying to do is you're trying to be like, yeah, I'm more punk rock. You're literally trying to, like, have a punk rock angle to, like, intellectuals. So, like, for instance, you know what you're doing. You're pissing off the people that are intellectually engaged enough to actually know about this. So, it was always annoying, but knowledge should not be confused with faith. Well, unfortunately, that happens too much. Dieter, sorry, man. I got to go back to the... my chat kind of moved you out of there, so I got to go back manually. Give me 1 second. Here we go. People don't get involved because human behavior operates along the lines of right versus easy as opposed to right versus wrong. Well said. Well said. This is why you're the essayist. The harder choice and the right choice are usually the same thing. How do we handle regretful Trump supporters? Do we distinguish between single versus double, triple? Well, that's what we're trying to do now. And, like, I'll be honest, I do. Like, the triple Trumper that's now coming at, like, to terms of thing with things, it's annoying. But it's also, like, you need to know when to cut your losses. Because I think that that's a good point of where we're at right now. Because, like, if we can do the thing where we don't condescend to these people to the point where they get active, that's my biggest thing that I personally have a problem with sometimes, is seeing how some leftists will handle engagement, and then it's almost like at some point they'd rather, like, they take it as the win where this person disconnects entirely. Where they're like, I would just rather not vote, or I would just rather disconnect. But they also don't see it as like, well, they didn't, because it's not usually how it goes. What ends up happening is these people go, that's why I can't engage with leftists, and throw their hands up and go, fuck it, I'm just, at least these people kind of got me. You know, like, but this is where we have this problem, and this is just humans. Like, yeah, we have to do this. Like, there's no way that you can remember everybody's face or everybody's fucking positions, like, politically. So we have to do this thing where we, like, monolith them, or we fucking essentially, like, you know, put all of everybody, like, our belief system onto one person. Like, we need to stop doing that, man. I just gotta say, like, I think that it would benefit a lot of us to just chill the fuck out. Realistically. Everything is so existential, and I get it. How can you watch the news and not feel it? I mean, fucking Trump just started a bank this week. And that went so underreported that I bet a lot of you guys are just learning this in my chat right now. But yeah, did you know that Trump he actually got the okay to start a fucking bank? A crypto, for his crypto money? Yeah. But by all means, yeah, you know, just smoke up and hold on. Well, that's one thing I'm not going to dissuade. Like, this is also where I kind of understand that I come at this from a different perspective because of the fact that I do get lifted and cover politics, man. Like, I get it. I think that this is also why I can, like, I'm gonna just say this, and I might be misreading it, but there's been a few occasions recently where I kind of started feeling like, you know, whether it was on this space or even on this channel, where, you know, people were starting to get the wrong idea about where I was with my politics, and they were trying, like, someone that I respect was asking me if I was pivoting more towards the center, and I was just like, wow, is that what you're getting from my content? Because damn, I don't want to do that. But no. This is where I got really comfortable. What was it, last week, when somebody had kind of articulated it really well, where they're like, nah, like, you're just good at normie outreach. Like, Dieter, I think that might have been you. But hey, I'm good at, I know my place. And just in general, like, when I say normie and all that kind of bullshit too, like, that's already insinuating that I'm, like, too far gone, you know? But I just fucking, I'm starting to get the idea that we're doing it again. We're so close to this, you know, this midterm election. I almost called it a primary. And we're so close. We're so close. We don't have to fuck this up, man. Do you think politics is linear? No, not necessarily, but I do think that it is kind of, it can be, in a way. I think that it is a lot more simplistic than a lot of people make it out to be. I think that a lot of people make villains where there aren't any. I think that a lot of people will do this anticipation thing, where they'll create villains through anticipation. I mean, I've seen it. Like, they were trying to do that with Abdul. And you know what really, this went uncalled out. I'm not okay with this. I saw a lot of people that were coming out and attacking Abdul, and then he won. And then within a week, they were pretending that they had never said some of the shittier things that they said about Abdul. Yeah, the Fetterman syndrome. Thank you. That's what I was going with. That's where I was going with it, is everybody wants to do this thing where they want to protect themselves from the next Fetterman, but they're not realizing that in doing so, they're also handing this to somebody that's much worse than a Fetterman, you know? And I know, guys, it's disappointing. Fetterman sucks. He genuinely is a horrible fucking politician and a horrible person. And just, yeah, I get it. I get it. But this is also where it's like, so do we PTSD our way out of politics this way? Because that's how that goes. That's essentially how this is. Like, we're taking our momentum, we're shooting ourselves in the fucking dick with something that the opposition handed us. See, that's where I get really mad, is where I see too many people that are, like, too willing to grab that weapon, not realizing that it has been set to backfire. You know what I mean? And you could argue, like, you can even argue that, like, I have said to use the tactics, but this is where I do know the difference, where it's like, yeah, tactics are different. If they're handing you something from their side, that's a little sus, especially if we're in the middle of a conflict. So, but yeah, Dieter, that was a great question about how do we handle regretful Trump supporters. So I would say with open arms, man. With open arms. And also, bite your fucking tongues. Bite your fucking tongues occasionally. Like, are we just that online brain that we just can't engage and we refuse to? That we will, like, damn, dude, you understand that a lot of those people, like the Trumpers that are leaving now, especially the triple Trumpers, they are a good person to talk to, because either way, if you can convince them to disengage with politics entirely, that is a much better outcome than making them so annoyed that they just continue their shitty politics, you know? Because realistically, you also have to look at the psychological, like, factors of why they do get as amped up as they do about the things that they do. I mean, have you really put it, again, we're not very good at doing the, like, why are you so mad at transes in sports, when it should just be a simple question of, like, did this happen to you? Do you know somebody that this happened to, or is this something that you just saw in the news and you're mad now? That doesn't get asked enough in like a. And the thing is, like, this is where I was saying I understand this because I have the like. I'm saying this now like I have the perfect way of engaging with people, but I let my emotions get the best of me, and then I literally will ask that in a condescending way, which then because I'm coming at this with as a like this is anecdotal on my part where this happened to me, where I accidentally pushed too hard the other way, and then I found out that like this person was just like, nah, honestly. I started looking more into Republican policies. I was just like, Jesus, I fucked up on that one. And it's not like a friend. It's not one of those ones, like, it was more of an acquaintance situation, but it was annoying, where I was just like, fuck. Because, like, I realized where I fucked up. Where I was just like, had I just not led with my emotions, I think that, like, they would have been a lot more receptive to what I was saying. But yeah, I'll try and convince them to disengage for sure. Yes, agreed. I wasn't sure where you were going at first, but things like going at policy without mentioning Trumpty Dumpty, as that man brainwashed people into trigger. Yeah, I mean, literally, like people, yeah, both sides. Like, you hear Trump and you get a visceral reaction. Like, when I hear Trump in public, when somebody uses his name, even if they're, like, shitting on him, I do, like, go, like, ugh. Like, it does suck. Trans every damn day now. Well, that sounds like, if you are hearing this, about this stuff every damn day, that's a you thing. Like, do you ever, like... Dude, I do this, like, half. I would argue that like a large contingent of my viewer base, you know, are trans. You somehow think about trans stuff more than I ever do, or I think even they do. Am I wrong here? If y'all are, you know, me getting banned --time out for saying the slur dumb got me to drop the whole creator. I think it's important to find a line so you don't lose folks that are flippable. Yeah, no, I've been trying to do that. I think that I had the other side of that where my line wasn't strong enough. Now I have like if you're killing the mood and you're just being a dick, no more of you. You don't have, like, the thing is, you don't actually like get the privilege of being in my chat if you're just going to be an asshole. Like, that's not how this works, man. And it's not because, oh, he's just a bitch. Oh, the left, they have no tolerance. No, dude, it's the fact that I don't need that kind of engagement on my channel. I don't want to cultivate an environment where I let shitheads like that just fucking run amok. I'm sorry. Oh, don't worry about it, man. You're good. You're good. Trey Crowder's video from the last couple days about the WNBA thing and the obsession with trans kids in sports thing making no sense were actually pretty good, funny, and got the point across. Good. I'll check it out a little bit later. I mean, fuck. Hell yeah, engaged, but punish. What's up? Oh. I forgot we gotta take care of this. Wait. Go upstairs. The thing from my screw it into your bear. And that should work. It didn't work. The 2-gram card. It's the one inside my Ivy Hall pen. Just don't smoke it out of that one. That's the one that had like the defect. Yeah, we had a G pen frickin' go essentially defective. That sucked. It would like heat up, but it wasn't actually like the coil wasn't burning. It's really weird. All right, so I'm back starting my shift and listening in. Hell yeah, Ghost Train. Glad you were able to get your cat nap in. You hear it on the news and media every day. Well, yeah, because again, they need you to stop. They need you as the American stupid public to think about anything but this war and the fucking fact that the economy is trash. This is what happens when you have a regime that threatens a whole bunch of people. Okay, this is weird. Oh my god. Alright, I think my mom's husband is losing his mind. Yeah, my mom's husband, ever since he's been widowed, I would feel a lot more sorry if he wasn't so just egregious with, like, his dating attempts. Like, dude, he's such a piece of shit. He really is. He's just such a brazen piece of shit. You know. But my mom loved him, so I tried to be nice. Define populism, and I think you'd agree there are multiple forms. What's the opposite of populism? Elitism? Yeah. Wait a minute. I just thought about that, because there was I forgot what the hell I was listening to, but there was something where they were talking about populism, and like they did like the ew populism, and it was like, wait, are we doing that now? Is that the new thing where we just say ew gross populism? Like, oh, okay, cool. I don't know, man. Like I said, this is the reason that I try to really keep a clear view of what I can accomplish on this show, and you know, what I can bring to the table. What are my main issues with Trump? The fact that everybody has bought into his salesman bullshit, but can never be critical of him. Like, I'm going to ask you this. What issues do you have with Trump? What's your issues with Trump? I don't know your politics, but I'm just going to ask, what are your issues? Because I might be pleasantly surprised to find out that you actually are politically more, you know, in line with where I'm at. But I'm not just a disingenuous leftist that's just like, wah, conservatism, wah. Like, dude, the thing is, I've lived a long enough life to now know how conservatives govern. And I lived through fucking 8 years of George Bush II. He did not do a good job. I lived through fucking Trump the first time, did not do a good job. And now he's currently not doing a good job. But you got, like, for some reason, his supporters are so cult-like that they just refuse to see the reality that is that we're living through. You know, they will fucking even forego if they are having problems. Like, I'm pretty sure that everybody can agree that the gas prices, no matter where you live in America, are higher than they were under Joe Biden for longer. But if you can't, that's cult shit. That's just you not being able to reconcile with just objective reality. Like, one can be partisan and recognize Trump as a liar, failure, and corrupt criminal. Absolutely. And that actually right there would make me respect you a little bit more. Like, if you even say, yeah, you know what? I'm a Republican and I was even Maga. But goddamn, this guy's a moron. The Trumpstein files. Yeah, we got the Trumpstein files. You got dude, there's just, the thing is, this is why I don't even fucking try to play the issue game, because he flooded the zone well. He did a good job on that one. Him and Steve Bannon, they, like, Project 2025 is what, 80-something% complete right now. So, like, they're doing everything that they wanted to do. And the thing that really sucks is they told us exactly what they were going to do, a few years before they were going to do it. But we sat here with our thumbs up our ass thinking there's no way that America would let that happen. Not within 2 years. No way. There's no way that the American empire and the experiment could just collapse like that. There's no way that the American, populace would just be just totally okay with brazen corruption. And there's no way that they would just constantly listen to the Lord and Savior Donald Trump and just constantly point the fingers at the fucking party that isn't even in power. That'd be ridiculous. That'd be absolutely oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's the fucking reality I wake up to every goddamn day. How fun is that, guys? Isn't it fun? Isn't it fun? Isn't it so much fun where Maga's sitting there living in their little fucking la la land? And then on top of it, like I've called this out, and I know that some of y'all are mad at me about it, but then you got the other side that like you take it to the next extreme where it's like Viva la Revolution tomorrow, and we need it all right fucking now, otherwise everything's a waste of time. Like fuck, man. But Scott Muscle, you asked. Oh wait a minute, I just realized you asked me that twice. But yeah, that's my main Trump issue is also the fact that he's just worse than Biden. Economically, he's worse than Biden. Societally, he's worse than Biden. Dude, Biden was an ice cream eating fucking boring mofo, and somehow you guys made him into the devil. You understand how that in itself should be something you should reconcile with? Is that the person you were most scared of was somebody that was minus 2 in the Riz category. Like literally, they rolled up their charisma check and just fucking failed. Just, oh my God. And you guys, again, you were just like, nope, he rolled a 10. And everybody, you know, they love him. It's like, dude, when you guys did the Let's Go Brandon shit, like, it was a bunch of fucking, like, you guys don't even get it because you don't watch NASCAR. You bunch of fruits, you don't understand it. It's just like, no, we understand it. It's stupid. It's very stupid. Like, it was dumb from the beginning. Why even code it? Just fucking say it with your chest. Well, we can't put that on a flag. I got yelled at by somebody for having that in front of kids. And then I kind of went, yeah, you know what? You're right. All right. I find him a bit arrogant, but I'm okay with him because he makes his motives clear. I'm in agreement that the trans men should not compete in women's sport. It's fucking, but right there, the fact that you agree with something that's a non-issue, that's where, the fact that we're even like, you put that sentence together while our economy is going the way that it is and our military is losing a fucking war of choice, but trans in sports. You understand how fucking stupid you are? And I'm not being nice anymore, dude, Scott. The fact that you even like put that together where you're like, yeah, I kind of agree with that. And you know what? I just kind of think, yeah, he tells it like it is. He tells it, you know what? I'm dumb enough to fucking be like, yeah, he does tell me like it is. At least he doesn't lie to me about fucking me. He does, though. He lies to you fucking daily. Just because you don't watch his fucking press conferences because you checked out already doesn't mean that we don't. Scott's a bot. Yeah, I kind of get the feeling that he is. What's up, Difficult Truth? Carlos, how you doing, brother? Welcome in. Appreciate you being here. Hope you guys enjoyed a Difficult Truth stream. Another comrade over on this space that I would argue does much more serious content than myself, but I also just appreciate the candor and the way that you actually I enjoy the way that you do your stuff. You know, you're like if some of these other, you know, smarter commentary guys didn't like, because you don't do it with like the world, the sky is falling, everything's falling around us, we're all gonna die. Like, for real though, I do this is where I'm just gonna say I will always appreciate people that are much better than me at things. Very chill. Yeah, no. Like, it's almost the way that I wish I could break the news, but then I get derailed and I let my ADHD do its thing a little bit too much, and then it turns into a thing. Damn what? Is that all you got? Damn, the fact that we think you're a bot? Or the fact that I called you out for believing in something really stupid? Like, you didn't even answer my question, numbnuts. Like, I gave you a prompt. Here's your prompt. What problems do you have with Trump that would make you stop supporting the man. Because honestly, there's enough there right now. I don't think you get it. I think that you could probably talk yourself out of supporting this man if you weren't just such a fucking dumbass that you tied your identity to him. Do you understand how sad that is? Like, if you're MAGA in here, God bless you. God bless your fucking heart at this point. Good job. Because you have to fool yourself every fucking morning you wake up. You have to convince yourself that this is going better than it actually is. And that the left is just creating this alternate reality where everybody's hysterical except for you. And like, that's exactly how it is, guys. It's just, it's Trump's world and we're just living in it. And that's the problem. That's the fucking problem that you refuse to admit, is the fact that it's Trump's world and we're just here. That's not how this works. I don't know why you guys decided at some point to be so insecure that when we had elections that you decided to make the office of the presidency into a godhood where this man is infallible. Again, all because you don't have the ability to decipher why you're insecure about things. Hell, you probably don't even recognize insecurity because you're just like, I don't like this bad feeling in my tum-tum. That's the case. Those transes made me all mad. Now I'm going to be all mad online. I'm going to tell them that I don't want to think about their damn trans penis. Dude, seriously, you guys are fucking weird. Like, really weird. You guys think about trans stuff way more than most people, like, on the left. You think, even, like I said, more than trans people. It's weird. TomTom makes her serious business. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, totally are. Scott, let me help you out with the term trans men were assigned female at birth. Trans men aren't trying to compete in women's sports except places like Texas where they are forced to. Scott is dumb. Like, he doesn't understand that he's probably met a trans woman and like even went like, man, I'd smash that, not even realizing she was trans. But that's what they're scared of. Like, dude, this all became an issue when passing trans people were all over TikTok. I'm gonna just call it like I sees it. All of a sudden, these trans women who are just objectively hotter than a lot of fucking cis women, all of a sudden started popping up and making these guys pee-pees hard. And now they can't reconcile with it. They cannot. They would rather punch themselves in the... Well, I don't know. Do they punch themselves in the dick before going online and being like, I don't like transes in sports? Or, I don't know. Or do you think that they release like in the gross way, which I don't even want to bring up, but come on. That's what this is, guys. Scott probably considers himself a Christian too, but he and all conservative Christians can't be Christian because Jesus was a socialist. Well, yeah, also, Jesus would love and accept trans people and actually tell these dumbasses that they would not have a place in the kingdom of heaven if they continued their unfettered bigotry and fucking, like, because again, the fact that they use the scripture as the tool of their hate, where they're just like, this is what told me I have to hate them. It's like, no, actually, that's not the case. And this is why Christians love the Bible, because they really do, like, they're taught. This is why Christianity in America is taught the way that it is, where pastors, oh my God, there's a reason that I hate pastors as opposed to priests. And trust me, I got my, this has nothing to do with the weird reasons that, again, like priests, the Catholic priests definitely got their shit. But when it comes to the actual priesthood, there's commitment there. This is the problem I have with American Christianity, is that you do not have to actually fucking commit. It's literally Christianity of convenience, where all you have to do is, woo, I say I believe in Jesus. That means I'm good. He said that he died for my sins. Even if I know, if I know what I'm doing is wrong, that's fine. Jesus, he died for that sin. It's like, no. Actually, Matthew 7 fucking covered that very well. We've gone over that on this stream. The book of Mark actually also goes into that. but they don't want to think about that stuff. They don't want to think about doing the hard stuff, actually being, Christian. Putting their actual fucking thoughts to like their faith. Like, oh yeah, your faith isn't just it's not a free pass to not use critical thinking. If anything, if you learn that from church, you've been done wrong, my friends. Very dirty. This is the problem, is also where right-wing assholes, they, like the same way that I was talking about the American flag, they bastardized Christianity and then they appropriated it for their own fucking musings, and it's always based in hate and misunderstanding of other people. You understand, like, how if you ever go to a church and they and you're like trans and they welcome you, that's a good church. That's an actual church that like stands by the word of God and Jesus, because any place is supposed to supposed to or claims that they are of God, they wouldn't be able to fucking differentiate, because you know what? You're God's child. You're Jesus's child. You are, and therefore you are to be loved. You are, just remember that, guys. That's one thing that I always liked about Christianity, is that something that Jesus was all about was love. And you are worthy of his love, no matter what these assholes say. And that's the thing. Just remember that there are more Bible verses condemning them and saying that they will be in hell. They will not pass through the gates of heaven. That's just how it goes. That fucking, what is it? The needle thing. I always like that analogy, but I can never remember it. It's easier to pass through the needle or the eye of a needle than it is for a sinner. Fuck. Yeah, I always lose that one. Return to sender, no such soul. CIA. Okay. Camel Pep. Eve is everyone's mother, so we all have two mothers, just FYI. Well, that's not how that works either. Actually, Genesis, I was reminded by this because I watched that Monty, I forget her name, but she's all over. Listen, if you're a leftist and you're on YouTube, or if you're on YouTube, TikTok, any of this shit, then you know who Monty Matter. I love her content, but I specifically will say that I love her content because she is she's a studied theologian. So when she brought up how you cannot have you can't believe the first book of Genesis and then the second book of Genesis, they directly contradict each other. I forgot about that. So I went back and I reread it. Holy crap, dude. She knows her Bible stuff. Yeah, we tend to do that. I used to think God was real until I actually read the Bible without someone holding my hand. Then I realized that nah, it's just another sophisticated or not so sophisticated mode of control if you see past the way that things are structured like that. It's the reason that the church is structured the way that it is. Just think back to the way that originally it was, where Martin Luther translating the Bible was seen as blasphemy because they were literally like, you can't do this. If you teach them how to read this, then they don't need us. We control everything right now, you idiots. And then all of a sudden, it's a nice storybook. It is. The thing is, again, Jesus is a rad guy. If you actually do practice what you preach or what he preaches, if you actually are into Jesus's word, then yeah, Jesus is rad, dude, for real. But people aren't. People do not actually love Jesus. They love the idea of being forgiven. They love the idea that they can be as shitty as possible and not have to ever actually hold up that mirror, because they think that at the end of their life, that's just how it is. You understand how lazy that is too, and how that is directly contradictory to even modern day, what the Christians wanted. I'll say this much: the American NIV church, New International Version churches, your modern day evangelical, they kind of they deserve what they're gonna get if they actually do go to heaven, because they ain't getting in. That's just how that is. Like, again, it's that pesky thing of actually reading the Bible, because, like, it's not even just prosperity gospel shit, although they love themselves some prosperity gospel. No, the thing is, through prosperity gospel, they would actually get to that socialist message, because, you know, Jesus was all about paying taxes. But yeah, he was pretty, I'm using convenient Christianity, FYI. I'll hook you up with the credit. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I've been saying that. Even when I was in the church, I used to call born-agains that would, you know, it would always be like some lady that just like met her boyfriend, and she would tell you this story about, and it was always the same shit. And it was just like, oh, you're a Christian of convenience. That's what it is. Okay, got it. And that's what most of them realistically are. Like, that's where my condescension within the church kind of, like, I stepped back for a moment and realized, I was like, oh, I kind of was too, except the problem was I also, like I said, read the damn Bible. Once I did, like, once I started getting to, you know, like, Thessalonians, like, that was a book that oh my God, they hold your hand through that shit, because they don't want you getting too close to, like, well, Jesus does kind of actually want you to be a really good person. You know, this whole idea that Jesus was somehow like this fucking warmonger, that, you know, and your faith is protected because you guys are doing this in the name of Christ. Like, I'm sorry, I hate to say this, but if you believe that, then I got some news to break for you. There were these crusades, right, throughout history. Not a single one of them, through the actual method of, like, the Bible, are going to heaven. I'm sorry. Again, it is a blatant fucking just bastardization of the book of Matthew and the Sermon of the Mount. And that's my favorite one, is because I like to bring up the sermon, because that's what your contemporary Americans know. Because most of the time that, like, Christians try to sell Christianity to your average secularist, they have to go with the Sermon on the Mount, because that's the one that it strikes you with the guilt, but it also strikes you with Jesus's compassion. And you can sell things with compassion, but there's also that little bit of, like, ambiguous bit of, like, the Lord's wrath, where it's just like, ooh, we like that part too, because he's a strong daddy. We like a strong daddy. I'm so special because Jesus loves me. Conservative Christianity is narcissistic Christianity. My Southern evangelical mother should be passing in the next day or two. Yeah, we talked about that a little before I had my... Yeah, by the way, no guests today. I'm still not sure if, like, that crashed my stream or not, but I don't know. I don't know. Like, Dieter, I'm not sure if we got DDoSed or not, but I kind of felt that way. My internet company was just like, we got nothing, dude. Like, we don't know what happened, but it seems like someone went after you. It's like, oh, shoot. Jesus and all his disciples lived and died as practicing Jews. Jesus would consider the Christian understanding of the Messiah to be idolatrous. Yes. Yeah, actually. I said that on Friday, I think. But yeah, that is 1000% true. Also, you already knew that, I know. Oh, no worries. Paul was the founder. Yeah, no, I know. But that's where I'm saying, like, these American Christians right now, it's so easy for me to ignore them personally, but the problem is I see how influential they are. Like my sisters. My sisters, dude, I have never really talked about this, but because I don't really talk, I'll be honest, they want their privacy and I'm going to respect that, but I'll just say this much. My sisters fell into that trad wife shit, man. And mind you, they're not married. So, but they went down that rabbit hole, man. And I'm telling you, I see how miserable they are. because they're always comparing their fucking lives to like this unrealistic standard that they're never going to be able to live. I mean, shit, dude. Like, just see it, like, seeing them try to practice it, like, that's where I kind of came to the conclusion. I'm like, I actually feel bad for you guys. Like, I was angry, and I still am. Like, I am, like, they said some pretty shitty things to me. I'll just say that much. But yeah. Talavani, I used to teach sword fighting with katanas. Nice. I learned how to do, well, kind of sword fighting. I know how to do, like, stage combat. I don't have siblings, but I imagine that hurts. It does. It's not great. I got lucky. I have enough siblings to where, like, it evened out. I got 2 shitty sisters and 1 good one. You know what? I'm good with that. The odds were not in my favor, but decent people, don't get me wrong. It's actually hard work. Like, I love being a homemaker, but it's still work. Yeah. Yeah, being a homemaker is, like, huge. It's big work. That's one thing that always pissed me off about, like, the way that they would talk about housewives and, like, stay-at-home moms. Holy crap, dude. Like, going back to the 90s, and that's why, like, now it's even worse. God forbid you're a stay-at-home dad. Woo! Woo! Good luck. God, and you thought that I had imposter syndrome. Woo! Man. If those guys ain't in therapy, I'm going to just say, they should be offered free therapy. It's so much work. I know. Yeah, but they would never say that. Much of the trad wife thing among conservative women is more about competitive virtue signaling. It's pick-me shit. No, it's always been pick-me shit. The thing is, I've always seen it that way. Like, when I was in school, it was always that way. Like, it was gross. I remember that I've talked about her on this one, and I don't care. Like, I just do not give a fuck because she's one of those ones that it's just like, yeah, she kind of put herself out there for it too. This girl Jillian I used to go to fucking school with, where like she was the ultimate fucking church pick me. Like, she was the teacher's pet, the pastor's pet, just everything. It was just beyond annoying. And by the time that she was going out of high school, it was already, the writing was on the wall. She was about, like, she was going to get pregnant right out of high school. But, again, got to do it the right way. Got to get married. So she got married. I think it was, like, I want to say not even a month after, like, the graduation that I did not attend. But when I saw that shit, I was like, I fucking knew it. Like, I remember calling one of my friends that I went to high school with and just, like, we had that, like, high five over the phone where it was just like, yeah, fucking called it. Yeah. And I can also say this, yeah, single mom. So I just got a book on the Amber Road, kind of like the Silk Road. Oh, really? Amber Road. Did she marry someone her age, Pep? Yeah. No, they were dating in high school. Now, I haven't looked her up for quite some time. There's a good chance that she is married to someone, like, super old now. But, yeah. Yeah, the funny part was, this is, like, I think part of that prayer request thing, and I've talked about it, how, and maybe that's the reason I am is, like, free with information, is because I got used to talking, like, the tea with just everybody, because that's what a prayer request was, where it's like, yeah, you got to give it to God. Well, that means you got to give it to everybody else. So, when you're giving it to God, for real, you would just be like, I have a prayer request. And they'd be like, all right, Pep, little Pep, there. All right, little Pep, what's your prayer request? It's like, well, my mom, she did something bad. She probably made God a little bit mad because she was, being a little, she was in a room with, like, my uncle for a little too long. This didn't happen to me, by the way. This one did. I'll be careful. But this happened to a girl I went to school with, and this was in 5th grade, where she just dropped it. Like, she was fucking crying, and, like, she was the last prayer request, and just dude, I will never forget that. That was the first like taste I had of like, oh, like I felt like that was drama because she was just like, yeah, I think my parents are getting divorced, and of course we're all just like, oh no, like, oh God, no, why? And then she just said it. She's just like, my dad was got caught with my aunt, and it had just happened like the day before, like she came. Dude, that shit was wild. Because I remember like looking at my teacher's face, and that moment where you kind of see your teacher go like, like whoa, and then meanwhile it's me and like the four dudes just like oh, oh shoot. Yeah, she was cool as shit too. Like that's what sucked. She was like she did not deserve it. Her mom didn't deserve it either. Her mom was always so nice to us. Her mom would like bring in like cookies, and she had ducks. Like she had pet ducks that like her mom brought in, and like we got to like, you know, play with the ducks. That was cool as fuck, man. Yeah, that sucked. And yeah, she left our school like shortly after that. She didn't come back for the second semester. That was wild, man. But that's also when I started getting that idea of just like, I'm starting to think that everybody that like, because I was the first one in my school to go through a divorce, or at least in my class, to go through a divorce. So by the time I was in 6th grade, though, I was like one of many. So I don't know. I hate to say it, there were moments where I could give a shit because these kids would openly made fun of me about like how my parents were divorced in like 2nd and 3rd grade. I mean, I talked about my school bully, like when his parents got divorced. I got like mean about that shit because yeah, fuck taking the high road. Oh boy. Sibling abuse is real. At least you had a sister. Imagine having an abusive older brother who made you feel like you could trust him, would ultimately betray you to get closer to dad. Evil. Yeah. Man, that sucks, man. You got some... I'm glad that you're breaking the cycle, though, man. Like, you understand. And honestly, I think that you got a good head on your shoulders for it, you know. Recognizing it is the first step, but I hope that I do hope that your bitterness doesn't like get the better of you if you do start feeling that. I mean, you can always hit me up, man. But I would recommend talking to a professional about it. Because yeah, they got tools that are a lot better than, you know, what I could offer up, but I've been through it, so I can offer up a little bit. Don't play with the ducks. No, the ducks are awesome. Wait. Yeah, wait. You were, I was bullied and then I had the same guy hit. It's that classic fucking, oh, they like you. I had that. Years later. There's this girl that used to bully me pretty hard. And then years later, she's just like, yeah, I had a huge crush on you. I'm like, you know, you didn't have to hell up attacking me. Like, damn. And you're surprised that I didn't respond? Like, come on. Hold on, guys. I gotta reset my Twitch. Here we go. Also, if you guys have not already subbed over on Twitch and you got the Bezos bucks, please consider doing so, man. You got that free what is it? Yeah, it's a free Twitch subscription. Excuse me. Apollon, thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. All you need to do is cast iron balls on your end. I cast iron balls. They just... All right, you rolled a 17. That's a success, and your enemy is now weighed down. I can't move. Oh, and he tried to move too far, and he started to feel a tear. It's like, oh my god, you know, as your party member, I'd just be like, God, let him go. I got this. I already cast Hunter's Marked. I got him. I can't watch my guy go through this. That's a bit too much. He's really struggling there, and I gotta say, it hurts to watch. Anyway, sorry, guys. Been in therapy for 20 years. All solid thinkers do therapy at some point in their lives, if not their entire lives. Yeah, I've been in therapy on and off for Jesus Christ 19 years. Holy crap. No, I was 12. So holy crap, it's so 28 years. Wow. Yeah, therapy's great. No, it is. It can be bad, though. I've had bad therapists. I'll just say it. Thank you for the chili, by the way. Really appreciate that. But yeah, no, therapy for what? Well, there's like two different types of therapy. Like you have therapy where it's like clinical, where they're trying to like figure out your brain chemistry. Like my mom was bipolar, so I had to go through like a lot of that stuff just to make sure that I wasn't. Or if I was, to make sure that I was diagnosed properly and medicated properly. But, yeah, never turned out that way. Yeah, it turns out I just have severe ADHD. And I got diagnosed with ODD. Got re-diagnosed with it, too. That was kind of weird, but, yeah. But therapy's great. Then you also have like, I mean, I had social workers that were just as like effective as some of like the, professionals that I had that I would almost argue were looking to diagnose me with something more so than just kind of help me get through what I was working through at that moment. Like, that's where I have the benefit of being able to say I've gone through both, and I got to go through both at the same time, which taught me the difference. So, not everybody gets that too. Like, I hate when somebody has a bad therapist and then they judge the entire profession based on that one person. So, ADHD, my one true companion. Yeah. People, it's funny. I think that you guys have noticed that I have pretty bad short-term memory. If I let about 20 seconds go by, I can bring myself back. But yeah, it's not just from the, like the doing the hard puffing. I was like, wait a minute, does that sound right? No, but it is. But yeah, you know what I mean? Like I got that stupid ADHD. It sucks, but whatever. Do you? I forgot. Yeah, because they need to unlearn their competitive disposition, and that has a better chance of happening confiding in a female. The trust comes easier because she effectively the mom that you wanted to talk to. Well, I guess I should probably talk to my therapist about that, eh? She'd find that interesting. Dude, if you're gonna have long hair, do you need to lift weights? You look Well, I appreciate that. That does not sound right. I am visual over here. Well, if you're feeling... Listen, I'm not gay, but if you are, or if you are exploring your bi feelings, I'm flattered. I appreciate that. Like, hey, compliment's a compliment. I don't care where it comes from. But, I don't know. That's something that you might want to explore. One of the happiest days that I had was just in general, like exploring where I'd end up on that spectrum, because I had more fear that I was like closeted gay, but like wasn't living my happiest life. But then when it was just like, oh no, because like it's a little confusing too, where you're just, well, I don't like guys, but I can admit that like when dudes are like oiled up in a wrestling match, I'm like, yeah, it looks better than not being oiled up, They're like, yeah, there's like a percentage of like biness. Once I heard that there was like a spectrum, I'm like, oh, okay, got it. So like, I'm like right on that spectrum, like right before you start feeling like the SUL feelings, but like, there's the other side where it's almost like an artist where you're just like, Like I can always admit when it's just like, now that is a 6-pack, and oh my god, those fucking quads. But it's not the other side of it where I'm just like, ooh, those quads. Tasty. Yeah, I just feel bad for the people that don't figure that out, you know? Like, I had a friend that happened to where, you know, they were so repressed that it was just like, it was a shame too, where you're like, man, we know what's going on with you. Like Benji, we know what's going on with you. Just admit it, man. You like dick. It's okay. You think of, you know, fucking, of dude. I mean, your name's Benji. Like, dang, dude. Son of the right hand. Son of the right hand. So what does that mean? That you have like a tiny... Wait, I mean, how's this work? You have like... You have the two hands and then you got like a little hand. Does it come out like this? Where it's just like, it's another... I'm overthinking this. But... I don't know. I think that Benji likes peeners and it's okay. Yeah. Oh. Oh, that's what Benjamin means in Hebrew. Oh. I think that... I forgot what Charles meant. Something with strength. I remember that. I know that Daniel is only God can judge you, which is pretty cool. Yeah. I don't know why I know this shit, but I do. There's a religion that wants you to understand both the female and female side, so you can be one with... Oh, well, I mean... Actually, Natch, in Hindi, or in Hinduism... Hindi? It's called Hindi, right? Yeah, isn't there like a deity that is both female and male, and... I don't know. Is this a talk about whatever show? Kinda. Ish. I mean, I usually go through like a whole bunch of like news and shit, but it's Monday. I had 2 days off, and yeah. A little chatty today. Hindi is the language. Oh. Okay, so Hindu is... Got it. Okay. See, yeah. I barely know shit. So... There's nothing more annoying than when, like, and I do this sometimes too, I'm sure you caught me, but I try not to, because if I'm coming, like, at you with, and I'm, like, being condescending, then you should at least know. I have faith, or I have conviction in what I know there, but you have seen how I do not always have conviction in what I know, so that should scare you. Funny enough, once you admit it to yourself, you realize it wasn't as big and scary and you thought as you thought it was, and it doesn't matter if anyone knows but yourself, or knows. Wait, if anyone besides yourself knows. Oh yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like, there was like this weird thing. I don't know how to describe it, but it was almost like disappointment, because like I remember just being like, oh, because. One of my friends said it where it was just like, yeah, it's a little bit easier to like date if you are bi. I was like, I could see that. And then, yeah, but I just know what I like, and I don't, that's not for me. So, but if it's for you, I don't care. That's the difference is, holy crap. And if anything, I want a wingman for you. Like, that's the shit that I don't understand is like, just be there for your buddies and, you know, doesn't matter what the, like, I just don't get it, but whatever. On Harry Potter, there or as a character, that's not her name, dummy. Anyway, can sing a few lines of your favorite song. Oh wait, boys who grew up playing sports, worst fear is being called a pussy or gay. No, that was like the whole thing. Like you didn't, because that was the whole thing. No, like it all stems from like 11th, or like 11-year-old fucking bullshit, and then you like get to that like point where you're just like, eh. You're a retired homosexual and the pension sucks. Wait, how's that work? You thought you were getting... Oh, I see where you're going with this. Not the worst. But either way, guys. This was kind of just a nice little rant time. But I've been here for 2 hours and 20 minutes. I feel like I should probably cover some stuff. Dude, when I figured out my spectrum, it was kind of anticlimactic too. Like, it was refreshing, but man, this is what people are running from and repressing. Yeah, that had to be weird. Like, honestly. Like, if you were just like, yeah, okay, so, whatever. Yeah, actually, fuck it, I'll just admit this. So, after I, like, came to terms with everything, I didn't have, like, that, like, minus that insecurity, like, it was so fucking freeing, dude. Like, you're just like, oh, hey. And that's why when anybody does call me gay, I'm like, whatever. That was, like I said, it was so fucking freeing. So. Watch or shower? Wait, what? I don't even know what you're... Oh, I see. The watch. I see. Ah. No, actually, back to what Dieter was saying. Like, yeah, no, toxic, dude, and that's why, like, when we were calling out toxic masculinity, I hate how they turned that on us. Like, that was fucking weird. Yeah, Pep, I was like, I just be bi on a spectrum. Awesome. Yeah. See? I just try not to like, my biggest thing is I don't want to, like, ever say, oh yeah, I'm bi on a spectrum, because that's not fair. Because I'm not. Like, this is where it is just like, no. This is where I guess I have to recognize my own stuff. Pap, guess what? My radio partner and I are in talks to revamp WCPT in Chicago. Auntie might be bringing on some fresh talk formatting in your area. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. Well, if you ever need a simulcast, hit me up. I'm not sure how that works, but I would do that. Or maybe not a simulcast, but I don't know. Let's put it this way: the fact that you have call letters, that's already a plus on my book. Because I don't know, I trained to do radio, so I still have like this ultimate respect for it. And there's like this weird thing where it's like you take the visual element out of it, then I'm working that much harder. Millennial and Zoomer coded content for sure. All right, well, you know where to go. There you. Just so you know, I can actually be good if you're trying to follow the FCC stuff. I can clean up my act. That's why this show's so much fun, because I do get to do whatever I want. Insecure masculinity would have worked better than toxic. Yeah, actually, shit. See, Dieter, you're good at this, because you like I think that you're good at like recognizing where like bad optics come from, especially like in marketing. PG Pep. Yeah, PG Pep. That's me. Believe it or not, I can actually make that work. Yeah, but toxic is better to beat you over the head with. Yeah, but the thing is, it's beating the wrong people over the head, because you have to look at it this way. Where the people that were responding to like toxic masculinity in a pretty bad way, in my opinion, were the ones that realistically were committing it like the most egregiously. Got you. We need to go hyper digital, and I am pitching the idea of a digital director to them instead of an executive producer. Well, I mean, if you have an EP, then I mean, the EP, like your executive producer can do the same thing, but just yeah, I wouldn't focus too much on the actual title. Just if they can do that. People who talk smack about gay people have those feelings. That's my feel. That's literally my like. I calls it like I sees it. If you have the ability to sit there and focus on other people doing things, and that makes you angry, and it's specifically like tied to like their sexuality, then I don't know what to tell you, buddy. But it sounds like you have some complicated feelings that you might want to, you know, sit down and revisit, because that would be, honestly, wouldn't that just be a horrible existence to hate hate yourself? Especially for no reason when there's a bunch of people that would love you anyway. And honestly, you'd probably have so much more fun. Like, man, I'll say this. The gays know how to party. I'll say that much. And it's not like you always think. Like, God, you know, that, like, I hate the fact that, like, when you talk about, like, going to a gay bar or a pride parade or any of that stuff, immediately the first thought is, well, I don't want nobody trying to fuck me. Nobody is trying to fuck you. And honestly, if they are, that's where you do what I did here, where you go, oh, wow, hey, that was a compliment. Now, if someone's being too forward in any capacity, I don't care where you're at. Not okay. I've had women do that. You know, like, not trying to brag, but I have. Like, it's uncomfortable. I don't like it. I don't like, I don't know, man. I have like my personal space like thing where it's like, if specifically like when somebody that like doesn't know me tries to hug me, I get very much like, eh, I don't know you. It's like, this is a boundary. Once I know you, then I'm a good hugger. But all right, makes masculine men think that they're being lectured on manhood by pussies. Well, yeah, I've gotten that here, Dieter. Like, this is the problem, like, with being coded the way that I am. I'm literally an ex-Opie and Anthony listener. I used to listen to Joe Rogan. I've been, you know, part of that bro sphere for a long time. I mean, it kind of sucks. Like, you know, that I have kind of realized. I'm like, oh, because even when I try to make these arguments, I'm kind of making them in a vacuum sometimes, where it's just like, oh, the problem is people don't have the same understanding as I do with some of this culture. You know, like, I think that you kind of understand where I'm coming from, though, Dieter. Like, yeah. Like you said with the sports thing, like you grew up in that same kind of, like, I think you just kind of grew up in the same spaces where it's like, dude, you grew up with some dudes that, like, yeah, they could be toxic sometimes, but realistically they were good guys. They were just misguided. And also, you're a shithead when you're a teenager. God damn. Like, if anybody tries to cancel anybody over something that they did as a teenager, there are obviously things, you know, where, like, if they did the extremes, that's a different story. But, you know, if you go to someone's Twitter and they were, like, using some fucking language that was out of sorts, then, I don't know, man. I'm pretty forgiving with that one, but, WRT activism, WQ plus communities feel to me like they are the best learners. They have tried different approaches, seen what works, pushed forward, played the long game. They're also super inclusive. I've actually seen, like, drag queens, welcome some of the haters. Like, I just saw, like, this on Twitter today. The female, the Ben Shapiro. What's her fucking name? Somebody, come on. Who you know who I'm talking about. Who's the female Ben Shapiro lady? The one that looks just like him and worked for him for a little bit. You know who I'm talking about. No, not Candace Owens. That looked just like him. Sorry, LibFab. That was hilarious. It's like, wait, Candace Owens and and Ben Shapiro do not look like each other. This is gonna go out on a limb. It's okay. That was funny. Brett Cooper, there we go. Thank you. Yeah, Brett Cooper. So Brett Cooper had on a drag queen, and she changed her mind like pretty quickly because it was just like, oh wow, hey, you're just like kind of fun. And honestly, I was hating you because I've really never been exposed to this, and I never really understood. I typed and hit send before. It's okay. With respect. Oh, with respect. Oh, okay, cool. I did not know what that meant. Thank you. I'm not good with acronyms. Never have been. I try my best, and then I just sit there guessing for way too long, and I'm like, hey, I should probably just ask somebody to tell me what this means. In my experience, gay people are more accepting than regular people, and you don't have to play the whole guessing game if they'll accept you or not as you are. No, that's the thing, man. Like, that's kind of where I learned that. Where I remember one of my first like breaking points in politics was when I was breaking away from like being an evangelical Christian. I was accepting of my sexuality, and I was also confused about where I fell politically because I always felt like so disconnected from the conservative sphere that I was always taught that I was like supposed to be with, but I always identified with like the liberal side of things, and gay, like as far as like just gay people being awesome people and just being into like creative things and like that subculture and all that kind of stuff. Like I always kind of felt weird about that after like I was like, oh, I'm straight, but I like this like, and that's what sucks. Like, I hope you guys understand that, like, when I was going through this is something that I bet a bunch of like dudes go through when you really don't know how like to go about this, because when you really break it down, think about it. Do you know how many times, like, if I was trying to navigate this political scene, even here, even if I was coming here as a viewer in the past, I probably would have gotten thrown out because I was very intellectually curious, and I was just like, what's going on here? Like, but God forbid if I tried to make an edgy joke, like, then yeah. And that was part of the problem, was I was breaking from that too, because it took me at least, 5-6 years to figure out, like I was dying on that hill of using the F word and using the R word and like that kind of thing. And that's why, like, honestly, I to this day respect the fuck out of, my wife and a few other people just coming out and just being like, yeah, like it just kind of, it makes people feel uncomfortable. And that's the thing. I'm not trying to make people feel uncomfortable. Why should I? Unless that's their thing. Like, I will match energy. Like, if you come in here trying to make people feel uncomfortable or unloved or less than, then I'm going to be very mean to you. Because here's the other thing, is I put a lot of energy into not doing that. So, but the secret is I'm kind of like, I'm like the Hulk in that regard, where I'm mean. I could be real mean. I could be so mean. So once you push me to that one, like once you push me to that point, yeah, okay, then we're going. What? You're mean? You're mean. I am, though. The thing is, I can be very, very mean. Yeah, mean and macho. Just like this call out, uh-huh. Pulled out a hair, yeah. Trying to put the macho man glasses on. Didn't even get there before I started pulling out hairs, yeah. Gonna have some people coming into the chat making fun of Macho Man's hairline. Yeah, not gonna really tell you this, but I shouldn't be telling you this. Yeah, but this is why Macho Man has the bandana lately, getting a little thin on the top. Not as thin as Hulk Hogan. Yeah, Hulk Hogan always thin on top, whether we're talking hair or brains. Yeah. Hulk Hogan missing a little bit of the gray matter, yeah. That's why Macho Man always comes in with the confusion, yeah. Not to you folks, you're smart. Hulk Hogan's dumb as the doornail, yeah. That's probably my most macho-coded actual, like... That was really not too far off from an actual macho promo. Your glasses have a unibrow. Hungry, you wouldn't like me when I'm hungry. Yeah, snap into a Slim Jim. Get a snack with Macho Man. Uh-huh. Anyway. Make people uncomfortable by swearing. F that. Yeah, well, I mean, somewhat-ish. It depends. That was a very decent Macho Man. Oh, thank you. Very decent. I'll take it. It's not bad, so... Not quite good, not quite bad. Damn. I'm the centrist of impressions. It's like, I'm okay at them. I mean, that realistically. How many, wait. Yay. Book order. Oh, what'd you order? Victor Marx, X Macho Man, the crossover we all need. He'd be so confused. He'd just be like, I thought that Macho Man was the guy in the Slim Jim commercials. Yeah, I'm coming back from the grave. It's just in this man pep talks. Yeah. Oh yeah, I gotta show you my Macho Man next time. Yeah, dude, fuck yeah. That's how this goes. I hope it's, I don't know. We definitely got, how about a Trump impression? Oh, really? How long you been here? Wait, have I actually gone for almost 3 hours and not done a Trump impression? That might be a record. That's what happens when we don't really talk about the politics as much. All right, what was my Trump story I have to cover? Oh, yeah, there we go. Here we go. There's actually like a visual element to this one. Ooh, too much. There we go. There we go. Pep talks. Who the heck is pep talks? I gotta say, every time I hear this guy pep talks, I always have to say, I'm expecting to get a pep talk, be told, sir, you're the best, you're the brightest, you have the most beautiful diapers I've ever seen, sir. And you're also the diaper bag. I gotta say, I knew when I saw the giant diaper bag that you had picked that, sir. Only you have the eye of... You have a very good eye. And then it just so happens that this woman who looks a lot like my daughter, I'm totally doing exactly what you think I am with her. And you know what? You guys can be as disgusted as you want to be. It's not like anybody's doing or saying anything about it. Dude, for real. That should bother everybody. Not like I have a totally problematic relationship with this woman who looks exactly like my daughter. The chat scroll was a giveaway. Are you on vertical and horizontal today? Yes, Groove Dragon. I'm on both. I'm also on Twitch as well. That was good. Oh, thank you. Man, one of these days I'll get like, all right, that was great. One of these days, just not today. Pep talks, you need to work on the impression. Doesn't get the inflection as down as he can. He gets that. He's focusing too much on the head tilt. Yeah. Well, did you know that Donald Trump was toying with putting the Constitution to his rear end and wiping his behind with it? And he was gonna leave little poop stains on the Constitution, thinking about doing another term here. Well, let me tell you something here. Jesse Ventura, he hasn't had his go with the president's spot yet, and I think that I could do a fantastic job. I was Did you know that I was the governor of Minnesota and I left with a 98% approval rating? No governor in the history of the United States has had a higher approval rating leaving office. Did you know that I wasn't term limited? I decided that it was time for somebody else to come take over. The funniest part is when I go on, like, doing some of those impressions, and I'm just doing what they would be saying anyway. He's an under pepper demolitions act. Where the fuck is my dog? He just disappeared. I think he's in the other room, though. I think I got a decent Midas touch impression I want to share now. Nice. Yeah, it was funny. My wife did one where we were doing something yesterday, and she's just like, I'm Ben Mycelis. She's like, that's how I know I've been spending too much time watching your stream. I'm Ben Mycelis, and Donald Trump is panicking over the Iran war. Did you know that on the Midas touch they like to go a little bit wild with the clickbait? I always end up clicking thinking that Donald Trump's health is in decline, but that turns out to be the 500th video that has been titled and thumbnailed the same exact way. Yeah, well, it turns out that this is kind of boy who cried wolf kind of thing, because I'm not going to be able to go to the Midas touch when it actually happens. I'm going to have to go somewhere else. Dude, for real. I am at that point, though, where it's just like, damn, dude. Midas touch and Kyle Kulinski, when it happens, where it's like, it happened, it's like, did it, though? Adam Mockler, too. They play that game, dude. Like, I have thought about doing that with this stream where I was just going to title it, It Happened. He did it again. And then put, like, the big yellow words on the fucking thumbnail instead of my pep. Oh, whatever, man. Just know that you're falling for, like, it's literally a grift. You guys are, like, all of us fall for this eye candy grift. Ugh, it's sad. It's sad, but it's true. Anyway, man, I haven't covered any politics today yet. That's kind of crazy. Although I noticed this with Ben Mycelis today, because he's been doing his voice cracking a lot. Yeah, like he's Donald Trump is panicking. Like, oh my god, I can't even do it. Like, he cracks like he's a fucking 15-year-old. Yeah, Donald Trump is panicking. What's the other one? Oh, fuck. Like, he literally says it. Donald Trump is crashing out. I'm Ben Mycelis, and this is the Midas touch. Help us get to 7 million. Okay. Hey, what's up, Midas Mighty? Just pay him. Who? Pay me? Yeah, pay me. Pay me. What? I'm giving them exactly what they want. It's just like, see, he's e-begging. It's just like, please. Oh, man. Oh. I will say this much. If you guys donate to the stream, it goes a long way. We did have a awesome Friday last week. Thank you for everyone who contributed. I just want to say this, guys. I was able to pay down a little, so thank you. Seriously, thank you. But yes, let's keep going. Let's keep this stream funded, so yeah, eventually I can. Oh my god, could you imagine? All right, so this, I'm gonna record it when it happens. It's just like, ooh, make that phone call. You missed it. Yeah, Friday was great. Yeah, Friday was a really, really good show. Just in general, like I felt a good vibe. Thought that we were having a fantastic night, and then just, yeah, people were very, very generous. So, again, thank you to everybody who contributed. Man, we hit the goal over on Twitch, by the way. So, I set this goal very unrealistically, by the way. Like, because I think I was like at like 14 subs or something like that. I was just over 10, in which I thought that was great. Like, dude, if I have like 5 like repeating subs over on Twitch, I feel like, again, I was just like, yeah, fuck yeah, dude, you made it. Cool. People like you. Well, yeah, we're at 31 subs right now. A lot of those are gifted, but I hope you guys know, if you enjoy the content and you just enjoy, you know, this type of show, yeah, goes a long way, guys. I know I say that a lot, but it fucking does. So, with that being said, just want to say thank you. Sorry, what the F? I don't know. What the F what? You keep asking sorry, what the F, and then ha ha ha, and like, what's... Leslie, did you take your meds today? What's going on? You're all over the fucking place. And I'm not trying to be mean, but holy crap. Good luck with the lawn, Mitchell. Yes, good luck with the lawn. Oh, God. Do that this week. Boo. Yeah, it's supposed to... Actually, hold on. Is it supposed to rain as much as it... last week? Let's see. Yes, I am just checking the weather essentially now. Man, I get one clear day. That's it. Ugh. Man, the summer's almost over. I've noticed that. Like, it's just... It's getting colder already. We're just barreling into fall. Love to touch grass. Oh, me too. That's why I like to get out of here and just, yeah. We got music. That we do. We got music. Wait, here? Now I'm confused. Am I having 2 different conversations? This is always the benefit and, like, detriment of chat, where it's just like, oh, hey, I love having chat. I love having you guys interact with. But then we get the Leslie Simpsons here, where it's just like, and they need to fart. Well, I'm glad that you needed to let us know that, which, hey, you know what? I'm not one to ever begrudge somebody for saying, I need to fart. But, yeah. This track is too good. It's called New Phone Who This. It's by Bonus Points. Yeah, I forgot that I needed to do that. Damn it. Yeah, I'm gonna so it's gonna be the same tracks. I'm just gonna retool them. I'm essentially just gonna hit shuffle, but I can't just hit shuffle because technically what happens is it'll start shuffling stuff from other people's playlists. That's not good. I did that once and I ended up needing to like silence a whole lot of the stream. Oh yeah, I got hit, by the way. I got age restricted on one of my videos again. So, yeah, what's happening is I do need to, like I said before, start of the show, I got to keep it a little cleaner. Going PG Pep, at least for the first 20 minutes of the show. Just to be safe. Because they're going back to that thing, man. We're going back to, like, a certain amount of the video needs to be clean before you can really consider putting it out there, so. What you looking at? You're looking pretty intently. What, was that Jesse Ventura? You good? Alright, you need your crystal ball fix? Alright, well, you know what? Dude, I've been on for 3 hours and I haven't touched a single news story. Oh, man, that's right, because I'm starting with Hayden Panettiere. I've never been able to say her fucking names. Is it? Yeah, wait, it's Hayden Panettiere. Or Pantier. Whatever. Tragic is what it is. I'll say that much. Little interesting tidbit for you guys. I was at a Comic-Con 2 years ago, and I saw her walking, and, like, I was kind of like, girl looks a lot like the Heroes girl. And I noticed that she was walking with like a tall dude. I was like, oh, that is the Heroes girl. Yeah, so I don't know. That's my story with her. But yeah, no, it sucks. Panettiere. Who? Oh my God! Fuck it! I'm not trying to disrespect. I only just rewatched Heroes. Really? Wow. Yeah, that had to feel weird. Yeah, then my sister, she texted me that yeah, now her and Michelle Trachtenberg, they were in that Disney movie. Wait, coroner releases new details on her passing. Let's see. That might actually change the story. It's found in cardiac arrest prior to her death. No signs of trauma were discovered. Okay, so it wasn't a domestic violence situation. A lot of people were trying to say that was what was going on, and oh my God, the conspiracy crowd is out. Okay, can I just say, no offense, number one, to anybody that loves them some Hollywood or loves them some movies or just loves them some escapism. For real, I get it. I read comic books. I love Marvel movies. I get this shit. But what I do not understand is the amount of people that I'm seeing out there going straight to conspiracy land with this one, where they're just saying, oh, another one. Because I got in back and forth with this lady who was talking about how Brittany Murphy was one of them. And I was like, no, she wasn't. And then there's this clip going around talking about how she essentially got, she was like part of the Me Too thing. And this was like 3 or 4 months ago that she did a, here, actually, you know what? Screw it. Let's just talk about this. Let's just go into it. Okay, so we'll go. Yeah, here it is. Here's the actual. It's all of them. The whole stinking Hollywood. Yeah, this is literally the tweet that I got into a fight over. 3 months after this bombshell exposing or
as an older man in it, and then basically told.
Holy crap! That is loud. Sorry about that, guys.
To perform sexual acts, and you know.
Oh yeah, perspective completely shifted, and I realized that I was in danger. But by the time I'd realized I was in danger, I was quite literally out to sea. And
I appreciate her sharing her.
And it was
her trauma with this one, because this one's hard to hear, man.
That moment shook me and was shocking. And I was quite literally walked down, and I had been having a great time. There was no hints of anything like that happening. So it took me, I was shocked. It took me by surprise. And it was led by somebody that I had grown to trust and see as a protector, and somebody who had my back. And to be walked down, down the stairs, and it was as like a surprise, presented as though it was like a surprise. And it was this very small room, and she physically put me in the bed next to this undressed man who was very famous and had his hands like this.
So like this is where they're saying that this is part of like a conspiracy to silence them, but the problem with this is then the Epstein victims would I don't believe it. I'm sorry. Like, I think that Brittany Murphy is as cut and dry as that one came out to be. Even her mom said, yeah, it turned out to be mold toxicology, and they found it in her house, or mold poisoning, which this is also why, if you notice mold in your house, take care of it.
This was just, an average day.
I don't know. The toxicology report came out, and here. Was candid about her struggles. Just talked about her alcoholism, postpartum depression. See, the thing is, it's all like they were all speculating about like what happened, because they all thought it might have been S-side or DV. But yeah, it was cardiac arrest caused by overdose.
for him.
But now they're saying, yeah, that's the likely story.
This is
It's
something
like,
that happens all the time. And I waited for her to leave, and I mean that
I'll wait to hear this one, but man, it's like the Marilyn Monroe thing. Like, god damn.
that lion in me, that fire.
So what is it once you break through to like certain people's like consciousness, then all of a sudden everything becomes a conspiracy if it happens to you. But they also blatantly ignore the conspiracy theories that are right in front of them.
In me that my hair stood on end, and I became ferocious. I was like, this is not happening. But I had nowhere to hide, and I bolted, and I hid wherever I could think of to hide on a boat. There was no jumping off and swimming away, and there was nobody who was going to. I realized that there was nobody who was going to be empathetic to my situation.
Yeah, I'll be
that
honest,
this
is why I think rich people want boats, is because it's that whole international maritime thing, and just realistically, like, ladies, if you have teenage daughters that get offered modeling contracts, or I met this guy, he wants to take me to Milan, that's a big fucking red flag.
is nothing new to them.
It is all of them.
They want to take me to Paris Fashion Week. Red flag.
And not one will be able to escape.
That's Stephen effing Baldwin?
And
This is nothing new to them.
Wait, so Stephen Baldwin?
it is all of them. All of them. And not one.
Why is it always the crazy, like, fucking dude from Hollywood? Like, because, like, the thing is, they always try to play that game of, like, yeah, this is why I was blacklisted. It's like, no, you were blacklisted because you were a shit actor, and honestly, you got in because you were a Nepo baby. Like, brother, like, I hate to say this, but you're no Emilio Estevez. Like, man, out of, like, everybody from Tombstone. Or wait, was it Tombstone? No, Young Guns. I always mix those up. All right. Well, let's do this then. Let's get the quick news story on this.
We're learning overnight about the sudden death of actress Hayden Panettiere. She was just 36 years old.
Panettiere. Aha, it's like Paddington Bear. There we go, Panettiere.
On Friday, police in Greenville, South Carolina say they found her unresponsive yesterday. She was best known for her roles in Nashville, Heroes, and the Scream franchise. Panettiere had recently opened up about her battle with depression and addiction, the loss of her brother, and the decision to give up custody of her daughter. A cause of death has not yet been released. Her publicist says an investigation is ongoing.
This is heartbreaking, man.
And more information is expected today. And this morning, tributes have started pouring in. Yeah. Actress Viola Davis, that is, shared a tribute to her former co-star on Instagram. She worked alongside Hayden in the 2016 film Custody. Davis wrote in part, quote, "What an amazing talent you were. So gifted. Julius."
Did she have to? Why was she in a project called Custody?
"And I loved working with you, an old wise soul with such a deep heart."
Hey, this space, look at that. Got a shout out over here. New details. Do we just go for it? Fuck
You got Hayden Panettiere's death now igniting major conversations around what happened, protecting child stars and mental health. This Reckless Ben troubled teen facility situation was already crazy, but then we got a wild update while doing today's show. You got the scandal at a Cambridge.
Oh my God, the Cambridge scandal. I didn't even get to that. We were barely talking about it on Friday, and then
just getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, and like by Sunday, he was gone.
Might be a political troll actually deciding control.
Like he actually did it. Like he's gone, and and everybody's now like, I gotta say this, man. Like it's so fucked up that like they found all of this proof that he was definitely lying, but now because he's dead, everybody's like, oh. No, you know what? He was totally Cambridge professor when like walking all the ship. It's like, no, too late, man. And honestly, like I do not want to fucking shit on anybody who, shit on the dead or any of that stuff. But can we not play this game where it's like, oh, no, like that actually like that kind of shows like, no, he need.
Of the
But now people are kind of feeling bad about it. Where they're like, oh, how much did we contribute to that? It's like a lot.
U.S. Senate. We're talking about all of that and even more on today's.
But realistically, does that make it any less egregious that the guy lied his way into fucking being a Cambridge professor? And I'll tell you what, they were some whoppers.
Brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, starting with this. We need to start today off by talking about this just very tragic news around Hayden Panettiere dying at just 36 years old. And you had her dad confirming her death in a statement saying, "It is with profound sadness that we share the tragic passing of our beloved Hayden," saying she was an incredible light and a force of nature who brought immeasurable love and joy to all who knew her and to the millions who watched her on screen. While we're still learning about the circumstances of her death, she was reportedly found by a friend inside of a South Carolina home.
You have to ignore the facts in order to have a heart.
Medical service.
Yeah, but I don't know. I still have my heart. Like, I feel awful for his family. I feel awful for him. Like, here's the weirdest part is, so he's guilty, okay? So he totally, he was exposed as a fraud, and he felt like there was just no way back from that. I mean, dude, they were making a fucking, they wrote a book about him. They were going to make a movie about him.
Responded to a call about a person in cardiac arrest.
But this is also where it's like, why? Like, because all I needed to do was hear, literally point for point how, what he accomplished. I'm like, this sounds like a pathological liar.
Cases like People magazine calling.
Was he trans? No.
This an apparent overdose. The cause of death has not been officially determined yet. In fact, an autopsy is actually happening today. But this death, it sparked a lot. Are you ever fans, people who grew up watching Heroes or Nashville or Ice Princess, Mourning Her Law?
That's a fact. And also, this was the movie that my sister was talking about.
And because she's someone who's been acting since she was 11 months old, one, she has a lot of fans, but also two, that's brought a lot of conversations up. And it's led to a lot of speculation, which we're really not going to dive into here, but it's also led to a lot of conversation, especially because as an adult, she's become a very outspoken voice in the mental health space. You had her being open about her serious struggles with fame, alcoholism, depression, and abusive relationships. You also had her speaking out about giving up custody of her daughter Kaya amid her battle with addiction.
It was the worst. Signing those papers was the most heartbreaking thing I've ever had to do.
I don't know why this one's really
talking
kind
in detail
of
about
hurting.
those topics in her memoir. This is Me, A Reckoning, which came out
there
last
were
May.
so
And actually,
many
that same month,
fucking
she went on Jay Shetty's podcast on purpose to promote it in a bittersweet interview where she bared her soul about those hardships, but also she expressed optimism about her future.
I have shaken off.
Okay, so I'm wondering if he's going to talk about the conspiracies, because maybe that's what it is people just cannot wrap their head around the fact that she got to that point.
All of this darkness and this negativity, and that means I've closed one door and another door is opened. I can feel all the possibility, the possibilities, all the exciting possibilities. I feel like I have a lot more life to live.
Right, in Hayden's memoir, she wrote about several traumatic incidents that happened specifically because she was a young woman in this industry, claiming that when she was 18, she was taken onto a yacht by someone that she trusted, escorted to a small room, and placed next to an undressed, quote, very famous man. You had her saying that she quickly realized she was in danger and she fled the room to go hide.
That lion in me, that fire in me, my hair stood on end, and I became ferocious. I was like, this is not happening. But I had nowhere to hide. And I bolted, and I hid wherever I could think of to hide on a boat. There was no jumping off and swimming away, and there was nobody who was going to. I realized that there was nobody who was going to be empathetic to my situation, that this was nothing new to them.
You also had Panettiere claiming that an Oscar-winning actor once exposed himself to her during a party when she was just 19, and that an NBC executive kissed her on the lips in 2008. And so with all this, you had many feeling like her story and her honesty about various struggles, it opened up a
okay. All right. Oh.
much needed conversation about how
I might
young
be
stars
I might be walking back something. I might be apologizing to someone that I was arguing with about
treated
this
and how
on
that can affect them in the long
social
term.
media.
People like Amanda Bynes,
holy
Drake
crap.
Bell, Aaron Carter, Devay Chase, all of them, they
Yeah.
struggle with some form of substance abuse,
Yeah.
and many also allegedly dealt with sexual abuse on top of that. So now with
Yeah.
Panettiere, you have a lot of people saying this is especially heartbreaking because it felt like she was turning a corner. Though again, I want to be clear, we're not actually going to know why she died until the autopsy's over. But what I would like to do with you here is to end this segment by sharing a moving message Panettiere gave at a recent book signing about how she'd like to be remembered.
So many people have come up to me within the industry and outside of the industry and shared their stories with me and said, because you've talked about your mental health, it gave me the courage to be honest about mine and get myself help, and you saved my life. So many people said that. And I was like, this is worth it. I can hopefully leave the world a better place than I found it.
My first news of the day was her. So
You
sad.
know, with all this, I am
Yeah, I actually saw it happen last night where they announced it because I remember showing it to my wife and she was like, "What?"
I'm wondering, what will you remember most about her? Which of her projects or interviews really stuck with you? And then also, what does it say about, or, how can we keep working to make the entertainment industry safer for young stars and women? But then from that, let's try and switch gears to another piece of news.
Did he have to content farm though, or did he have to comment farm for that one? That was one that I felt like he could have skipped the "let me know what you think" here. Like, bro.
That's out there because we have Reckless Ben actually back in the news.
Okay, I don't care about the Reckless Ben shit. I'm honestly over him. Don't care. Sponsored by Zodiac. Yeah, here we go. The Cambridge professor. We'll just go right to it. Screw it.
And then diving right back into the news, we've got to talk about plagiarism, fake qualifications, and a fabricated backstory, because those are just a few of the allegations that led to a Cambridge professor's resignation. And then days
Yeah, it's just called Heroes. Yeah.
later, he turned up dead. Right, so I'm talking to you about Jason Arde. And if you're not familiar, he was hired as the youngest black professor in Cambridge history back in 2023 when he was just 37 years old.
This is what I was saying about the Rashad Ritchie shit, though. This is what's fucking, like, this is why in the black community, when it comes to these types of figures, if the red flags are fucking crimson red, it does not benefit you guys to fucking constantly push back and go, no. They spilled some wine. It's a red, it's totally a green flag. No. It's just it's a minor stain. And they will also do the thing where it's like, you guys are fucking doing this. Like, you did this. This was a product of society. It's like, okay. Some cases could be. This is one of those fine cases where it's like, again, red flag after red flag after red flag of him lying about his accreditations. And not even just his accreditations, the fact that he was mute, that he learned how to talk when he was 11, the fact that he was a fucking biathlon fucking, prodigy that missed his shot at the Olympics because he was too busy learning how to re-speak. Fuck that. Like, God damn it, no, because this is what I'm saying. At what point do you just admit that it has nothing to do with the accreditations then? It has to do with the feelings that gives you. Because again, how do you not just admit a fraud is a fraud?
His field was the sociology of education, and his background is pretty incredible. He was a child of immigrants from Ghana, diagnosed with autism as a kid, nonverbal until he was 11, and
which now you can't believe any of it, because the thing is, how can you?
Illiterate until 18. He faced several medical conditions.
And now having people tell me just because, don't speak ill of the dead, you're doing the thing. Now it's like, case closed. No, it's not fucking case closed.
Throughout his life, including epilepsy, testicular cancer, and a brain tumor. He's raised millions for charity, and he's said to have been an insane athlete, even at one point running 600 miles in 6 days. And that's on top of being what many considered a once-in-a-generation academic, with his research being some of the best in the world, according to the head of the Faculty of Education at Cambridge. But now, you're seeing a whole flood of people saying that's all bullshit. Because, well, Jason...
More there are over 168,000 trans veterans in the U.S. military. I did not know that.
Battling plagiarism allegations for years. In recent weeks, it blew up into a total media shitstorm about him, his background, and his life's work. And it appears to have started with Nathan Kaufman.
These are things he didn't even need to lie about. No, that's what I was saying about Rashad Ritchie. Like, that whole thing that pissed me off about him was the fact that Rashad Ritchie is literally an accredited doctor. Like, he didn't need to make up anything. He didn't need to go to these fucking, these fucking mills, these diploma mills. Like, he didn't need to do that. And honestly, he got what he deserved with it. Like, I'm sorry. Like,
as a former
what the fuck, dude? Why do you have to LARP as something that you're not? Okay, my guy, you got a doctorate. Fucking high five. You're way more accredited than I could ever be.
Cambridge researcher who published what appeared to be
But this
significant
idea
evidence
where
that
it's like
Jason plagiarized significant chunks of
you
his
need to
PhD
have a
dissertation
fucking
from
list that's like scroll, and like have 20 different schools, 20 different diplomas is insane to me.
2015, with them showing several passages that were, quote, identical or near identical to an earlier paper written by another researcher, which then sparked the British media asking more and more questions, casting doubt on pretty much all of Jason's life and supposed achievements. In addition to the academia stuff, people asking, did he actually run 600 miles in 6 days or raise any amount of money for charity? And then you got former classmates saying that his claim of being nonverbal until 11 just isn't true.
It doesn't true. It's not true.
Jokes
Yeah.
and doing accents as
He literally had one of his friends come out with a receipt where they had a video of like a birthday party.
a kid on the way to church.
Where he's a kid and he is talking.
And again, that's separate from the speculation about his research and career, which also led to Cambridge opening an investigation into how Jason was appointed,
illusions of
despite initially
grandeur
coming to his defense. Right? Because
yeah, but this is where all of those coalesce behind an eager public that wanted this to be true.
What you saw is that when the questions of plagiarism on his dissertation first surfaced, Cambridge stood by the review done by the school that gave Jason his PhD.
How did he make it to fucking Cambridge? How did he make it to that point?
But then you had them
like, Jesus Christ, dude. I can't even get like somebody to check my fucking resume, let alone this asshole got to fucking Cambridge and they were just like, all good.
Changing their stance, quote, following new information about Professor Arday's qualifications and honorary appointments.
I'm going to the University of Chicago and I'm going to become Professor Pep at this point.
It then sparked a lot of conversation about Cambridge's hiring practices, and this kind of surfaced in a number of different ways. Were you many conservative commentators latching onto
nepotism of some kind? No, he didn't have nepotism. It seems like that is not the case.
Frame that this is a consequence of DEI hiring. But there you had a number of people, including Jason's own supporters, pushing back, saying even if any of these claims had merit, the personal attacks that he's faced were absolutely rooted in racism. Right, with British journalist and author Ash Sakar saying on Twitter, Jason Arday wasn't the first academic to be accused of plagiarism at Cambridge. He wasn't the first person to have made implausible claims about his life in an autobiography, but he was the first where those things became a front page story across multiple papers for days and days. Right, and then
Why does this always have to be racial? Why? Why does it always have to be racial? Because you understand what this is now? Where it's literally like, oh, you wouldn't do this to a white guy. Yeah, fucking, you know what? I'll just speak for me. I would, and we should. Like, I'm sorry, man. Like, if this is a broader problem, sure, but this seems to me like people want to just be like, nah, this is all just racism. It's like, no, it's not.
And there were also those who said that this whole thing, it was just a smear campaign from the beginning, with one of his friends saying, the very day he got the position at Cambridge, he had a Freedom of Information request asking about his credentials. He had all the right...
Because it didn't fucking add up. I'm sorry, but I hear the 600-mile fucking thing, and I'm like, well, that math doesn't math.
Wing people in America and the UK writing in to see if he was credible, and adding some people didn't believe a black man could be in that position at Cambridge. And so this whole situation, it ended up also being a match to a culture war powder keg. And with that, it appeared to be taking a toll on Jason, even prompting him to resign. And actually in his statement, he said his decision should not be interpreted as a loss of faith in scholarship. And he added, nor should it be mistaken for an acceptance of the narratives that have surrounded me, saying it is simply the decision.
Yeah, it would be though. In any land of academia, this would have been under review. Like this is what I hate. This is literally what I fucking hate about this, because it does take away from like the actual substance of when somebody's being a fucking racist.
And of someone
instead of just because like, does this mean that he like just by the merit of being black, autistic, and everything else that he said he was, he could not be a liar? That's what I can't stand. This like. Listen, dude, I get it. This comes from a place of people seeing Donald Trump get away with what he's gotten away with, and just at this point going, why the fuck shouldn't I try?
One who has reached the limits of what any person should reasonably be expected to endure. And then,
kinda
barely a
get
week
it.
after submitting that resignation, Jason was found unresponsive in his home. With the local first responders pronouncing him dead at the scene, and
It's
those
hypocritical.
close to
Yeah.
Jason saying he was seriously struggling in the days leading up to his death. Even had Cambridge professor Simon Baron-Cohen, director of the university's Autism Research Center, saying that he was in touch with Jason just hours before he died, saying Jason was, quote, being subjected to relentless scrutiny, including ridicule, discrediting absolutely every detail of his life, and adding he wasn't coping with the loss of his career, the loss of his reputation, and he felt he couldn't go on. Which you also had echoed by Jason's family in their statement, saying Jason was subjected to a campaign of sustained abuse for more than 3 years since he accepted the role of professor at Cambridge University by those who would leave no stone unturned in their quest to undermine him. The campaign of misinformation was too much for Jason, who was a gentleman and who always wanted to see the best in everyone. Well, as of now, we don't know the specifics about how Jason died. What we do know is that the police have said that it does not look suspicious. But as his death is making headlines, we're then also seeing
It's another method of division amongst the working class to distract us from the rich and powerful, same as the Islam shit, same as the edge issues, distraction. Yeah.
Conversation about his life reaching even further. Or was some saying that this should prompt a complete overhaul of Cambridge's hiring process.
Yeah, it's kind of, I think, why I've been so, like, adamant about pushing back against that kind of shit, where I'm just like, no.
And that as others said that Jason was pushed out, that Cambridge clearly isn't welcoming to people with different backgrounds. And so for now, we're gonna have to wait to see what comes or doesn't come from Cambridge's investigation. But also, I'll say it's unlikely that we're gonna see talk about this
Hey,
guy
Ghost
going
Dog.
away
Good
anytime
evening.
soon, because his memoir also just got
Welcome to the show.
released. But then bouncing from that, I want to talk about this different controversy that's happening back here in the States. We'll call it Dan Sullivan Gate. Right? And this feels like just something out of Veep or Parks and Rec, because you have this bizarro battle playing out between two men by the name of Dan Sullivan, who could literally help determine control of the U.S. Senate. And that's because as Alaska voters head to the polls tomorrow to cast their primary ballots, all eyes are on the race for the seat currently held by incumbent Republican.
It's because the guy's literally Dan Sullivan and Dan Sullivan.
Senator Dan
That's hilarious.
S. Sullivan. And this race is an incredibly important one because Democrats view it as one of their best chances to flip the
I'm
Senate
sorry,
seat.
this is
Because while Republicans currently hold
I'm here
both
for
of
this
Alaska
one.
Senate seats,
That's
the
great.
state has a very unique political makeup. Around 2/3 of registered voters are actually independents. And then as far as the rest, Republicans make up about 23%, and then fewer than 12% are
I
Democrats.
made silly
And actually,
mistakes and let anger grip me at a young age, having a family change me.
2022,
I'm
the state
glad
elected
that
Democrat
happened.
Mary Peltola to serve as its sole Congress member in the House. Well,
Also
she got
glad
voted
that
out in
you're,
favor of a Republican 2 years later. Now
enjoying
you've
the
got
family
Peltola
life, man.
running to
That's
House
awesome.
Senator Sullivan. And at least the polls, they have them neck and
Not
neck right
for
now.
me.
Now, for some very key important context here, Alaska has an open primary system where all the candidates appear on the same ballot, regardless of party affiliation, with the top 4 advancing to a general election where voters then use a ranked choice system. But this race has also been complicated by the fact that another Dan Sullivan has
Oh,
entered
we
the
got
chat, which
another
is a
fucking
few days
three-time MAGA supporter have his wife deported.
before the filing deadline.
Breaking: man who voted for Trump 3 times watched ICE agents take his wife away at a California airport just a few minutes ago. Now says that he is afraid of his own government. Galina Babrineva. Hey. Oh, look at that. Okay, she's white. She's white Eastern European, so that kind of disproves what I was saying earlier, how they're not deporting Eastern Europeans. Had just landed in Burbank on a flight from San Francisco on July 13th when a plainclothes ICE agent in a brown hoodie stopped her, saying, "Congratulations, you have been chosen for second screening." The agent said, according to her and her husband, about 15 minutes later, she was in cuffs in the back of an unmarked vehicle, according to the New York Times. The trip was supposed to end with her birthday in Sonoma County, a boutique hotel, vineyard tour, who cares, and private dinner. Instead, she spent her first night on the floor of a holding cell in downtown Los Angeles in a frigid room with other women, one of them diabetic in her 70s who begged for insulin and did not get it. Then came 2 weeks at the Adelanto Detention Center in the Mojave Desert, run by the private CEO group, or GEO group, where she says the lights stayed on around the clock and she felt like a piece of meat, not even human. Babrineva arrived in the United States as a tourist on a tourist visa in 2001, extended it twice after Russia invaded Ukraine, and applied for asylum in 2022. She married Brent Gindra, a 48-year-old tech salesman, last December. In April, he filed this is the big part. He did file for the marriage-based green card petition for her. It was already accepted and in the it was already accepted for processing, and she was already fingerprinted. Her lawyer, Patrick Valdez, says she was never out of the lawful status. Department of Homeland Security called her an illegal alien who was arrested before or because she overstayed her welcome in violation of our nation's laws and said a pending application does not confer legal status. She was freed on July 29th after posting a $35,000 bond, wears an ankle monitor, reports to ICE, and waits for her, still waiting for her first court hearing. Ginger voted for Trump 3 times, drawn in by the immigration promises. She did not jump a wall. She did not swim a river. She came in Trump's beautiful big front door. I hate this guy, and I kind of want this to happen to him. Fuck it. Sorry. Back to Russia with her. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this. Fuck him.
A former.
It's the same as that one guy with his fucking his Venezuelan wife. Like fuck her and fuck him.
States.
I'm so sick. Like fuck.
Forest Service employee and teacher by the name of Dan J. Sullivan entered the race as a Republican.
What? Sorry, guys. Am I supposed to fucking feel bad for that guy?
So for the rest of the segment, I'm just going to call him Danny J to avoid confusion. But immediately, you had Republicans...
Doesn't mean that I'm going to stop fighting against ICE and saying abolish ICE, but when it comes to this one, let this one happen. I don't care.
Losing their shit.
Same with that 75-year-old fucking losing his Venezuelan, fucking...
Claiming that this was actually all part of some Democratic scheme to confuse Republicans
Sugar
and split
baby.
the vote, so the Patola had a better chance at winning. You even had the state's Republican lieutenant governor opening an investigation in Danny J, arguing that there were credible allegations that he declared his candidacy in coordination with
Pat.
another
with you 100%.
candidate and campaign in order to confuse and manipulate voters. And you saw not long after that...
God, I wish more people could just be honest with how they actually feel. Do you know how many people, like... I'm not trying to single us out on the left or make this about like how the left can be weak sometimes, but for real, do you know how many people are trying to be the better person there where they're just like, well, I don't feel that way. It's like,
Alaska's Division of Elections announcing that they were removing
Good
Danny
for
J
you.
from the ballot, right?
Here's your special sticker. Now I'm going to go make fun of him.
And in a letter, the head of the division argued that he had specifically requested to be listed on the ballot as Dan
Barbiatola.
Sullivan,
How's
even
it
though
going?
he'd previously registered to vote as
Barbo
Daniel J.
Bia-
Sullivan Jr. And then
Or
claiming
Bia-
that at
Nah,
one
whatever.
point, Danny J. had actually asked to be listed
Welcome
using
to
the
the
senator's name and middle initial. All while the division said its records show that he had
Oh,
no
hey.
affiliation with the Republican Party until he changed his affiliation 2 days before entering the Senate race. And all of that on top of accusing him of mimicking Senator Sullivan's campaign website, while also noting that he worked as a consultant whose clients included some Democrats. But also, very notably here, the election director's letter did not mention any evidence of alleged
Piadina
coordination
kebab?
between Danny J. and Patola or Democratic Party officials. At that point, Patola has repeatedly denied any
Schadenfreude is healthy in moderation. Hell yeah, it is.
connection to Danny J, and Danny J has repeatedly denied that his run is just a stunt, arguing that he was considering a run for a while, and the fact that he shares his name with Senator Sullivan is just a matter of fate. And well, regardless of what you or I think, it appears that the judicial...
The thing is, reference frame, if he's voting for Trump 3 times and she's from Russia, I'm sorry, I've met too many of these people that they think I am Eastern European, and the first lady is also Eastern European, so he will not send us. He only send the Browns. I've heard that shit.
They agreed with them because you then...
I mean, fuck, dude.
had a superior...
You don't got to go very far in my neighborhood to hear them talking the shit like that.
court judge ruling that
It's
Danny
fucking
J can't
crazy.
be removed from the ballot, arguing that the Division of Elections had abused its discretion. And then a few days later, the state Supreme Court upheld that decision. Right? But then despite all that, you had Trump chiming in on the election, and he repeated the claim that this is some kind of Democratic conspiracy. Or Trump making a lengthy post on Truth Social where he champions Senator Sullivan, and then added, because of the trickery in the voting, the crooked radical left Democrats have put up another man named Dan Sullivan, and they did this to take votes away from our great senator of the same name. Democrats are trying...
It's news because she's white. Yep.
To trick Alaskans and treat Alaskan voters with contempt. But again, while I cannot speak to
No,
why
it's news because it happened to somebody who voted for Trump.
Danny J does...
Dude, the other guy was a 75-year-old fucking sugar daddy, and he's just like, they took my Francesca.
Anything that Danny J does, at least right now, there's zero public evidence that this is some kind of Democrat-led scheme. And you have both the Alaska Democratic Party and Patola's campaign telling ABC News that they have no involvement or affiliation.
Which, again, good. He can't get his dick wet with... I'm sorry, man. I fucking hate... He voted for Trump 3 times because he owns a business and he's a piece of shit. Okay? Like, he genuinely is just like, I don't want to give to the takers. I just want to take from other countries.
Either Dan Sullivan. Or is the plural of that Dan Sullivan, like attorneys general? I don't know. I'll let our friends in Alaska decide, just like they're going to decide the fate of Senator Sullivan and the fate of Danny J. And very shortly, we'll find out who makes the top 4. But then from that, before I let you go, let's cram in some more news you should know today.
I mean, she ain't... whatever. I don't care about that. Let's do our Democracy Now! Bit. Let's get the serious news now.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. President Trump has reportedly threatened to bomb the S out of Oman if it, quote, gets in the way of the U.S. blockade of Iranian ships in the Strait of Hormuz.
Which is weird, because remember when, like, that peace agreement was signed, how that was technically our peace agreement? Like, what happened to that?
It comes as Trump has downplayed concerns about conditions on the USS Abraham Lincoln, an aircraft carrier that's been deployed for more than 260 days, one of the longest deployments in U.S. military history. Two U.S. military newspapers, the Navy Times and Stars and Stripes, have reported multiple attempts by sailors to jump overboard amidst deteriorating conditions on the Lincoln, including food rationing, plumbing backups, and shortages of basic supplies, including toothpaste and soap. This is President Trump talking to reporters Friday, saying the deployment hasn't been long enough.
That ship is moving right now, or very shortly, and it's being replaced with another very similar ship. Has deployment gone on too long? Are you worried about mental health concerns? Not nearly long enough.
Not nearly long enough, the president said. This comes as President Trump says the U.S. will substantially reduce joint military exercises with South Korea, noting Seoul had declined to join the U.S. war on Iran. He said his decision is based on his, quote, very good relationship with North Korea's leader Kim Jong-un, adding the country has been, quote, unthreatening and respectful as long as he's been president. Meanwhile,
do you understand what he just did there?
in Qatar,
Don't be surprised if China makes some big moves in the next few years.
officials are denying Iranian accusations that Doha is secretly holding 3 Iranian airmen as prisoners of war. The dispute dates to the 3rd day of the war, when Qatar said it shot down 2 Iranian warplanes and claimed were threatening its airspace. On Sunday, Iran's military announced a $30,000 bounty for killing or capturing U.S. soldiers, which would be doubled if it's carried out by a woman.
Whoever, any dear combatant, kills an American or captures one and hands them over to any of the units of the Islamic Republic of Iran Army, supported by those dear individuals who wish to participate in financial jihad, but under the guarantee of the Army, alongside the great rewards of jihad, we will provide a proper gift. This gift is equivalent to
good job.
$30,000.
Good job. Now it's just like, are they doing this for America to get riled up against? Because that's the way to do it. I mean, I'm here. Let's see. Are they freaking out about this one? We'll go out on a limb and say, yeah.
Deadliest Israeli attacks in Lebanon since the so-called ceasefire with
Double for women. How progressive of Iran.
In June, Israel's been striking Lebanon since early March after Hezbollah fired into Israel in retaliation for the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. Israeli strikes have killed more than 4,300 people in Lebanon this year. According to the UN, more than 1 million people have been forced to flee their homes. President Trump's son-in-law and envoy Jared Kushner has met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu after Israel rejected a 15-point plan for Gaza promoted by President Trump's so-called border peace. The proposal would see Hamas gradually disarm and turn over governance of the Gaza Strip to an international force.
So it's happening. There it is.
Exchange for Israel's withdrawal.
Yeah.
Over the weekend, Kushner met in Cairo with Hamas.
Yeah, but that's them coming in with bulldozers. Trust me.
Political chief Khalil al-Hayya.
I wouldn't be surprised if American soldiers are soon escorting Gazans out of their country so we can rebuild.
Yeah. Also joining the talks was Egyptian President.
Are you live streaming the Bears game? No.
Former British Prime Minister Tony Blair.
This is politics
and
2026.
Turkish and Egyptian mediators. In the occupied West Bank, Israel's military has announced plans to hand over responsibility for policing Israeli settlers to a civilian Israeli police force. Palestinian officials condemned the plan as a flagrant violation of international law, calling it another step towards Israeli annexation of the West Bank. This comes as a siege
keep pushing
by
it too. Like they're just gonna do it
has entered its second
until
week.
like the United States does step in and just go, yeah, no more West Bank for you.
With 15 Palestinians,
Miriam Adelson fucking made sure that she paid enough for that.
By armed Israeli settlers backed by soldiers. Human rights groups
Which is
say
weird
because
she's not even going to live to see it.
To seize even more Palestinian
It's just like 90 something.
Filmed by Aisha Hassan.
Like I love how these old rich fucks cannot conceptualize their own mortality, where it's just like, all right, guys, yeah, you're going to be the one who does it.
To their home for over a week.
All right, there, Dracula.
Occupy a neighboring building.
Fucking literally, Trump wants to be the God Emperor from fucking Warhammer 30K. Wait a minute. Hold on. I heard that they sacrifice over 30,000 lives in blood alone, where they turn them into little blood pools just so the emperor can feast every day to keep himself alive. Well, that sounds like a pretty good idea.
We are in our besieged house and have been under siege for the last 7 days. The soldiers are stationed on the nearby house of my brother Yusef. They keep screaming and singing all day.
I'll just say this much. That tile work is very impressive.
In Russia, officials say at least 10 people were killed over the weekend when Ukraine launched one of its largest drone attacks since the start of the war. Moscow's defense ministry claims it shot down nearly 1,500 Ukrainian drones over 24 hours. A massive fire tore through a distribution warehouse operated by the Russian online retailer Wildberries just outside central Moscow.
Which Wildberries is like it's like Amazon.
Across Ukraine
These are
over the same period,
huge.
27 people.
Yeah.
In Afghanistan, the Taliban have marked 5
Yeah,
years.
and if it's true what I've heard about like the Russian economy, oh man,
Since U.S. forces withdrew from the country.
We're
Since
in big
retaking
trouble,
control
guys.
in 2021, the Taliban have stripped away the rights of women and girls, with UNESCO reporting some 2.4 million girls
We'll see.
are now barred from secondary and higher education.
I ain't
The
trying to
United
fucking
Nations warns
fearmonger.
More than half of women's groups still working
I do
in
want you guys to be
Afghanistan could
prepared
cease
just in
operations
case.
within the next year due to funding
I don't know what that
problems.
means.
This is the permanent representative of Denmark to the United Nations.
The Taliban's systematic repression of women and girls has become a defining feature of the current system. Afghanistan remains the only country in the world where girls are banned from secondary and higher education. The grave abuse of the right to education is also having far-reaching consequences for Afghanistan's economic development and provision of essential public services.
Hundreds of migrants in Spain's North African enclave of Ceuta gathered for a protest Sunday demanding they be granted asylum. They're among the thousands who remain there after more than 70,000 people crossed into the enclave in recent weeks.
Why do I get this feeling that they are just paid?
Seeking protection.
Like, dude,
Dozens died, mostly from
this doesn't make any fucking sense.
drowning in their attempt to reach the Spanish territory amidst an intensifying crackdown along the border with Morocco. Many of those who stayed in Ceuta are now forced to sleep on the beach or in the city's outskirts. This is a migrant from Morocco who swam there.
We have problems and bad situations in our country. There are so many talents in our country that have been lost. We are truly suffering. We are sleeping next to the sea with cold, with bad smell. We are suffering a lot. The police doesn't let us go downtown. They always kick us out, telling us to get the hell out of there.
In Indonesia, a 7.7 magnitude earthquake.
Do you know the history behind it?
Saturday was followed by nearly
I don't know the history behind it, but I know the history behind this specific movement where they were essentially like bussed there and then told
magnitude quake in
go.
Indonesia's western Sumatra island. An estimated 5,000
they've been fucking
people have been evacuated.
back and forth
Rescue
with
teams
Spain.
race to find survivors. Many of
I know that this is to weaken Spain's position, and honestly, Donald Trump is more than happy with it because it's literally doing the propagation of like the right wing bullshit.
have been forced to sleep in the streets, afraid of more
It's
aftershocks.
like, oh
Meanwhile, tents
no,
have
they're
been set up
coming
amidst
for
the rubble of
you.
collapsed hospitals to serve as makeshift emergency rooms to treat injured
But realistically, I'm
Landslides
just
have
gonna
also
say
blocked roads
that,
and
like, if you see this fucking giant, like, it's doing exactly what they want it to. It's getting people afraid that they're coming for your stuff.
Island, raising concerns of dwindling aid and
so dumb.
resources as people go hungry.
You know, we have the resources in this world to fucking like take care of these people, of all of these people. But no, arbitrary borders and, you know,
I felt
profit.
so sorry for my nieces and nephews. Had to be divided, little by little. She's pregnant. I feel so sorry for her, so I only ate a small amount. Even a single banana would be divided among 3 people. We were desperately hungry.
This is Indonesia's deadliest quake since 2022 when an earthquake in West Java killed hundreds. In the United States and northern Michigan, a gunman killed 5 people Friday, prompting a manhunt that ended when the shooter was found dead alongside one of his victims. Separately, police in Petersburg, Virginia, arrested a 19-year-old suspect on Saturday following an overnight shooting at Virginia State University that left 5 people injured, one of them critically.
You know what's wild? I didn't even know that.
Just
Welcome to America, folks.
hours after officials welcome freshmen to campus. According to the Gun Violence Archive, the U.S. has seen at least 305 mass shootings since the start of the year. President Trump's former personal attorney, now Attorney General,
This was terrifying. The fact that he just said it, where he's like, no, I'm not going to separate it.
Blanche, has declined to pledge that the Justice Department will operate independently of the White House.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy, dude.
Blanche was asked about the topic by NBC's Meet the Press host Kristen
Whatever.
Welker.
But he got confirmed anyway by that putz that was leaving. Kennedy was leaving. If I don't know. I just had to vote my conscience.
Former personal defense attorney. Can you pledge that the Justice Department will always act independently of the White
Dude from the Bayou. I hope he gets
House?
Well, that's
a
there's
visit
big
from a
difference between saying
gator.
we will always do our job and investigate any case and act independently of the White House. No, I'm not going to pledge that.
A federal judge has ruled the state of Idaho must allow abortions when the pregnant person's health and life are at risk. U.S. District Judge B. Lynn Windmill ruled Idaho state officials cannot prosecute physicians who perform abortions under these circumstances, saying Idaho's near total abortion ban violates the due process and equal protection clauses of the 14th Amendment. Physicians face up to 5 years in prison if found in violation of the ban. In his ruling, Judge Windmill wrote, quote, "It's about self-preservation and the limit of the state's power to make a woman suffer for the sake of an unborn child. A pregnant woman's health is not a state resource to be allocated at the legislature's whim," he said. And the Democratic National Committee has approved sweeping changes to the 2028 presidential primary calendar. Under the new schedule, South Carolina voters would cast the first ballots January 22nd, followed by Nevada on February 1st. Iowa and New Hampshire would no longer be the first states to hold nominating contests. The move could expand the influence of Black and Latino voters on narrowing the field of presidential contenders.
That's actually
And those are some of
good
the
news.
headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org.
It's actual good news.
A new threat for President Trump as a window formally closes in the war with Iran. Today marks the end of the Memorandum of Understanding, as it's called, and its 60-day deadline for peace talks between the U.S. and Iran.
That has been up for a long time. Why are we still pretending like this was even a thing?
This morning, there are no plans in sight to end the war, and while it's not clear what happens
What the
next,
hell?
President Trump is lashing out. And one very unlikely
Yeah, no
target
shit, because he's not getting what he wants.
is Oman.
If there's anything that he is, people say this is why they love him. It is that he's transparent. He is, because he's a big baby. He doesn't know how to hide his emotions.
A key U.S. ally in the Middle East and a broker
It's also
trying
not a
to seek
great thing in
deal
a leader,
with
I was gonna
Iran
say.
to try to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. This morning, the president tells Fox News, and I'm quoting the president right now, listen to this: "If Oman gets in the way, we'll bomb the shit out of them." Those are the president's words.
I love that Wolf Blitzer had to say that.
He also downplays the urgency of a deal as war-weary Americans deal with high gas and oil prices. And
Yeah, cool. No, hey, man, by all means. Go for it. Go for it.
Quote, once again, "I have no time schedule. I'm not in a hurry," end quote.
Yeah, it's not like I
Betsy
live
Klein
here.
is over at the White House for us. Betsy, what are you learning this morning?
Hey, James.
Well,
What's
back
up?
when the U.S. and Iran had reached that memorandum of understanding
James's
to
wings.
stop the fighting, and it would kickstart a 60-day
James
period for
swings.
technical discussions
James
on
swings.
some of the thornier
James's
nuclear
wings.
issues. That 60-day deadline has officially expired as of today. So where are we? This deal is effectively in shambles. The Strait of Hormuz, traffic there in that critical oil thoroughfare is essentially at relative standstill. And the president now issuing this new warning to a key U.S. ally, Oman, that has served as an intermediary in these talks between Iran and the U.S., particularly on the topic of control of the Strait of Hormuz. He says, quote, "If Oman gets in the way, we'll bomb the shit out of them." Again, the president's words there. And this appears to be an escalation with one of the U.S.'s most important allies in this region. The president also appeared to undercut top officials, including Vice President J.D. Vance and the Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, who in recent days have suggested that getting oil prices back on track, the price of gas, is just as much of a priority for President Trump as ending this conflict and preventing Iran from having a nuclear weapon. The president posting this to social media earlier today, he says, quote, "The number one goal is and always will be that Iran cannot have in any way, shape, or form a nuclear weapon." The president also making clear here that he is not in a hurry to end this conflict. The midterm election says not factoring into his thinking.
President Trump, in a new interview this morning, threatened to bomb Oman, a key U.S. ally, if they get in the way of U.S. efforts to try to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Do these comments from Trump right now, do they really strain this relationship with Oman? Because Oman's been deeply involved behind the scenes in trying to work out a peace deal with Iran.
It's very confusing. I mean, the memorandum of understanding that we signed up to, of course, it's defunct now, but it actually called on Oman and Iran to get together to try and figure out what a governance structure would look like.
For the Strait of Hormuz.
For the Strait of Hormuz. So I don't know that they were definitely doing it pursuant to that idea or not, or whether they were actually working against us. But I'm sure Oman is thinking to themselves right now, we're trying to be a intermediary for peace. We're trying to achieve.
Have you ever heard a president of the United States threaten to bomb the, quote, shit out of a key U.S. ally the way the president has said today in terms of Oman?
Not offhand at all. Yeah. I don't know that that's the way to treat our allies. I know that the president likes to show strength in He likes to be strident, but, I don't know what their offense was. What's the underlying offense? Has he found out an intelligence that he's working against United States interests? Seems like you'd want to raise that in public instead of in private rather than in public, but let's wait till the rest of the story comes out and it'll be interesting to see.
So first we had South Korea, now we have Oman. I mean, the president said in an interview with Fox News that he will threaten to, and I quote, bomb the shit out of Oman, which of course is a key US ally partner. It's not the first time, David, that he's threatened to do this. Obviously he did this back in May as well, but why is he doing so again now?
Really hard to tell because, of course, the president is a man of many grudges, and he, I think, has built up a feud with both the South Koreans and with the Omanis. With the Omanis, he first got upset because they were beginning to negotiate separately with Iran during the height of the military interactions just a few months ago. And in recent times, of course, the Omanis were talking to the Iranians about a pathway that might or might not open up the strait. But he views the Omanis as basically interfering in a Trump-designed plan here. With South Korea, it's a little more mystifying. There is no more solid U.S. ally right now in Asia, other than Japan, with the United States. And yet the president is clearly hoping to reopen these negotiations that he had in his first term with Kim Jong-un of North Korea. And so he has chosen to sort of ignore the fact that Kim Jong-un has now got 60 or so nuclear weapons, maybe more, and missiles that can reach the United States, while he's, of course, continuing to talk about denuclearizing Iran.
Yeah, I mean, it's mystifying, but it's also ironic as well, isn't it? As you point out there, David, because
yes,
this is an authoritarian state that has nuclear weapons, unlike Iran. What do you think all of this is doing to the trust here of American allies?
It undercuts credibility, and credibility is a really hard thing to both reestablish, even after President Trump is out of office. It would take a long time, I think, to make sure that allies began once again to trust Washington's word. And for places like South Korea and Japan, that is all the more critical, because what's kept them from getting their own nuclear weapons, what's kept them from doing their own separate military buildups independent of the United States, has been the assurance that the U.S. worked hand in glove with them. During the Biden administration, there was a lot of effort put into getting the Japanese and the South Koreans to work together. You may remember there was a summit meeting at Camp David and so forth to get rid of the long-running hostility, goes back to before World War II, between those countries, so that you had three countries sort of sewn up together, the U.S., Japan, and South Korea. And that is now sort of being undone. With Oman, that's a much touchier relationship, but one the United States is clearly going to need because they are right opposite the Strait of Hormuz, and you want the Omanis on your side.
Today was the deadline set for negotiations to conclude over Iran's nuclear program. Clearly, that's not happening. The memorandum of understanding went out the window a bit ago. But just this morning, when it comes to the war with Iran, Ambassador, in a new interview, President Trump said and leveled the threat, saying that he'll bomb he'll bomb Oman if it interferes with U.S. efforts in the Strait of Hormuz. What do you do with that threat? I often in our conversations feel like you kind of are translating what you hear the president saying or trying to do with when he makes these threats. Should Oman, an ally to the United States in this conflict, take that threat seriously?
Of course not. This is Trump's hyperbole. He's telling Oman, STFU, and sit on the sidelines and let me handle this. That's what he's telling Oman. Saying he's going to bomb them as opposed to he's going to tariff them, as opposed to he's going to cut them off. They're all interchangeable. That's just Trump speak. He's in a very delicate position right now, Kate, because they really are making traction with some of the moderates in the Iran leadership, and the IRGC hardliners continually interfere with that. That's why you see these on again, off again, on again, off again announcements coming out of both the United States and Iran. And, you have to give the president credit. Everyone characterized him as a warmonger. He's really trying to make a peace deal here, but it's very difficult. He is dealing with a regime that knows it's facing an existential threat, because if the hardliners are deposed, the IRGC goes away. And, people that are going to lose their existence fight pretty hard. And that's what's going on right now.
Yeah, I mean, trying to get a peace deal, maybe, but in a war that, he launched. So it's again, we get back to the beginning of what is he actually going to get out of it that he didn't have in the beginning. But long way, clearly a long road to that from where we are today, Ambassador. It's good to see you. Thank you for coming on, always doing a little translation for us.
Oh, you're so groggy today. Yeah, just lay down. I got you. Whoa, there it goes. I still can't believe you did this.
Turning now to the logistics crisis, how did all of this happen? It again demonstrates the fragility of the
This
American
one we will watch normal speed.
empire and how Iran really was able to show all of the cracks within it. Let's put this up here on the screen. The Navy carriers' problems are tied to attacks on the U.S.
I don't watch, but like 3 people, pet is one. Oh, or
early
pet is one.
in
Pet.
the war. So
Thank you.
basically, on the war's very first day, when Iranian missiles and drones destroyed much of the U.S. Navy base in Bahrain.
Thank you for the $5. I'm going to be covering Tim Pool. Also,
HBX $5.
Yes.
Pep, are you going to cover Tim Pool?
Yes, I am.
Also, Stan is the man, that is all.
I'll be covering a little bit of it on YouTube. What I'm going to end up doing is we're going to do a little bit on Twitch tonight. Since it's on Jubilee, I figure what I would want to do is I'll cover that, and if I feel up to it, I'll also do the I keep forgetting her name, Monty something. Yeah, we see her on, online a lot. There you go. There's your 5. Take it. He just got here. Look here. He just meowed at me pretty hard there. He's just like, what? Give me.
It had served as the key logistics hub for decades. With that hub gone, along with several other regional ports like Fujairah in the UAE, within all Iranian missile range, the Pentagon was forced to shift
have some mac and cheese and some hot sauce for dinner tonight.
Main resupply point to Diego Garcia, which is obviously in the Maldives. So that means 2,200 miles from where the carrier strike groups are operating is where their main logistics base was, as opposed to a few hundred miles. So the reason why then that the deteriorating crew conditions and all of that are linked is because you just have a shortage of basic supplies. It's got to come from thousands and thousands of miles away. And so when you go 9 months without the port, it's because the port they would go to was to Bahrain. So when you put those two things together and you have Diego Garcia obviously being the main logistics hub, you add several layers of logistical complication, even bigger than that. And this makes sense. I kept wondering, I go, why is Trump so obsessed with Diego Garcia? He was constantly hammering the British for like giving it away and changing the treaty under which it's administered. Now it all makes sense. Is that we have been so pushed out.
Also, I learned that the Twitch AI thing is always listening
of those Middle Eastern logistics bases. That Diego Garcia becoming the #1 hub.
I'm not gonna get off. Well, okay, so I'm not canceling my my push on Twitch here
for logistics, which again,
honestly,
none of us really.
I'm literally this close to just going fuck it and going to Kick and just doing all these platforms to try and just get myself out there even more. Like, the thing that bothers me is that I've seen people apply like these arbitrary lines with me and like other creators, but then let other creators that are in our space get away with it just fucking completely and don't say a word.
Anything about this means that for once you can see an actual forcible retreat of the United States military and changing of logistics is what threw this entire thing into complete chaos.
And it actually could have been even worse.
Yes.
Is what that reveals.
Grilled cheese. Dude, okay, before we continue with this, I'm going to stop pausing so much, but I will just say this, that this weekend I had like the crave where I woke up in the morning and I craved White Castle so hard that I just went and got it for breakfast.
Did not want to let us use Diego Garcia, and Trump really like bullied and cajoled him into doing it. But no, the reality is that we have to get ships from Asia all the way to Diego Garcia, which is just this little island, and then be able to supply carriers from there. So you've got this very long distance to travel. By the time the goods even get to Diego Garcia, you're already having to deal with shelf life issues.
Right.
So the real key here is that we did not anticipate that Iran would be able to destroy our bases throughout the region. Our entire logistics supply chain strategy was built on this basing approach. So when that basing approach was taken off the map, we were left scrambling, and that leads directly to the situation that our sailors find themselves in today. We've both been watching Sal. How do you say his last name? Mercogliano?
I don't know his last name.
We'll go with that.
Shout out to you, Sal. We were trying to get him on the show today.
Hey, let's still work on that. But in any case, he has a great YouTube channel. He's a shipping and logistics expert, former military himself, understands the stuff so deeply. We can put this tweet from him up on the screen and really go and watch the video that is linked in this tweet, because you will understand both.
Gotta go. Might pop in later. Oh, thank you, Card Collector. I appreciate you hanging out for the time that you have. I will catch you later.
The problems today and also the historical context. You were bringing up how even in World War II, we didn't have this long of sailors being on board ships. We had to figure out a supply chain. It worked much more effectively than what is working here. In any case, he says, is logistics the U.S. Navy's greatest weakness? The Lincoln case study, an analysis of the USS Abraham Lincoln's 266-day deployment, including 200 days in a combat zone, and the reported mental health toll on the crew due to prolonged operations and resupply delays. So
My
here's
other
what he
cat was at the top of the stairs, and he was looking at him like, what'd you do?
Wartime tempo versus peacetime support. U.S. Navy is currently conducting wartime level operations, strikes, and blockades with a logistics infrastructure designed for peacetime. The gutting of the logistics fleet, a look back at the 90s policy shifts that replaced Navy crewed auxiliary ships with civilian crewed military sea lift command vessels, merging station and shuttle fleets and reducing overall capacity. So this was after the end of the Cold War. All right, we don't need all of these extra ships that do the supply chain, all of that stuff. So we're going to just rely on the bases and let those ships come out of service. Loss of forward bases, why the loss of Central Persian Gulf bases has forced the Navy to rely on distant hubs like Diego Garcia and
Jesus fucking Christ, they don't even know how to make war correctly.
Singapore, drastically increasing resupply transit time. So that's as a result.
Yeah, it's almost like they don't care about logistics or anything, because they're listen, there's poor management, and then there's just the part where they don't care. They don't care about, dude, Pete Hegseth doesn't know how many people are under him. He doesn't give a shit. They're all pawns. Every single person that is in this country right now is a pawn to this regime. Plain and simple.
The Iranians' effective strategy here.
They will throw you under the bus. They will take away your liberties, and they don't care. The thing is, that's the point, and they want you to not care. They want their base to not care.
Tyranny of distance.
Trust me, the next step is to start arresting lefties, and then just watching everybody be silent, because that's what they're counting on. Everybody's, I gotta go follow Facebook for whatever. I gotta follow TikTok. Not a single TikTok of substance, nothing. Just constantly keeping your brain in that fucking in that fish tank.
Comparison of modern logistics challenges.
And then they've also convinced you that politics is stupid. You don't need politics. Oh, politics is bad politics. Don't follow politics or news. It's depressing.
The Arabian Sea versus the massive debt.
And you know what? The majority is fine with that. That's why there's the nihilistic side of me that's perfectly fine with our country just burning to the ground. I'm fine with it.
Dedicated replenishment.
You know, truth be told, I kind of wanted this empire to kind of go the way of the dinosaur. You know, all through my teenage years, I was a little bit of a, punk rocker, if you will, or a little bit of a rebel. And now, you know what? I guess I'm just back to it. I don't, like I said, I don't have kids. So full nihilist, if I'm going to be my complete nihilistic self and just do what they want, you know what? Here it is. Here's the reflection. I don't care.
Groups.
Why should I care?
Used during World War II campaigns like Okinawa, and the invisible force, why logistics remains the bottom end of military funding until you find yourself in a situation like this, where food.
The only way for it to get better is for it to get a whole lot worse.
Fuel or ammunition start to run low, and why that mindset must change to maintain a
that's not the way of the Jedi at all.
Global fleet.
Oh, might not be a Jedi.
I am by far not even close to a military expert. I am a complete rube when it comes to this stuff. Even I know that the first rule of war is make sure sure that you can supply
the troops. Yep.
And we failed on even that
if
very
you
first
can't supply the troops, then you
level,
can't go.
as evidenced here. And, you know, Starmer is no longer the prime minister in the UK. You've got Burnham in now.
Yeah, it's almost like they, again, couldn't conceptualize this because they don't understand it, and that's kind of part of the problem.
Himself as more of a progressive.
You know, but Trumpers are out there complaining about how Trump, you know, he doesn't have, you know, generals or anybody that knows what they're doing. No, they're perfectly fine with a Fox News host doing what he's doing.
See, you know, sentiment in the UK, which is also very...
Pep has allowed the dark side to take hold, dark Pep.
Very against the traditional relationship with Israel.
Good.
Very opposed to the...
Yes, Kenobi left me to die, but the Empire and the Emperor did not show me any kindness or warmth. Therefore, I am a man alone, constantly trying to find his way in the dark side of the Force.
Iran war. And so there's no guarantee that Burnham continues allowing us to use Diego Garcia the way that we have been. So we are incredible.
I'm sorry, Obi-Wan, I can't do it. I just can't do it anymore. We're going to the dark side.
Incredibly vulnerable here through our own faulty thinking, lack of strategic planning, and complete failure.
Yeah, the designers like General Marshall and these people, they are rolling in their grave at this disaster. It honestly boggles the mind that this could happen in the year 2026. But it was all predictable. We had no drone preparation. We had no ability to counter them in the beginning. We launched the war thinking that they were a paper tiger.
Go
And they showed us on day one, and now you got guys out in the middle of the ocean. Honestly, I worry. I mean, you got no fresh food? I mean, it's scary. Like scurvy, I don't know. I mean, maybe you could take vitamins these days. I'm not a doctor or anything, but malnutrition and working 20 hours a day, it seems to take a toll on anybody, no matter what kind of medical resources that you have access to. Put B3
Jaja Trump.
Also up.
No, Misa, big bossness.
On the screen, just to underscore all of this. The U.S., I honestly,
be gone with him.
The U.S. has now pulled its last aircraft carrier in Asia as Trump
Big
has to
boss Trump, Misa, no, you, sir, are not part of our of the Republican Party, USA.
Focus on Iran and the Western Hemisphere. So what they show is that the USS George Washington is now departing the Pacific and is expected to replace the Lincoln in the Middle East. The Lincoln's time at sea had originally had to be extended, like we talked about earlier, but as they show now, the lack of a U.S.
Strike me down and I'll be more powerful than you could ever imagine.
Carrier in the Pacific will be short-lived for the next couple of months, but it does show how open-ended operations with Iran are running the sailors ragged, and that they're going to have to get another carrier to the Asia Pacific. They're going to have to sprint and force another group of sailors to probably suffer in exactly the same way that these guys did. This shows you, I mean, this is the crown jewel of the American empire, is its ability to project power on a blue water ocean. That's why we have it in the first place. And it's not for, just for the military industrial complex. It's so that we all get to buy cheap televisions and we get to enforce the free trade, which is obviously not free. But the entire reason that most people were okay with it in the post-World War II era is, yes, it protects our ability to prosper as a nation. There's obviously been huge change.
Elon a hut? No, he's like the fucking little... He's like one of those little things.
All that over the years. But if you were to choose Iran or South Korea, for no reason at all, I'll bring up that example. Iran, Israel, or South Korea, which one would you choose? Which one would you choose? Would you choose the 11th largest trading partner with the United States, which has been an ally?
Elon Musk's Jabba the Hutt name is Chubby the Hutt.
For literally decades, which bled with America in Vietnam, which we defended, literally died, tens of thousands of Americans died trying to defend South Korea, and which is vitally important to the U.S. economy. Or
you understand that the only reason that Texas did that is because they were not able to fill up the military-industrial fucking complex, but or military, the prison industrial complex
has the Holy Temple and ways Okay, all right, and which we have to fund the entire, or I mean, honestly, even just look at a balance sheet, look at Iran versus Israel in the long run. Which would you rather actually take a look at and say, oh, we should have better relations with this country? I mean, it is crazy, and yet between this move, and I cannot let this go. B6, let's put it up here, because this is the future. This is what our future is going to look like. Trump. Based on my very good relationship with Kim Jong-un, I am not happy with the fact the United States has long ago agreed to participate in joint military exercises with South Korea. These exercises are not only costly, which much of these costs paid for by the United States, but send a signal that is totally inappropriate and hostile to a country that, as long as Donald J. Trump has been president, has been unthreatening and respectful. Therefore, and based on the fact that it's too late to cancel, I have instructed the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, to substantially reduce the joint military exercises. While somewhat unrelated, I recently asked the president of South Korea if they would like to join us in the denuclearization of the Islamic Republic. They said, no thanks. Thanks for your attention to this matter.
Can't blame them.
So, yeah, the country which we economically nuked with their stock market, with their AI nonsense, which we destroyed their consumer sector with their energy prices, which provides Samsung and memory chips to the entire globe, we're saying, oh, that's not worth it. Oh, and by the way, where did we strip a bunch of THAAD missiles out of? South Korea. And now this is the future. The neocons have bought us this future. We have no carrier in Asia. We have no THAAD missiles. And North Korea's got a nuke. So guess what? You got to give it up. And
it's kind of fucking crazy that we just have been sitting here like, yeah, Iran can't get a nuke. Iran can't get a nuke. And we're just like, but North Korea has a nuke? What?
Better relations with, I supported the summit. I think doing a deal with Kim Jong-un is the only rational thing because he has a nuclear weapon. But just think about the downstream consequences. We cannot defend South Korea now. We probably never could, but now we especially can. And now, what does it mean? South Korea has to choose. We get a nuke, which is very likely now, in my opinion. In the next decade, I think they'll have a nuclear weapon. Or they just kick us out and they have to do a better deal with China. And remember, they got so much shit. Back into, I think it was 2018, when we deployed that THAAD radar to South Korea, China cut them off and economically waged war on them. They stopped all their tourists from going to South Korea. They took a several $billion-a-year hit in South Korea. The government said it's worth it for our long-term security relationship with America. We just fucked them. Triply. I mean, it's over. And so think about what the future, if you're Taiwan or South Korea or Japan, good luck to you, man. Seriously. I mean, it's one of those where you've got your security relationship with America, but you're going to start seeing all kinds of side deals. Because I read the Asian press every day. The Japanese and the Australians are signing things. They're doing all kinds of security meetings and things between the two of them. I mean, the empire is shattering before our eyes. And it's all because of Iran and Israel. It's insanity that we would choose this over them.
I mean, Iran and Israel,
kind of happy about
the
that.
Iran war has revealed how weak and retrograde the empire really was.
Yes.
We turned out to be the paper tigers, truly. And it's very difficult to wrap your head around what that is going to mean for the future, because our entire ability to basically scare the world into compliance. Oh, we've got all these, bases all around the world, and we can project power anywhere.
All we needed was one idiot to just be like, we're the strongest, we have all the best toys.
You better not cross us.
And sure as shit, here we are.
That world is over. And so we've talked here a lot about preparing for a multipolar world and being in a multipolar world and how that's going to go and what that's going to look like, how the U.S. should change and adjust. There is very much a possibility that we are heading into a unipolar world where we are not the unipole. I mean, that is a very real direction that is possible on the table at this point, because we are doing such an incredible job of shattering every useful illusion about the American empire that exists. So yeah, if you look at China's technological advancement, where they are so far beyond us in terms of drones. They're so far beyond us in terms of EV. They're maybe 6 months behind us in terms of frontier AI capabilities. We got to start thinking a lot differently about the way we comport ourselves in the world. But on this North Korea-South Korea piece in particular,
worse than I thought it was initially.
This just strengthens the logic of acquiring a nuclear weapon.
Exactly.
Where in North Korea, they clearly made the right play here over the long term. South Korea's got to feel like fools, like, okay, well, I guess that's the path we need to pursue. Iran, the whole supposed reason we're in here is prevent them from pursuing a nuclear weapon. The logic for them to get a nuclear weapon has never been stronger than it is right now. And there are going to be countries all over the world that are thinking the same exact
By the way, we got a new person over on this space. Apparently, he's into wrestling.
Our sovereignty to get it so that
I think we just became friends just with one meme.
the U.S. doesn't mess with us, and that we have an ability
I love
to
wrestling.
maintain.
That's the coolest part about being a wrestling fan, by the way, is the fact that it can just take one interaction, and we're just like, oh. Yeah, you know what? We're buddies.
Our own domestic
Cheers.
policy and conduct ourselves in the world the way we want to. So it truly is the dawn of a new era, and it's very difficult to predict how all of these dominoes are ultimately going to fall, because there's already been a lot of things that have happened that I could never have predicted. You know, when Iran at the beginning was like, we want the U.S. out of the region in particular, I think everybody looked at that and like, well, that's
a joke.
That's what a joke. Like, who are you to be able to say that? You don't have the strength to be able to say that. That's a delusion. That's like a religious fanatic's delusion. And now here we are. Like, it's basically done. We've had to retreat all the way to Jordan, and our service members are getting blown up there. You know, we had significant casualties and deaths there, and that's basically what has led to this new pause in the war, because we didn't want to take further losses. So those bases that we had in the Middle East, like, that's never coming back. Not certainly in the way that it was. And those Arab allies do not want us back, because it made them a target. They're desperate, most of them, for this war to end, because they see the dire.
Some of them. There's a lot of people in the Middle East right now that are just like, you know what? Fuck it. We're making some money.
Consequences.
And look
here.
at what happened. You have the Saudi deal.
China's
with Turkey
loving
and
this.
Pakistan. So
Yeah.
same
China's
thing.
absolutely
Saudi
loving
has
this.
now a side defense. Is it real? I don't know. I mean, we'll find out. I hope not to find out. We might. You have all these reports that Egypt was strong-armed to not join into this pact. I mean, that would be a serious Egypt. It's been so long, we forget. But, you know, the balance of Egypt and Israel is the traditional American foreign policy. You pay off both corrupt governments and hope that they don't fight each other. Well, now what? I mean, we're living in a world where post-Sisi, he could die at any moment. What's it going to look like? Nobody has a clue for this critical linchpin. I'll just come back to, you know, the final thing on the pivot to Asia. It's not disappointing. It is genuinely insane, because I will tell you, like, the chief goal of Bridge Colby, who is the number 3 at the Pentagon, was to avoid war and entanglement in the Middle East and to pivot to Asia. I mean, he's the literal head of policy at the Pentagon. So for this to happen on his watch is insane. I mean, several members of the cabinet and of the Trump administration's national security, they write in their documents about how they want to prioritize Asia and here at home. Now what? I mean, this is what the war has destroyed all of it. It's not just South Korea. We really have to think, the entire world is going to get nukes. Like Australia, you are going to see multiple countries which previously were very dependent on the United States for their security umbrella. Like Poland, for example, has expressed an interest in a nuclear weapons program because of their proximity to.
How many Polish people does it take to start a nuclear program? Hey!
Russia. South Korea is going to get a nuclear weapon. You are almost certain to see Japan and Saudi Arabia and, I mean, any of these Middle Eastern countries.
Wait. Jubilee blocked RTP's ability to stream. Is RTP on Amazing Asian? Is it only on YouTube, or did he have this happen to him on Twitch? If they're going after people on Twitch, that's fucking wild.
They might not get a nuke themselves, but they will definitely sign more of these defense pacts with side nuclear weapons powers. This gives tremendous power to North Korea, to all of these other countries, and the strategic logic of a nuclear Iran only makes more sense today, which is why all of the reports that are...
Hey, by the way, you get 2 months free of Audible Premium if you guys sub to my channel.
...coming out of, you know, who knows how much of it is true or not, of the Supreme Leader being like, yeah,
it was
actually...
at 12 a.m.
I'm not as opposed...
YouTube. It was YouTube, yeah.
...as my father.
No, the thing is, so Jubilee, you need permission for. So, yeah, he likely got a hard strike on that one. So, he can appeal it, but I would not recommend doing so. If you can reach out to him at any point, just tell him, cut his losses on that, edit that stream out, and he should be okay.
To a nuclear weapon. Why wouldn't you be? Look at Kim Jong-il.
Or edit that out of the stream and he should be okay.
Or Kim Jong-un, he can do whatever he wants.
I know he has a certain amount of time to do so.
Because he can hit the United States with an intercontinental.
Oh yeah, new TOS, get this shit. So You know how I went through that on Friday where I was like, yeah, I got to read all the new YouTube TOS. Twitch did new TOS this weekend too.
Ballistic missile.
One other thing I want to
Fucking
mention
sucked.
here, because there's a report out in the Wall Street Journal about
You guys
how,
don't know I'm one of those losers that actually sits there and reads all the terms of service.
while we were
He was
during
watching Beanie Guys Jubilee.
the memo of understanding time, we were like,
hey, I have a beanie. He's so cool.
Okay, sort of living on hopium, like, oh, it's going to work out, and not really doing anything to prepare if it didn't work out. The Iranians went in with the assumption that it was not going
that's why I'm going over to Twitch exclusive to watch that
going
tonight.
to work out, that this was all a ruse from the U.S. in order
I will watch
to
a clip
buy
or two of
time
it, though.
because we were getting our butts kicked on the battlefield, and so they worked vociferously
not.
during that time
Might
to
be safe.
re-prepare themselves, dig out the missile cities, make sure they're manufacturing drones, think strategically about what they would do, and now
So how long did that take you?
there is
Take what?
reporting, again, it's very hard to say whether this is true or not, that they are thinking of going on a more offensive footing. Now, it does make some logic for them, some logical sense, because number one, they know that we're on the back foot. Like, our sailors are here starving.
Johnny Walker Dredd is talking about Cambridge guy. Are you surprised? No. If anything, I was kind of wondering if, like, what took him so long.
We've got, a very low morale. Munition stockpiles are a
Oh, my
disaster.
God.
We've had to retreat from the
I can't
region
wait
all
to
the
talk
way
to Pastor Ben about this, because me and Pastor Ben, I know that, see, this is what sucks, is I know that Ben Dixon is friends with Rashad Ritchie, which sucks, and I never want to, like, the thing is, if he says I'd prefer not to talk about this, then that's the end of that. But I know for a fact we do not agree on that.
to Jordan, where, the Iranians are
And
still...
I don't want it also, like, being mistaken, where it's like, me not agreeing with, Mr. Dixon would be me by proxy agreeing with Johnny Walker Dredd.
able to hit and cause damage and service member loss of
Oh, reading both TOS. Yeah, that sucked.
life. The Gulf Arab allies
How long did it take me? The Twitch one took me about like 2 hours.
are like sick of this.
And I kind of did the thing where I had to sit there with my Google Chrome open, where I just had to fucking sit there essentially Googling things, where I'm like, okay, so when they mean this, does this mean that I can play music?
As they are feeling very vulnerable themselves, and
That was
they
the
are
biggest one.
incredibly exposed, because this is a
It is
region
very
that
wonky.
cannot sustain life without desalination.
Let's put it this way. If you have a favorite Twitch channel that all of a sudden has a suspension because they're playing music, I wouldn't be surprised if that does happen. But according to their TOS, also a lot of it's protected. So I don't get it, man, because it's not just video game music anymore. Because I saw one of the cases was for a Guitar Hero streamer, and I was just like, oh wow. The fact that they even cite that is kind of impressive.
Plants, and also without lots of imports. So they know
Andrew
that they
Wilson
have a
turned
lot
on
of
Andrew
cars that they
Wilson
can play.
cam. I mean, all right. As somebody who is literally kind of debated him. I mean, no, I debated him. Fuck it. Why am I being modest? I was genuinely shocked to see everybody turn on him the way that they did. Because not just Maga, the right-wing chuds that watch him turned on him. Dude, Candace Owens' chat was cooking him.
Here. And meanwhile, the U.S. strategy is to sort of
It was kind of
bleed
fun
them
to
out
watch.
slowly. So why would you let us do that? Why would you just sit there and take that? That doesn't seem logical. So I do buy some of the...
It's not about free music. It's, for some reason, it's stuff that's all right, if they paid for a license, then they can technically use it, kind of thing. Like Guitar Hero, like I said. Guitar Hero, you can technically stream now.
Reporting that...
Explain that one to me. I don't know.
We're seeing, in the Wall Street
literally
Journal and
don't
other
know.
places that says, hey, they are taking a more offensive approach, and they are planning ways themselves to escalate rather than just waiting to see what the U.S. is going to do next. I think that's very much possible.
I bring it back to the analogy I gave last time about World War I and the Germans.
Wait, did I hear about Davey 504 getting strikes for silence? No.
restricted warfare in submarine, which is ultimately what really
On
escalated
YouTube?
the conflict, brought the United
That's weird,
States in. It's the
'cause
same line. Why
the
would you sit
moderation
there
actually got
and
better.
be bled? Especially that time. At that time, it was a relatively novel situation where you had the asymmetric ability to strike back at a blockade. What Iran? I mean, to be honest, their leadership often seems much more educated and history and more knowledgeable of history than ours does.
It's not even close. You
Whenever-
kidding me? Compared to Trump?
Yeah, it's like when we killed Larijani. I didn't know much about him. I'm reading about this. Like, oh, he wrote a biography and series of essays on Foucault. You're like, what? Like, I cannot think of a single person in senior leadership, and I'm talking about both elite parties, like Democrat and Republican, who is remotely comparable at
Oh
an
shit,
intellectual
Cam! I just realized that you're new here. Welcome to the show. I appreciate you being here.
Like that. So yeah, I don't know.
Hope
that's,
you enjoy.
That's what we're doing. So they can look. They know
Making
to
fun of us.
allow themselves to be squeezed by the blockade would be suicide in the long run. So they have the ability to escalate and to try and change the situation in their favor. Why wouldn't you? I think they would, especially considering the gambles that they've taken have almost all come up on the right side for them, at least so far in this war. Okay, let's get to the economy.
All right. Let's get to the chill section here. How you guys doing? All right, welcome to chat. You're new here, just so you guys know. I do actually engage with chat, so if you got any questions? Yeah. Don't be afraid to pop on in here. Man, I have a lot of stuff that I don't think I'm gonna get to today. We'll see. Fox News is fucked. I don't care. Carrying the coal mine. Don't care. North Korea. Don't care. The Andrew Wilson and Tim Pool stuff is what I'm starting to get to the point of being like, okay, boxers or briefs? Oh, I like boxers. I'm a boxers guy. I wear boxer briefs like sometimes, but I don't know. I'm going back to boxers, but I did sit on my nuts recently wearing them, and that was like a quick reminder of why I wear boxer briefs. Dude, there's nothing like a good old sit on the nuts to fucking wake you up. Oof. That hurts all day, too. You're just like, I hope I didn't just give myself nut cancer. You ever have that one where you hit yourself so bad that you get out of the car, and every time you get out of the car, you're like, ah! You feel like an old man because you have to fucking you got to do like the special, like the wide, like, for you young whippersnappers out there, it's coming. Your day's coming. I don't care. I don't give a shit. Your nuts will eventually drop to a place where you were just like, I didn't know they could get that low. And then you're just like, oh, that's a new one. There's nothing worse than taking yourself out. Realistic. And then there is always that thing where as an adult man, when you are like, oh, okay, not fair. But if as an adult with testicles, when you sit down on them and you have that moment of, do I make this like everybody's problem or do I try to keep this one in? Like, because if you get the one where it's just a little like, you're like, no, I'm good. What happened? Nothing, just pulled a muscle. But if it's the one that you feel like up here, all the way up your diaphragm, where you're just like, my favorite are the involuntary ones where you're like, oh my God. Just, yeah. It always feels like, did I snap it? Oh, dude, do you ever have the one where it feels like it's sideways? I did that recently where like, I'm sitting there and I'm like, did I just knock it side? And it was like kind of it felt like it was floating sideways. I'm like, I think I need to go to the hospital. And then, no, I didn't need to go to the hospital. Yeah. As a female, until you take a crowbar to the tit? See, I would have gone with, like, I'm not trying to be, like, mean here, but, you know, you guys, like, the way that you guys have always described, like, period pains and shit like that, I would have gone with that. I don't know. A tit shot? Nah. Hey, I'm sorry. Nah. Your nerve endings ain't like that. No. I appreciate you trying to understand, but no, just totally no. No, absolutely not. No, for some reason it's a whole nother level where it's like you feel like when you sit on your nuts, you can almost feel your eyes pop out of the sockets. Like everything like your brain feels like it's on fire. I don't know why that's a thing, but it happens. I'm sitting here trying to just be like, it's one of the worst things ever, but it really is. Okay, can we just have this? God, I get it. Yes, men can be pansies. Yes, oh my God, man flu and fucking blah, blah, blah. Okay, but can I just have this one? This one where it's just like, no. Especially when you sit on your testicles, when you're trying to sit down and have yourself a nice old crap, and then you just get smashed on that fucking porcelain seat. Oh. Sits down. My left. Yep. It's always the left one. I have that one too. Pep wouldn't know the crowbar to the tit hurt more because your ribs being smashed by the crowbar than the tit. Well, duh. I'm not talking about... Yo, number one, if you need a crowbar to feel the same amount of pain equivalent to just sitting down on a bench, I'm going to say this. Not a good example. It's like literally, I'm talking about having one of the most painful moments of your life just from not adjusting yourself, from being overly confident and not also knowing that your nuts are fucking at that point. The tailbone on the way into an open toilet in the middle of the night would be my version, I think. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, Uni, you were with me just like, what, 2 days ago when that happened? We were just chilling on the couch, and then she was just like, what happened? I'm like, I just sat on my nut. Tries to relate to Pep. Pep goes on diatribe. Wait, what'd you say? I didn't see what you said. How about missing the pedal when riding a... Yes! 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 This has made me wonder, how come the bikes are not made with the U-bar for men? Also, 420, let's go! I'm kidding. No, that was just funny. Because you fell in the toilet. That was just funny. I mean... Did I learn a lesson? Yes. Was it my lesson to learn? No. No, what Uni doesn't understand here is that I grew up with sisters, so leaving the seat up was never my thing. I've never left the seat up. Well, not never, but... I stopped doing that after my sister. God. Let's see. Because there's one specific one. I was about 14. My sister, like, we had to share a, like, one of those in-between bathrooms that was, like, between the two rooms. Yeah, there's one time that she just bowled into my room and just fucking, like, threw something at me and was just like, hey, asshole! And then she just, like, she pointed to it. She just points to the toilet, puts the seat down. She's like, if you don't start fucking doing that, I'm gonna make your life a living hell. And I was just like... My sister's scary. Like, To this day, when my sister actually says like she's going to like get revenge on me or something, or like says something, that's the only person that I'm ever like, oh no. Because I know that receipt's coming and it's going to be there fast. All right, so you posted any? Wait, you posted something? Where'd you post something? Once that toilet lid falls so far, or falls so down so fast when I was 5, it nearly cut. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I heard about that. Like, I heard about that happening to a kid when I was about that age. I didn't know that this was like, oh my god, I thought it was just like an urban legend. Oh, fuck that. Fuck, man. Yeah, no, I heard about like, yeah, we got this urban legend where a kid was at a school function, fucking taking a shit, got up too fast, and then the seat like followed as he was trying to sit back down because he kind of felt it stuck, and like he just same thing. There's no. No, you become a eunuch just because you didn't check the toilet seat? Damn. Yeah, well, the fucking sit to pee thing. Like, that's why I brought that up about Big J Okerson. Now, this is one game I will not play. You guys will have to guess. It's the one thing where I'm like, no, you get to guess on this one. Or do I mix it up? Let's put it this way. If there's towels next to the toilet, I'm set. That one deserves a moment of silence. You're just like, ah. Yeah, no, there really is nothing. Like, seriously. I know that I'm not really fucking breaking new ground here when I say that. Yeah, there's a special type of pain that also comes with like a special type of worry. Oh, man. Yeah, I was too excited. Grandma was coming over when she... Oh, no. You even remember why? Damn, dude. Damn. Woohoo. Yeah, no thank you. Got dropped from about 6 foot on my tailbone when I was body surfing at a Pantera concert. Yeah, I've done some pretty bad ones. Worst one I did was... This is on video somewhere. It's during a hockey game. I got laid the fuck out. And I mean, he took a penalty because he cross-checked me pretty hard. But I didn't have my head up. And like it happened so fast, but I just remember as I like kind of went like this to go take my shot, I just felt the fucking stick. It knocked the wind out of me before I even hit the ice. Because I went and like then just felt back and went and then, dude, I sat there like, oh my God. Even with all the equipment, I fell so awkwardly on the ice. I felt it. Same thing, like I just felt the shot right up my tailbone. I was just like, what the fuck was that? Yeah, it sucked. I didn't even get to be on like the penalty or the fucking power play. I was just, I sat there on the bench just like, oh my God. That's the only time that ever happened. That was cool though. Like, I got lucky on that one. Like, now that I can look at my entire hockey career and look at all the injuries I got and all the ones I missed, man, I missed a lot of injuries. Like, torn ACL was the biggest one. I knew just, I think that I was like one of like 4 people on my entire like high school year hockey team. Well, I guess I could call it. As a trans girl, tit shots hurt. Yeah, no, I've heard that. Yeah, one of my friends, yeah, she was doing her hormone therapy, and every time she was just like, oh, it's like, are you okay? She's like, it's just fucking sitting. She's like, I'm gonna sit here awkwardly right now. Oh. It's like, yeah, no judgment. Did you give him payback? Oh yeah. I didn't even need to. That was the nice part. Next play, he got laid the fuck out. And then we scored. So we won that game. Most of the games that I took injuries in, we won. Kind of cool. That makes me feel a little bit better about all that, where it's just like, hey, we won the game. Brought us closer together. Because that does. Nothing will bring you closer together when you have teammates that actually stand the fuck up for you. Nothing will make you leave a team quicker than when you're laying there and then they're just waiting at the line for the next play. Yeah. Or at the line on the points, but yeah. Yeah, that one hurt. I quit a hockey team over that. That was... Yeah. Good way to kind of figure that out, though, where you're just like, alrighty, well, if they're not going to stand up for me, then I don't want to put myself out there for this fucking team. Like, yeah. Good news is that team disbanded, like, I think it was 2 seasons later or something like that. They did not make it. All right. But no, I get it. Like, I do get it. Like, I do feel like there's childbirth and then there is because like all your nerves are there. I mean, it's like when you see your nerve clusters, because like I've seen a lot of medical charts recently. And yeah, when you see how like your nerve clusters are just like all right there. And then you have like this special like connective fiber where you're just like, oh, you hit there and that's just the magic spot, huh? Apparently, yeah, just won't drop anybody. Like I said, it's not a competition. This is not like a or anything like that. Just saying. Nut shots suck. I don't know if it's better at full development. I can imagine not, because technically your skin's always stretching, and I think that's kind of the part that low-key, like, yeah, you got the internal parts of it, but that has to hurt too. Like the fact that you have fucking, I don't know. I'm just guessing. I really am. I have nothing here. This is something I haven't really talked about. Star frog splash from the top rope. Ayo. Yeah, I mean, that's how you become Jeff Hardy. I mean, I love Jeff Hardy, but dude, I don't know. You talk about a dude with head injuries. That guy, holy crap. He has a flying headbutt as a finisher. Like, I can't, I hate the flying headbutt so much. Chris Benoit used to do it, and after he did what he did, if you guys don't know, then just go look it up. I'm not going to tell the story. But yeah, he used to do a flying headbutt, and him and the British Bulldog, like, they were a few years apart, but it was right at the same time that you kind of had an idea where you're like, I'm pretty sure these guys are taking concussions. You effing hated Benoit. I hate to say this, but I liked him before he did what he did. I liked the Outsiders, or not the Outsiders. That was Scott Hall. Fuck. I forgot what they were called. Maybe they didn't even have like a name, but when they were going over from WCW, they used to show up in the front row and do like an Outsiders gig. So you would have Eddie Guerrero. He was like, that's my guy. Like fucking Eddie Guerrero is Latino Heat is my fucking guy. So I loved him. Chavo Guerrero. They were, dude, they were so fucking good. Rey Mysterio and Chris Benoit. I feel like I'm missing somebody. Wait, yeah, Chris? Chavo. No, it was Chavo. Okay, no. All right. Anyway, Eddie forever? Fuck yeah. No, Eddie Guerrero was low. Like, seriously, he was one of the most entertaining wrestlers of all time. Like, that dude, he was hilarious. He was so fucking funny. Like, every match, man. Like, he would always do something that would get you. Yeah, Gone Too Soon. Yeah, his story's also, it's tragic, man. It really is. But also even Vicky Guerrero, dude. Like, excuse me? Like, yeah, dude, cheat to win? No, yeah. We lie, we cheat, we steal. Or no, I lie, I cheat, I steal. I lie, I cheat, I steal. It was fucking hilarious. One time he came out with the fucking the lowrider. He's got fucking the lead singer of Cypress Hill with him. Dude, that was hilarious. No, he had one of the funniest things that he would do. I think I've told you guys this a few times. But yeah, he would do this thing where he would have, like, you know, one of his buddies throw in a chair, or he'd get a chair while the ref wasn't looking. You know, he'd go to hit the person, but then he'd see the ref turn, and then he'd just toss the chair to the other dude, and the ref would be like, "No, you're disqualified." He'd be like, and he's just like, he was the shit. Oh my god, I miss him. Education? Huh. I don't know. Man. Shit, that's a good question. I want to say Manny Pafo, but... Or Lanny Pafo. Man, I'm at that point. Between comic book characters, movie characters, wrestlers, just all like that media shit, it's all starting to kind of blend together. I'm starting to forget so many people. Like, it's getting scary. There have been times where I'm just like, oh my god, how do I not know them? Do I vibe with Penta? Do I vibe with Penta? Do I vibe with Penta? Hold on. Do I vibe with Penta? Let's see. Really? That's not going to work. Well, this would have been easy. Oh, do I? Hold on. Do I vibe with Penta? I don't know. Do I vibe with Penta? I was chilling with Daniel Warren Johnson. I know him. I'll just say it. I know him. But yeah, fucking Penta just came up. And he hung out, dude. That was fucking wild. Actually, hold on. I got something cool. Yeah, he literally drew. Dan drew this for me. Right after we hung. That was fucking cool. But yeah. That's just one of your top 5 at the moment. Oh, dude, the fucking Lucha Bros. They had one of the best tag team matches I've ever seen. It was at CM Punk's return show, for AEW. But the best match of the night was by far. It was the cage match with the Young Bucks and Penta and fucking Ray Phoenix. Your boy CM Punk. I got a picture with you. Actually, that was same year. I met CM Punk. He was filming something, so he's got a weird like cop mustache and he's thin as shit. It's cool though. We talked about the Blackhawks because that's like every time I see him, we just talk Blackhawks, and that's how that goes. I also got me and my wife have an awesome picture with Danhausen. Blonde guy who looked like Shaggy. Oh, Edge. That was Edge. Edge and Christian. Yeah. No, I know who you're talking about now. Yeah, I like Edge. Me and my wife actually is a big Edge fan. Jealousy, F you, Lucky's. No, I've gotten lucky in my... See, that's the thing. Like, celebrity doesn't really do much for me. So anytime I meet these cats, like, I kind of can... I vibe with them. And there have been times where I, just through not being a fanboy, have gotten invited to some pretty cool shit. So... Yeah, I got to sit with Sky Blue, if you know who Sky Blue is. I sat with her family at an indie show, and I watched her win the championship that night. It was fucking... That was fire, man. And then Mance Warner came back. Again, these are people that... Indie wrestler, Sky Blue wrestles for AEW. We call her Sky Bluty, though. For good reason. We also call AEW AE Butts because they just have no shame. They got cameramen that are just... They're good at what they do. Razor Ramon. Oh, dude, Razor Ramon was the shit. I mean, I liked him better after he just, like, I don't know, started calling himself Scott Hall. I was fine with that. I don't know. Razor Ramon wasn't really my favorite character. I'll just say it, like, because I didn't like the Scarface bit. My uncle liked Scarface, and I thought it was a weird-ass movie, so I always just, for some reason, I always equate the two. Hey, Rebecca, welcome back. You're back. Hell yeah. We're just chilling, talking some wrestling, some stuff. Oh my god, wait a minute. No, that wasn't Val Venus. No, that was Edge. No, that was Edge. I remember now. No, that was totally Edge. They legit, their body on the line. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, that's what I love about wrestling. Like, they're throwing their bodies on the line, and but the thing is, they're not unsafe. If anything, it's actually really... It's more impressive that they can do what they do on a nightly basis and not get hurt. Now it's again, I don't know. I'm gonna love that stuff until the day I die. My mom was so mad that she used to say, she's like, "You're gonna outgrow this." I'm like, I don't know about that. I remember hitting like 13, 14, and then, like, my mom said it again. She's like, "You're gonna outgrow this." I'm like, it's still good. There was this short period of time right before the Attitude Era where it was a little lost, where we were, you were fresh off the high that was, the Attitude Era, but then you had the Ruthless Aggression Era with John Cena, The Rock, and all these guys. So there was like this weird lull point. It was like between 99 and like 2000, where like those 2 years watching wrestling, you felt just, I don't know, it felt weird. Like I remember fucking at one point Raw went to TNN, and I was just like, what the fuck is TNN? And I was like, it's a Turner network? I'm like, damn. Like, yeah, thank God that I, grew up well off and had those channels, because that was the only reason I was able to watch. Not a damn thing wrong with the entertainment is... Oh, I mean, I get it. The thing is, I get it. I get why people aren't into wrestling. Like I do. I get where it's a little weird sometimes. The fake punching is just so dumb. I don't know. There's a few wrestlers out there that they just stopped really using the fake punching stuff. And if they do forearms, which I think forearms is much more sellable. Because you're technically, because when you're doing the like, that's the whole thing that they're doing. Like, it's when they do that fucking hit. Sorry, I'm not trying to break kayfabe too much for you guys, but it's literally like anytime that you see a super kick, it's like, just watch their hands. Sometimes my favorite ones are the Young Bucks. The Young Bucks, they slap for each other. I think that, and that's the thing. Because you can watch them and you're like, oh, damn. Like, that hit. But then if you go back and watch it again, you'll see the other brother, like in conjunction. Because especially if they're doing, they have like a double super kick, kind of like HBK used to do. For anybody that remembers Heartbreak Kid. This is the part about talking about wrestling where I get a little self-conscious, because I'm like, oh yeah, you guys didn't grow up with this. Like, I just... So yeah, they have some workers that, yeah, they help each other. That's why certain matches will always look a little bit more realistic, because you will have people that know how to do that for each other. Fucking Billy Gunn and Road Dogg were just in at Fan Expo. I was kind of mad. I was like, damn, dude. Just for that, I would have gone. Like, I don't know. Ass man Billy Gunn, dude. I'm an ass man. That guy was... That whole gimmick was hilarious. I couldn't believe he put all of it. Like, he put all of his work into that too. Where I was just like, damn, he's selling it. He does not care. I have a little short John Cena showing off the fake punching. Oh, dude, yeah, John Cena. John Cena was the worst. He used to call spots and you could hear him on TV. He'd just be like, clothesline! Clothesline! Dude, John. You have no chill, bro. The camera was on you. Like, at least know when you have side cam. Because usually that's how it works. Is like, if you're going to have something get called out, then like the cameraman will just be like, cut. And then they'll turn and he'll be like, clothesline. And you won't even hear it. But John, dude, I don't know if he had like a hearing problem or some shit too, where it's just like, he would just be like, you can't see me. It's like, well, now we can hear you. I got John Cena up there. Also, John Cena back there. We like John Cena. John Cena is hilarious. Also, the "you can't see me" jokes, they just don't get old. I don't know. Every time that so my wife occasionally she'll get like a little blind box or something. That's what she got last time, and it was John Cena. She's like, oh, they gave us an empty box. And I was like, hey. It's always funny. Anyway. Yeah, if you don't know you can't see him. So that shit blew up. I know. It got cringe at some point, but it's all right. No, I'm fine with it. All right. Oh, God. Let's do... Scale back. Don't care. Andrew Wilson. Let's... care. Don't care. Man, it's amazing what happens when I get to this point of the show where I'm like, wow, I made it this far and we just kind of chilled. If you want, we can watch that John Cena short, but we have to do it on Twitch. It has the yeah. No, I know. Anything WWE, I cannot watch here. I can't even watch old promos, which sucks. God, I miss the good old days. The good old days where WWE didn't even know you could do that. I swear to God, there was a moment in time where you could just play wrestling clips. Not anymore. Get DMCA'd. Oh yeah. Easy. Yeah, no. There's a few of these places that don't fuck around. Paramount don't fuck around. Paramount is there like that. DC Studios is like that, or Warner Brothers. Disney also like that, and then WWE don't fucking play it too. I swear to God, whatever AI they have trained for their content, like to track their content, it's good at what it does. I'll tell you that. Because holy cow, you ain't getting away with it. But anyway, let's do the Tim Pool thing. Let's talk about it for a hot... Actually, let's talk about Andrew Wilson first. Excuse me. Excuse me, I had to yawn. All right. So this is the moment that will be remembered for the entire debate. Andrew Wilson was asked to name one thing against Tyler Robinson. He couldn't. Andrew started spiraling as Candace proceeded to name all 7 charges from memory. Andrew then accused Candace of secretly receiving the answer through a text message, only for moderator PBD to verify that she received no messages, no text, no assistance, all from memory. Andrew got completely outclassed in this exchange. I mean, this is from the Unfuck America tour. Like, guys...
The question. You're just not following it enough.
It
seems
pretty
like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson
Why
is
is Corey
guilty.
Graves trending?
I just think that you should.
All
Like,
right.
Can you tell me one?
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
that he's...
You can really, no, this is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah.
put me in the hot seat. So
Mhm.
please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Damn, dude. It is kind of funny watching her, like, just shut him down. She, I'm not exactly a Candace fan, but I will admit she did outclass him in this pretty hard.
Name all 7 since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure.
Go ahead.
You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even, this is like,
Name all 7.
and
All
I
7.
think
Name
I-
all 7.
I can.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't have
Name
to put
'em.
your fingers up. I
Okay,
can do
hang on.
that.
Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
Sahara Andrew over here.
The first charge.
My wife literally said that his voice is the antithesis to, WAP.
Charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
a death
So
sentence
murder.
in the state of you. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so
Next.
just for people, no, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to
I
explain to people.
love how she shut him down. Because that's one of his tactics where it's just like, come on, get to it.
Difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined,
Just
and because
avoiding
it
the
carries
question.
a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're
I'm
just going to
waiting.
recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you debate
I got
someone.
it. I got it. Give me,
I'm using that.
give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No,
people
I just
don't walk
want you
away?
to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Oh my God, dude, he is starting to kind of panic a little bit.
Speaking, you just got to...
Or is he just having a little fucking, what? Oh my God, a nicotine fit. I was like, what's it called?
Just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again, because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I
Okay,
actually
well,
am
I
under
got
no
one.
time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
what's
final
the specific charges, though?
that is them
Those are
obstruction
the
of justice,
specific
obstruction
charges.
of justice, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to him.
Well, I can tell you why he's being charged.
No,
with it.
just the charges, and then 7.
Yeah,
No,
you see,
here
the
he
bad thing is when
is.
you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's
Got
like
it.
you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
Massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing
He's dumb, but he thinks
about
he's
why
smart.
this is not aggravated.
Well, the thing is, he's taken a lot of like what I would consider just debate tactics and doesn't really put a lot of substance behind it, and then he will just do like the tried and true fucking quicker. It's just like we're not on a time constraint. Like that was perfect by her, I gotta say.
Rated to be
Yeah, he's very fucking arrogant.
very
Yeah.
compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think if the state was going to
Yeah,
even
he
try
is.
to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy, it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
What's up, Grandma
I think
Flatterson?
your
How's it
team
going?
would like to pull
Conservative
up
blood
the 7
sport.
charges that he just asked you about. If
Sure.
you guys want to pull that up, just to confirm.
Yeah, this is cool.
The 7 you went through.
This was hilarious to watch Andrew just go.
Can you guys zoom in a little bit for
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7,
violent
I said offense in the presence of a
in front
minor.
of a child?
Yeah.
That's what
So
I said.
5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd-degree felony. Now, I did notice something I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering. When you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did
Yeah,
somebody
here
by
it
chance
goes.
text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I did not.
And then he gets proven wrong about that.
I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You
should
want to
do
see it?
I'm
You
just
can.
curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that.
Yeah, there were 200K live viewers.
Here you go.
No, this was 200K live viewers. I hope you understand. That's network numbers.
PBD, you're the moderator.
Okay.
Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone was texted at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
so I'm
have
looking
full
at, I'm not gonna
permission to
give
go through my
names.
phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3 of them
Yes.
to 1132 because after that, I don't need to read it.
And you know their texts. Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I
that.
have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia, and that was it. I downloaded it for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah.
Then-
I don't need to like. I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to
I
pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I
Yeah.
just, I have
Damn,
my other
dude.
question is about the steakhouse receipt.
Andrew really did get fucking bodied in this so bad because here's where I wanted to have fun with this. All right, so let's go here. Oh, this is the Unfuck America crowd, though. That was pretty wild. I was actually surprised that he couldn't name them. The clown. Accusing her of cheating is easily the most bitch-made thing I've ever seen. He was so shook. Can't stand Candace, but Jesus fucking Christ. Andrew Wilson is an utter sack of women-hating shit. Andrew Wilson is not a good debater. He just derails his opponent's ability to make points by being insufferable. Oh, wow. PBD's own thing. 66% Candace. Jesus! Jesus! 700... Oh, or wait. Hold on. 107. 107,000. 100. That's 107. Oh, my God. I can't even get it out. 107,956. Oh my fucking god, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, that's on a fucking that's on PVD just asking him. Oh my god. Wow.
Would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So
Yeah.
I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So and,
You
and what
just
and by
asked
the way,
me.
and
Like,
what
His ego is bruised. Brr. Nice. Haven't seen that in a while. Mogged once again. All right, I actually want to go to like a right-wing source with this though. Here, let's see. Truth about Andrew Wilson's earpiece during the debate. He was wearing Adam. He was wearing a earpiece 100%. Vinny, what do you mean he was wearing an earpiece? Are you ready? That's Candace's earpiece. What does that mean? They gave that earpiece to all of us. That was an earpiece that Candace's producer gave Candace, gave him, gave me. Oh, okay. So there's just like nothing there. Oh, how convenient. I'm sure Candace's team gave Andrew and PBD the same earpiece she had. I'm sure she wasn't getting fed lines through her earpiece. Wait. At this point, you're just pushing out deceptive clickbait for views and engagement. I thought that you had a little more class than this. Damn. Yeah, alright. Hold on. Andrew Wilson. First lying that he served, then at a later time admitting he did not stolen valor. What?
I did not. What's that?
When were you in the Army?
I was in the Army for a very limited amount of time, years and years ago.
How long was that very limited amount of time, if you don't mind me asking?
It wasn't very long, about a year.
Yeah, so did you serve, Andrew?
I did not, no.
Yeah, so did you serve, Andrew?
I did not, no.
Why are you gay?
God damn it. This is from Conservative Girl. God. Why are you gay is... Why is that drop still funny to me? Yeah, what... Dude, yeah. Co-op streaming today. Hold on.
Investigation, my ass. They didn't even bother.
Damn, dude. He like put the hat on and everything.
At all.
He's like hiding his tears.
I'm not a fucking reporter.
Oh, shit. He done fucked up real bad. I wasn't kidding about this one. Like, no matter what somebody wants to say about like my clickbait titles and all that, Andrew Wilson fucking definitely had Maga and every right-wing chud turn on him. I've been making this kind of a sport where I just watch him, you know, get bodied. I hear my stream walking down the stairs.
How the fuck am I? I'm just a guy on the internet who fucking has stalled out left-wing agendas where I can. How the fuck
you
am
need
I
to
the
smoke
only one
because
who has
Andrew's
a
on?
logic or reason here?
All right,
To
hold
try
on.
to
Uni can't
falsify
stand
their own
Andrew
position in
can't-
search of
I
real,
cannot be sober
tangible
for this.
evidence. Why? Why?
I mean,
I have a shitload of never before seen, never before publicly released evidence.
At least in
Tons
this
of it.
context. Nothing bad happened to him. Just
No, I'm
he
not
did
gonna
it to himself.
Trip it out.
His voice
Maybe
does
some of
probably
it.
make babies cry.
I kind of thought about some of it because I have a feeling I know where she's going to go after her bullshit gets refuted with actual evidence. And so I have evidence for that too. None of them. I just couldn't believe it.
I just couldn't believe it.
My entire purpose for going down there is the best.
It's like watching Crowder implode. Oh yeah, wait, Crowder was on Piers Morgan about this.
And she
I'll have
tied
to watch that
herself to her
tomorrow.
positions, and she tied them up tight. 0% chance it wasn't Robinson. Yes,
You can just put it
Israel
on the
and
end there.
France were involved. Yes, Erica Kirk is complicit. Yes, Tie her to her fucking. Tie them to their claims, man. no evidence that he's a patsy whatsoever. No evidence for any of her claims, but I have tons of evidence to the contrary of her claims.
Andrew, Andrew put on a condescending voice and then proceeded to never take it off. Yeah, that kind of tracks.
If you want to pull it up so we can
Fantastic.
see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact?
You
He
heard
wrote,
Uni.
The
Yes, you
car
did.
pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen four other
Andrew
times
Wilson.
on camera.
Dude, the thing is, when you Google Andrew Wilson, he's not even the first one that pops up.
Fact being just a standard.
Not like I'm
white
acting
boy
like I'm
with
more
brown hair
famous
was
by
seen
any
out
means,
getting-
but
walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet
Yeah, I
it.
remember
But it's
that.
not.
Okay. Andrew Wilson stated that he served approximately 1 year in the military. He did not. His wife said he was a sniper. He was not. They both blatantly lied. Stolen valor. What scumbags? They had nothing and never had anything done. You don't even know the basic facts of this case. She knew the details inside and out and cited your own points just to refute them all in real time. You went into this with plenty of bravado and no grasp of the facts, and I have seen you, and I see you've left the debate in the same condition. Damn, dude. You got bodied, bro, and you have to pay for it. Never have I seen a takedown this bad in a debate. I saw the debate in 4K. Andrew Wilson definitely won. The evidence is overwhelming. Fuck it. Jesus. There are no words to express how stupid you look. At least accept defeat with a little dignity. Dang. You got your ass handed to you by a woman, a pregnant woman. Go, Jesus Christ. Never, never, never cease to be amazed by just how chauvinist some of these people can be. Andrew Wilson is a contrarian hack. Yep, just call me Patty. All right, Patty. Welcome to the show. How you doing? Owen Wilson? No, I meant literally Andrew Wilson. No, Google Andrew Wilson and it's Owen Wilson's brother, who I didn't even know existed. Andrew assumed more people knew who he was. He's always been obnoxious. Obnoxious. I don't know why I wanted to say agnostic so bad. He's actually restrained. Sad state of affairs. We get to see sunrise. Okay. Ah. All right. Well, we made it to the 5 hour. Kind of feel like I should probably carry on over to Twitch. This is before TV, but may I ask a question? Back crossman, BX. Who else enjoyed watching him act like Candace didn't know all 7 charges, and when he didn't know a single one, and then watching him shrink as she named each one calmly, then trying to provoke an emotional response while having a full-on meltdown? Definitely not a good look, man. This is what you'll be remembered for. How embarrassing. Dude, this did so much more damage for his reputation than he thought it would. I hope the money was worth it, because Jesus Christ, dude. She at least knew the 7. I mean, now I'm kind of embarrassed to have debated him, where it's just like, damn. Like, just watching how easily Candace bodied him. You got wrecked. Do some wrist curls. You got paid $300K to lose a debate. Bro, you was struggling just to open a pickle jar. I'm screen capping this shit. Also, don't let the bots get you. Jesus Christ. This is why I do not usually read tweets, but bro, time to retire. It was painful to watch. I can explain it to you, but all right. Yep, here we go. Remind me to play poker with you next time you're in Vegas. All right. Yeah, so Andrew Wilson got decidedly bodied. All right, hold on. Here's Tim Pool's explanation. Hold on.
Let me ask you, Tim Pool, did you in fact rage quit? Is that how you would describe it from the Flipper kid?
No, I mean, a rage quit would be I'm flabbergasted, I'm stuttering, I have nothing to say, and I have to storm off. But you know, it's funny if you watch it. I think I asked him, "Can I ask you a question?" like 6 times, and he just won't stop. So here's the other thing. I had expressed to at least some of the people there, if anybody wants to do a stunt like they did with Ben Shapiro.
All right, so that's it. Yeah, I can't not. I gotta cover this. All right, so what we're gonna do tonight is Tim Pool also got bodied. Yeah, he did. So in a few minutes here, I'm gonna chill for a little bit before I end up going over. But when we go over to Twitch, what I want to do is I want to play the Tim Pool thing. How long is it? 1 hour and 40 minutes. Oh my god, I did not plan this. I've already been on for 5 hours. God damn it. This is going to take another 3 fucking hours. Time is it? It's 9 o'clock. I got to eat dinner at some point. Fuck. All right. The Jubilee thing. Yeah. No, so I want to cover the Jubilee thing, but I can't on YouTube. I know for a fact I can't on that one, because for some reason they do lock that stuff down. I applied for permissions and they said no. Go to the last 10 minutes. Oh, I can't hear. I can't play anything here from Jubilee. It's just, that's not how it, I can't. Oh, Pap, I've seen the last 2 streams. I've never seen Taken Down. Taken Down today for playing that Jubilee video. Yeah. Yeah, that's why they're getting taken down. Yeah, I don't fuck with Jubilee. I refuse to do that. I've already done that. And no, the thing is, they actually strike. They like go for a hard strike. I avoided that because I was a new enough account. So it was sort of clickbait. Again, he's doing it on Twitch. No, I'll do it on Twitch. Like, yeah, guys, I'm doing it on Twitch. And yeah, I will skip around. I'm not going to do the entire hour, 40 minutes, even though I wanted to watch this one. I wanted to watch Monty and, Monty Mater and Allie Beth Stuckey. God, what a fucking perfect name for her. Allie Beth Stuckey. She's Stuckey from the fucking prairie. I called her Laura Ingalls Wilder, and somebody in chat, or in their chat, was fucking, yeah, they liked that. If you want to watch that instead, Oki, it's your show. I know. I'm just figuring out what to do. I honestly don't know. Because both are good. Now, I've seen the Mater one. I haven't seen any of Tim Pool. I didn't watch any. Because I wanted to do, like, freshy fresh with you guys. Yes, and yes. For what? So do you want to watch the Tim Pool one or Monty Mater? Because honestly, thank you for renewing your spite. Oh, dude, thank you. Let's effing go. Wait, did it stop? Put up a poll? All right, yeah, let's send this poll. 25 votes. Egg on my face, just Trump war go brr. Fucking 32%. Man, you know how hard it is to keep up creativity with some of these polls? I gotta be real, guys. Like, every once in a while, I'll just sit there going like, what's a funny way to say yes and no? I almost put it did as a bear shit in the woods, but then I remember it would get mad at me if I said shit. All right. Which Jubilee video should we watch on Twitch? There we go. To Christian. Verse. Christian. T. Mater. Temple versus Lips. There we go. Let's see. What do you guys want to watch? Oh, god damn it. I guess we're watching Temple. Wow. All right. Yeah, one more does it. I should just call it now. Four seems like good enough. All right. Timmy it is. We'll watch Timmy. We'll do the Timmy bits. Yeah, whoa, 100. Damn, nobody wanted Monty. Oh, damn. Yeah, Sylvie, I don't even think you were prepared for that. You're just like, oh, shit, they really want to watch that. All right, so what's going to happen then? This is going to go like our Friday show. What I'm going to do, except it's going to be like the classic Friday shows. I'm going to play my outro. Get a nice clean cut on the VOD. And then we are going to Twitch. So if you guys don't already follow on Twitch, please not just consider doing so. Come and join us. We have a lot of fun over there. Specifically for moments like this. I don't... Wait, so is YouTube going down? Yeah, so what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be taking the stream, ending the stream on YouTube, heading over to Twitch. And over on Twitch, we can watch all that stuff. Okay, later, everyone. No problem, Bob. I appreciate you hanging tonight. I can watch Monty anytime. I'm already sub. Cool. Well, then that works. All right, folks. Well, I do appreciate you hanging out over on YouTube today. If you guys have not already, please, like I said, come and join us on Twitch. But also, one last request. If you haven't already followed this space, I would recommend doing that as well to come and see some of the exclusive content I do over there. Sorry, Mitch. I'm sorry. But this one, there was no way I could do this any other way. So it's just how it goes. So, yeah. Head over to this space. Hit the follow button, please. I really appreciate that because, yeah, we're trying to grow. And yeah, I got you, Anti-Lib. We're figuring stuff out. Hi, sir. Are you a fellow Trump supporter? No, I'm not a fellow Trump supporter. I do not support Trump. I ask why you do, because honestly, man, I don't know. Your boy seems cooked, but I'm also not your average lefty. I'm not gonna sit here being like, oh, Donald Trump, boo, whatever. America kind of did it to itself, so. Yikes. No, you're all good. All right, guys, I will see you over on Twitch. And then I will see you on this space tomorrow. And then normal show, 4 p.m. Central. And sorry, I'm stalling for time because I can't find my freaking outro for YouTube. Like I said, guys, don't leave Twitch. Please. Stick around. What's happening here is I am going to play the outro music, and then we're heading to Twitch, which that means like I'm not leaving. Like this, there's no new stream. Stay here. I watched so many people get confused last time, and they were just like, okay, bye. Let's not do that, all right? All right, love you guys over on YouTube. Good night, YouTube, and I'll see you in a minute over to watch the Tim Pool. Good night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
Oops.
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Bye, YouTube.